Hey guys. This is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter unlocked the secrets of time magic. Here is short summary. In his 7th year, Harry Potter discovers the spirit of time, an ancient power that could defeat Voldemort but at great risk. Can he master time magic without destroying everything he holds dear? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry James Potter, just where do you think that you're going? Harry turned back around. Where do you think? I'm going after some Death Eaters. Ginny put her hands on her hips. Not alone, you're not. Harry sighed. Ginny, I'll be fine. I know that, because I'm coming with you, said Ginny vehemently. Harry looked into her eyes, and realized that there was no talking her out of coming with him. All right, but you'll need to be dressed more appropriately. Harry waved a hand at her, and her clothes were transformed into black tight-fitting clothing very similar to what Harry was wearing. He smiled appreciatively. You look good that way. Ginny grinned impishly. You don't look so bad yourself, Mr. Potter. Harry chuckled. You'll need a weapon, too. Do you think that you would be comfortable with a sword? Ginny nodded. I think that I am quite proficient with a blade. I had an excellent teacher. Harry snorted. Suck up. Harry waved his hand and a blade, complete with scabbard, appeared. That should do. Strap it around your waist and we'll get going. As Ginny was strapping the sword around her waist, Ron walked into the room. He stopped in surprise to see Harry armed with a sword, and his baby sister arming herself. What are the two of you doing? Harry flashed a feral grin. We're going Death Eater hunting. Not without me, you're not, said Ron in a similar vein to the one Ginny had used just a few moments before. Harry shook his head. Sorry, Ron, you can't go. Why not? You're not starting this stuff about keeping us out of danger. I think that we have proven ourselves enough. You're even going to take Ginny, said Ron in a resentful and hurt voice. Harry shook his head. That has nothing to do with it. You won't be able to keep up, and we can't afford to have you slowing us down. Ron responded indignantly. I'm not slow. Ginny jumped in. You are if you're on the ground, and we're in the air. Ron stopped. Oh. Harry spoke. We're going to be flying over the forest around the burrow. If I know anything, there will be a group of Death Eaters posted there to watch for me to come by. We're going to take them. Harry turned to Ginny. Do you have your wand? She nodded. Of course. My dueling instructor told me to always have my wand ready. As I said before, suck up. Let's go. Harry turned back to Ron to see concern etched all over his face. Harry smiled. Don't worry. I'll bring your sister back safe and sound. Harry transformed and Ginny quickly followed suit. The two birds flew out the window and into the warm summer night air. Ron stared after them long after they had disappeared in the distance. Hermione walked in a few minutes later to find Ron staring out the window. What are you doing? What is so interesting outside? Ron sighed. Harry and Ginny just took off to go hunting for Death Eaters around the burrow. Hermione gasped in surprise. Are you serious? Ron nodded. Of course I'm serious. They just left. What did they do? Fly? Asked Hermione. Ron nodded. Again. Yes, they both have flying animagus forms. Hermione sighed. I hope that they're going to be all right. They will. Harry would never let anything happen to Ginny, Ron said with conviction. Then, why did he take her into danger? Asked Hermione. Ron gave a half smile. I know Ginny. Harry probably didn't have much of a choice. If he had told her to stay here, she would have followed him anyway. At least if he knows where she's at, he can protect her. Hermione wrapped an arm around Ron's shoulder and leaned her head on his shoulder. If it makes you feel better, we can stand here and wait for them to come back. I intended to. Thanks for waiting with me. Hermione smiled, and the two of them continued to stare out the window in silence. Meanwhile, Harry and Ginny were making exceptionally good time heading for the burrow since Harry was magically augmenting their speed. The two made large circular sweeps over the forest once they arrived. Harry spotted the campfire first. Then, he flew over to Ginny and motioned with his head for her to follow him. They soared down into the trees and landed. The two of them transformed back into human form. Harry put a finger in front of his lips to indicate to Ginny that she should be silent. He whispered quickly, "I'm going to attack in my panther form." There appeared to be about 6 of them. It shouldn't be too difficult to take them. Once I attack, you need to start throwing stunning spells at them as quickly as you can. Ginny nodded to show that she understood. She pulled out her wand and gripped it tightly. Harry transformed into a panther and stalked purposefully off towards the encampment. Ginny followed somewhat more slowly to allow Harry time to position himself. Once he was close enough, Harry leapt forward into the midst of the Death Eaters, and they jumped up in surprise. As soon as he did, Ginny began firing off stunning spells. 2 of the Death Eaters attempted to use Avada Kedavra spells on Harry. He dodged out of the way, and the spells hit 2 different Death Eaters. Ginny caught 3 of them with stunners, and Harry transformed back into his human form. The 6th Death Eater took one look at him and screamed, "Potter." Then, he disapparated away. Harry looked around at the strewn bodies. Ginny walked into the clearing. Harry grinned at her, "Nice spell work, my dear." She smiled, "I try. One of them got away, though." Harry nodded, "I know. I let him get away on purpose." "What does that mean?" asked Ginny. "It means that I wanted to let one of them to go back and report to Tom. So, I blocked the stunning spell that you sent at him," answered Harry. Ginny frowned. "You could have told me. I would have avoided throwing a curse at one of them." Harry smirked, but then I wouldn't have gotten an accurate picture of your skills. This was a test as much as anything else." "A test?" echoed Ginny. Harry nodded, "Of course. I am still your dueling instructor. Now, we need to contact the Ministry, and let them know they can come collect these Death Eaters." At this moment, Dumbledore and Dawlish appeared with a collection of Aurors in tow. Harry smiled. "I expected all of you to be keeping a watch on me." Dawlish shook his head. "We weren't. The improper use of Magic Office reported that young Miss Weasley was performing magic outside of school in contradiction to the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. We assumed that meant she was with you." Harry looked at Ginny in exasperation. "Ginny, you weren't masking your magic." Ginny grinned sheepishly. "I got caught up in the moment and forgot." "I think that you need to be punished for this," said Harry. "What did you have in mind?" asked Ginny suggestively. Harry grinned broadly. "I think that you should have to make me pancakes for breakfast in the morning." Ginny nodded. "Sounds like a plan to me." Dawlish interrupted them. "While your flirtation is extremely amusing, can we get back to more serious matters?" Harry flushed slightly, while Ginny hid her face. Harry looked at Dawlish. "What did you want to know?" Dawlish looked at Harry in disbelief. "First of all, what happened here?" "Well, Ginny and I decided that we needed to hunt some Death Eaters. I expected there to be some watching the wreckage of the burrow. So, we came here." Ginny hid in the woods, while I jumped into the campsite in my animagus form. They drew their wands, and Ginny stunned 3 of them. 2 of the ones that she stunned managed to throw killing curses at me. I dodged them, and they hit other Death Eaters. The 6th one got away," explained Harry. Dumbledore smiled. "I believe that explains everything, Dawlish. Now, I must insist that you allow me to take Ginny and Harry back home. We need to have an order meeting this evening as well. Alert Kingsley. I will inform the others." Dawlish nodded, and he and the other Aurors disapparated away with the Death Eaters in tow with a portkey. Harry grinned at Dumbledore. "Back to Grimmauld Place, I assume." Dumbledore nodded. "Yes. Would you like to take us, or do I need to make a portkey?" Harry chuckled. "I'll take us. Each of you grab one of my shoulders." Dumbledore and Ginny each placed a hand on his shoulder. The 3 of them disappeared, and then reappeared in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place with a pop. Molly gasped when they appeared. "Where have the 2 of you been?" Harry backed up a step. "We sort of went after some Death Eaters." Molly burst out. "You did what?" Ginny looked down at her feet, and left Harry to deal with her mother's temper. Dumbledore interceded on their behalf. It appears that Harry and Ginny felt that it was their duty to take revenge for what happened in Ottery St. Catchpole last night. Molly advanced on the 2 teenagers. "Are you crazy? You could have been hurt. You had no right to decide something like that." Dumbledore interrupted her tirade. "Molly, Harry had every right to decide to go after the Death Eaters. He is the leader that we have been waiting for. The war against Voldemort will be run at his discretion from now on. You need to be prepared to take orders from him." Molly appeared to be flabbergasted. Ginny looked up at Dumbledore with her mouth hanging open. Harry smiled. "I take it this means that you are turning the Order of the Phoenix over to me." Dumbledore nodded. "As soon as the Order is assembled, I will be doing just that, Harry." Molly finally found her voice. "You can't be serious, Albus." Dumbledore eyed her. "I assure you that I am, Molly. Also, you will find that you are the only person that will have a problem with the concept. Everyone else in the Order recognizes the fact that Harry was born to do this. It is his destiny. I shall return with the Order." Dumbledore disapparated away. Molly looked at Harry pleadingly. "Harry, you can't accept this. You are still a boy." Harry smiled down at Mrs. Weasley and said gently, "Molly, this is something that I have to do. Just as your children know that it is their duty to fight against the dark forces, it is my duty to lead them in that fight. As Dumbledore said, it is my destiny." Molly hugged Harry and cried. Ginny joined the two of them, and Ron and Hermione came downstairs at the sound of crying to find the three of them in a mutual embrace. Ron asked immediately, "What's the matter?" Molly released the two teenagers and began to wipe her eyes. "Nothing. I'm just being a bit stupid." Ron persisted. Then, "What's going on?" Harry motioned towards the table and said, "Take a seat, and you'll find out as soon as the rest of the Order arrives." Ron stopped dead in his tracks. "We get to stay in an Order meeting?" Harry nodded. "Yes, I believe that it is time." Molly looked stricken, but Harry caught the look and headed her off before she could say anything. "Don't worry, Molly. Just because I'm letting them join the meetings, doesn't mean that I am going to allow them to do anything dangerous. I intend to keep them as safe as possible. Tom's going to be getting really desperate, though. They need to know and understand what's going on." Molly nodded. "I know. I still don't like it." Harry shook his head as he gazed at the three people who were closer to him than any other. "Neither do I, Molly. Neither do I." Hermione asked, "What did you mean by saying that you were letting us join the meetings? Isn't that up to Professor Dumbledore?" Dumbledore chose that moment to reappear in the kitchen. He answered her question before Harry could respond. "Not anymore, Miss Granger. I am no longer the head of the Order of the Phoenix. It is Harry's turn to take the burden of leadership." Harry turned to Dumbledore. "How long before everyone is assembled?" Dumbledore checked his watch. "They should all be here shortly." Harry nodded. "We might as well get ready." A few minutes later, witches and wizards began popping into the kitchen at Grimmauld Place. There was Alistair Moody, Hestia Jones, Daedalus Diggle, Alpheus Doge, Dawlish, Bill, Charlie, Fred, George, and Arthur Weasley, Severus Snape, Minerva McGonagall, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Tonks, and Lupin. Dumbledore stood at the head of the table for the last time. "Greetings. We're here for a most auspicious occasion. I am prepared to lay down the leadership of the Order of the Phoenix to my rightful successor." McGonagall interrupted him. "Albus, you cannot be seriously considering doing this." Dumbledore continued, "I assure you that not only have I considered it, that I see it as the only possible course of action remaining to us. As most of you know, we are speaking of Harry Potter. It is with the deepest pride that I present the new leader of the Order of the Phoenix." There was a rattle of applause around the table, especially from the group of Weasleys. Dumbledore stepped aside and Harry took his place at the head of the table. Lupin spoke. "Your parents would be proud, Harry." Harry smiled. "Thanks, Remus. Now, on to business. Dawlish, how did the Ministry take to the news that Ginny and I captured those Death Eaters?" Dawlish chuckled at the memory. Fudge threw a fit. Davis and Amelia managed to convince him that he could gain nothing by doing anything, though. They dropped the charges against Ginny, accepting the fact that she was performing magic to save your life. Harry nodded. "That was expected. What about the prisoners? Where are you keeping them?" Dawlish answered, "We have a detention center just outside of London where we are keeping any captured Death Eaters. It is bound by apparition wards, and they are under constant guard." Harry shook his head. "That's not good enough. Tom will discover where this facility is and attack soon enough. We need to transport the prisoners back to Azkaban." Kingsley spoke up. "What good will that do? We don't have the number of Aurors that it would take to guard Azkaban. Without the Dementors on our side, we have little hope of holding that island." Harry smiled. what if I were to arrange the guards for the prison? Tonks asked, what kind of guards? I was thinking that golems would do nicely. Lupin shook his head, that won't work, Harry. We would need at least 250 golems to guard the prison effectively. Anything less and Voldemort would merely destroy them. Harry shrugged. So, what's the problem? Dumbledore answered. Harry, there are only about a dozen golems in existence. So, we make new ones, said Harry matter-of-factly. Kingsley spoke up, again, it can't be done. I doubt Albus could make more than one or two. Most of the rest of us couldn't even make one. There's no way that we could create 250. Harry sighed, you have a lot to learn about power, Kingsley. Don't assume that because you understand your own limitations that you could even begin to comprehend anyone else's. Kingsley shot back, what is that supposed to mean? Harry responded, it means that someone can be immensely powerful at one thing and appear weak, simply because they do not reveal their talent. I know people that are amazingly gifted at transfiguration, yet couldn't defend themselves in a duel. I know people that can duel excellently, but can't cast a simple scouring charm properly. Harry paused, as Tonks turned bright red. Harry smiled, it's nothing to be ashamed of, Nymphadora. Don't call me Nymphadora, yelled Tonks. The rest of the table smirked in amusement. Snape asked, I still don't understand what you were getting at. Harry continued, I am merely pointing out that just because you can't do something, do not assume that somebody else can't. It could even be someone that appears to be weaker than you. Hidden powers rarely make any sense. Dawlish entered the conversation, when do you think that we could get these golems? Harry cleared his throat, well, go get the minister, and meet myself and Dumbledore at Azkaban in half an hour. Dawlish immediately jumped up and disapparated away. Kingsley looked at Harry in amazement, you have got to be kidding me. Harry shook his head, no, Kingsley, I am not. Harry turned to the twins, on to the next order of business. I need the two of you to work on something for me. The twins nodded enthusiastically, anything, Harry. I want a magical bomb that will explode with minor hexes and jinxes. Nothing dangerous, but just some things to confuse and disorient the opposition. I want it to function along the lines of a Muggle grenade. Harry waved his hand and a book appeared on the table in front of the twins. This book should explain anything that you need to know about Muggle explosives. Let me know what kind of funds you need for this project, and I'll have it withdrawn from my vault. The twins immediately dove into the book. Harry turned his gaze back to the rest of the table, is there anything else that anyone needs to report? Heads shook around the table, so Harry continued, good, then I would like to welcome the newest members of the Order of the Phoenix. Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and Ginny Weasley. If there is nothing else, I need to go meet the minister. Everyone got up from the table. Some of them disapparated away, while others remained. Fred and George appeared to be deep in conversation with their father, Bill, and Charlie. Ginny walked up to Harry and Dumbledore, can I go with you? Harry nodded, if you want. Kingsley, Tonks, and Lupin joined them. Kingsley was the first one to speak up, I would like to go as well. Tonks and Lupin nodded to indicate that they wished to join the group as well. Let's go then, said Harry. He took Ginny's hand and apparated to Azkaban. The rest of the group wasn't far behind. Kingsley looked around at the golems in awe. Lupin managed to ask, are they real? Harry nodded, and Tonks asked, then, why aren't they moving? Harry laughed lightly, I haven't activated them, yet. We are waiting for the minister, and then I will set them to work. A few minutes later, Dawlish appeared with Fudge, Davis Weatherby, and Amelia Bones in tow. All four of them gasped at the array of golems before them. Amelia spoke first, did you create these, Mr. Potter? That I did, Madam Bones. Davis asked, when? A couple of days ago. I came out and laid down the enchantments necessary to create golems. Now, all that is left is to activate them. Harry clapped his hands and the golems began to move. They arrayed themselves in a defensive formation around the castle, and began walking rounds. Harry grinned at Fudge, now, Minister, I have returned your prison to you. Fill it. I have other matters that need my attention. Fudge nodded in shock, yes, Mr. Potter. The next morning after breakfast, Ron and Hermione cornered Harry in his room. He looked up from the book that he was reading for Transfiguration and asked, what? Both of his friends had extremely serious expressions on their faces. Hermione spoke first. Harry, we want you to train us to be animagi. Harry grinned. I expected that. Give me a minute, and I will meet you in the upstairs parlor. There should be enough room for us to work in there. Ron looked amazed. You mean that you're really going to show us how today? We're going to get started today. You're not going to be able to really start transforming for months, said Harry bemusedly. Ron's face fell. You mean that we aren't going to be able to learn this quickly? Harry shook his head. Of course not. The training to become an animagus is long and arduous. People don't accomplish it easily. Ron said accusingly. You and Ginny did. Ginny walked into the room at that moment. I did what? Ron turned to look at Ginny. You became an animagus easily. Harry chuckled. Ginny and I cheated. We didn't go through the training. Hermione asked. I know how you cheated, Harry, but how did Ginny do it? Well, I performed a charm that allowed me to put information directly into her brain. It was supposed to be to help her study and do her homework, but I decided to add the animagus transformation to it. Then, all I had to do was show her how to use the knowledge, explained Harry. Ron asked, why don't you do something like that for us? Harry shook his head. You wouldn't want me to, I promise. Ginny asked, why not? A transfer like that will only work if the two parties involved have an alignment of souls, said Harry. Hermione's curiosity was piqued at this point. What does that mean? Well, any two people can align their souls by sharing a soul bond. It was easy for Ginny and I to accomplish the transfer because our souls were already aligned. We share a very powerful soul bond. Harry continued to explain. Ron asked, so, couldn't you align our souls to yours or something? Harry nodded. I could, but you wouldn't like the consequences. Hermione asked, what consequences? You and Ginny don't seem to be any worse off for using the magic. It's a little different with Ginny and I. Our soul bond was natural. Anything that I perform on the two of you would be artificial. There would be adverse side effects from it. Ron seemed to be growing impatient. What side effects? Harry sighed. Well, there is one of two possibilities. Either the subject of the soul alignment will fall madly in love with the soul they are being aligned to, or the soul alignment will cause resentment in the subject. Ron appeared to be confused. What does that mean? Ron, it means that if I performed a soul alignment on the two of you, the most likely result would be that Hermione would fall hopelessly in love with me and that you would hate me for it. The hate would grow to so great a degree in you that you would attempt to kill me and I would be forced to kill you to stop you, said Harry matter-of-factly. Ron grimaced. Okay, I take it that's a bad idea. Hermione snorted. That's the biggest understatement of the year. Harry responded indignantly. Hey, would it be so terrible to be in love with me? Ginny answered before Hermione could say anything. Yes, because if she started making passes at you, I would have to kill her. The four teenagers burst out laughing. Harry recovered first. All right, I need to go get some things for you. Now, get up to the parlor. Ron and Hermione beat a hasty retreat from the room to get upstairs. Ginny asked, can I come with you? Harry shook his head. I'm going to Hogwarts. It would be too much of a strain to take you with me. How are you going to get to Hogwarts? Are you saying that you can apparate through the wards? Asked Ginny in amazement. Harry grinned. Yes, I can. There is a much easier way, though. How? Phoenixes can disappear and reappear anywhere. I have the same ability and the wards don't govern that behavior. The same way that the wards won't stop a house elf from getting in and out of the castle. I'll be back in a few minutes, explained Harry. Harry transformed into a phoenix, and then in a puff of smoke disappeared. He reappeared in Dumbledore's office. The headmaster gave a start of surprise. Harry transformed back into his human form. Hello, Albus. Dumbledore grinned. I take it that this is not a social call, or you would have used more conventional means. Fox trilled greetings. Brother Harry smiled at the magnificent creature, and to you, my friend. Dumbledore looked back and forth between his pet and his student, and sighed. I don't think that I will ever get used to that. Harry laughed shortly. I guess not. I'm the only person to ever be able to do it, so I don't guess that it is something you see every day. The reason I'm here is to get some books from the library. Hermione and Ron have decided that they want to become animagi, and I need some books to help them learn the theory behind it. Dumbledore nodded. I expected something of this nature. I have already instructed Madam Pants to assist you in any way that you need. Harry smiled. Sometimes I wonder if I really have to tell you anything. You seem to anticipate everything. Dumbledore eyed his pet phoenix and said, not quite. Harry laughed again. Close enough. I'm going to go ahead and go to the library. Hermione and Ron will be waiting for me. Dumbledore nodded in dismissal, and Harry disapparated away. Dumbledore immediately jumped up and ran down the stairs out of his office towards the library. He arrived to find Harry standing with Madam Pants picking out some books that he would need for them to study Animagus training. Dumbledore spoke immediately. Harry, I need to speak with you. Irma, could you please give us a moment? The librarian nodded and walked back over to her desk. Harry looked at the expression on Dumbledore's face and asked, What's wrong, Albus? You look like you just saw a ghost. Dumbledore replied evenly, I see ghosts all the time, Harry. What I am not accustomed to seeing is someone apparating inside this castle. Sorry, it's a Muggle expression, said Harry. I am well aware of the origin of the expression, Harry. I was merely pointing out how unlikely it was for me to see someone apparating through anti-disapparation wards, responded Dumbledore. I didn't apparate through them. That would be even easier than what I just did. I apparated around them, said Harry. I didn't know that you could do that, said Dumbledore in shock. For shame, sir. I am Harry Potter. I can do anything, said Harry with mock bravado. Then, he laughed easily. I'm sorry. Some of my abilities are so second nature that I forget to explain what is about to happen to anyone else. Can you break through the wards? Asked Dumbledore. I could shatter them with a snap of my fingers, answered Harry. This should be enough books for the others. Since they are waiting for me, I should go. Dumbledore nodded. Go ahead. You surprised me. I didn't expect this to come with your amazing healing powers. Next, you will be healing people's minds. Harry froze and then a slow smile spread across his face. Albus, you're a genius. Dumbledore looked at Harry in bewilderment. What are you talking about, Harry? Harry replied easily. Frank and Alice Longbottom. Can you really do it? Harry nodded enthusiastically. Of course. I can heal anything. I should even be able to break the memory charm on Lockhart. Although I think that I should probably leave him in St. Mungo's. He can't cause any trouble in there. Dumbledore frowned in disapproval. Harry, that isn't funny. Harry snorted. Considering the fact that he was trying to put memory charms on me and Ron at the time, I think that it is. Ginny would have died that day if Ron's wand hadn't blown up in Lockhart's face. Harry shuddered. That's a thought that I don't want to ever have again. I'm going to go. Dumbledore smiled. I will meet you at St. Mungo's. Okay. I'm going to drop these books off at Grimmauld Place and give Hermione and Ron something to do before they tear my house down bickering. Harry disapparated away, and Dumbledore shook his head in silent amusement. Harry popped back into existence in Grimmauld Place to find Ginny, Ron, and Hermione waiting for him in the parlor. Harry dropped the pile of books onto the table. Ron groaned, while Hermione's eyes lit up. First things first. You need to read the books about the theory of becoming an animagus. It will show you the steps to focusing your mind for the transformation. Then, you need to look through all these books on different kinds of animals. The more you know about the animal that you want to turn into, the easier the transformation will be ultimately. I have to run an errand. I'm going to leave the two of you. I expect you to have read a good deal about the theory by the time that I return. We will start doing some rudimentary exercises when I return. Ron protested. Why do we have to do all this reading? Why can't you just teach us the focusing techniques? Harry pointed to the books. I will still have to teach you everything that you read. It will be a lot easier if you read it first. I have other things that I need to go do, and you don't have anything pressing to do. Yeah, but if I wanted more homework, I could have just played a prank on Snape, muttered Ron. Harry snorted. That would net you a lot more than just extra homework. So, read the books if you want me to teach you to become an animagus. So, are you saying that if I don't read all this stuff that you won't teach me? Asked Ron. Harry responded. Let me put it this way. I will know if you haven't read it when I return, and I don't intend to waste my time if you aren't going to take this seriously. Ron continued to grumble as he slid one of the books toward him. Hermione, as usual, already had her nose buried in the book. Harry turned to Ginny. Do you want to go with me? Ginny asked. Where are we going? Harry shook his head. I can't tell you, yet. It's going to be a surprise for everyone else. Ginny nodded. All right, let's go. Ginny placed her hand in Harry's and the two of them disappeared. Ron looked over at Hermione. Where do you think the two of them went? Hermione shrugged. I have no idea. I assume that Harry will tell us later. Now, you need to get to work. I am not going through all this training alone. Start reading. Ron muttered something that sounded distinctly like driver, but Hermione wisely chose not to comment on it. Harry and Ginny appeared in the foyer of St. Mungo's. Dumbledore was standing there waiting on them. Harry smiled. Hello, Albus. Do you have any idea who you need to talk to for me to do this? Dumbledore nodded. I have already requested a meeting with Alguin Filch. She is the head healer. Hello, Miss Weasley. Ginny smiled. Hello, Professor. Harry raised his eyebrows at the sound of the name. Would she by any chance be related to our caretaker? Dumbledore nodded. Alguin is Argus' aunt. She has a much nicer disposition than Argus, so don't worry. A healer walked up to the three of them. Professor Dumbledore, Healer Filch will see you now. If you will follow me, I will take you to her office. Dumbledore nodded and Harry and Ginny followed the healer with him. She led them through several winding passages. Then, up to a nondescript door that read merely, Alguin Filch, Head Healer. St. Mungo's. The healer opened the door to an empty office. Healer Filch will be with you shortly. Dumbledore, Harry, and Ginny walked in and settled themselves into 3 plush armchairs that appeared when they walked into the room. They had waited only a few moments when an aged woman walked in through another door and sat down behind the desk. Albus, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Alguin, I will leave the details up to our young Mr. Potter to explain. I merely came to ensure that you would spare the time to listen to him, answered Dumbledore. Alguin turned to Harry and smiled. Go ahead, Mr. Potter. What have you come to see me about? Harry smiled. First of all, call me Harry. I don't much care for formality. Alguin smiled and laughed. Then, Harry, I am afraid that you are in for a nasty shock. Harry looked to Dumbledore for clarification, and Dumbledore smiled. She's right on that note, but I will explain later. Now is not the time. Harry shrugged. As you wish. Healer Filch, I have come here today to heal everyone in your long-term wards. Alguin's eyes widened in surprise. Of all the things that I expected to hear from you, Harry, that was not something I had entertained. Are you certain that you can do something of that magnitude? Harry nodded. Of course. I don't attempt things like this without knowing that I will succeed. The consequences of failure can be dire. Alguin turned to Albus. Do you think that he can do this? Dumbledore smiled. I have watched this young man grow his entire life. If he says that he can do something, then there is no doubt in my mind that he can. Very well. Follow me, Harry. I want to see this with my own eyes, said Alguin. The 4 of them made their way up to the 4th floor. Alguin unlocked the door to the ward for people cursed with permanent spell damage. Harry immediately noticed Gilderoy Lockhart crooning to himself. Frank and Alice Longbottom were in a corner lying in bed. There were several other people around the ward that Harry did not know. He motioned to the far end of the room. I'll start down there. Harry walked the length of the room and stopped by a bed. He placed his hands on the person lying in the bed and muttered words in a strange language under his breath. The patient jumped out of bed and exclaimed, I feel great. Several of the healers in the room fainted immediately. Dumbledore brought them around while everyone else gawked at Harry in shock. Harry ignored all of this. He was already moving on to the next patient. He continued to do this in turn. He would lay his hands on the patient, and then mutter under his breath. Each patient would then jump up out of bed, totally cured of whatever ailment that had possessed them. This continued until only Gilderoy Lockhart and the Longbottoms remained. Harry turned to Dumbledore. Be ready to get him out of here as soon as I cure him. If he starts talking to me, I might strangle him. Dumbledore nodded, and Harry proceeded to break through the backfired memory charm that had robbed Gilderoy of his memories so long ago. As soon as Harry was finished, Dumbledore hit Gilderoy with a silencing spell, and quickly bustled him out of the room. Harry turned to the Longbottoms and smiled. He looked over at Ginny and said, I hope Neville likes his Christmas present early. Ginny smiled. I know that he will. Harry, have I told you how much that I love you? Harry shook his head. Not today. Ginny frowned. Then, I should be ashamed of myself. Harry laughed. I think that is my line. Ginny laughed with him. Well, I took it today. Harry turned from her and placed one hand on each of the Longbottoms' foreheads. He chanted under his breath, and then slumped slightly after he was finished. He opened his eyes to look at the two Aurors that had spent so much of their lives in the hospital. Frank smiled at him. Harry Potter, you look just like your father. Alice shook her head. Not quite. Those are Lily's eyes. Harry grinned at them. For some reason, I hear that a lot. Frank chuckled. I imagine so. Everyone that knew your parents can see them living still through you. Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder from behind. Yes, we can. They would be proud of their son. He has done so much for this world. Frank sighed. I imagine that we have a lot of catching up to do. It has been a long time since Bellatrix tortured us. Dumbledore nodded. You have no idea. Voldemort has returned, and we have called the Order of the Phoenix back into action. Alice gasped. You aren't serious. Dumbledore nodded. I am afraid that I am, Alice. There is much that you must be told. Frank nodded firmly. Just tell us what you need us to do, Albus. We will follow you anywhere. Dumbledore shook his head. I am afraid that I am not in charge of the Order any longer. We have a new leader. Alice asked. Who? Dumbledore placed his other hand on Harry's other shoulder. Our young Mr. Potter here is the leader of the Order of the Phoenix. Frank grinned. You are definitely James and Lily's son. What are your orders? Harry replied simply, for the two of you to come with me. I am taking you to meet your son. I want all three of you to spend the summer together and get to know each other. Once school is back in session, then I will call you into activity with the Order. After that we'll have to speak to Cornelius and Dawlish. We'll get both of you reinstated at the Ministry as Aurors. Harry waved his hand and changed both of their clothing. Alice gasped. Where is your wand? Harry grinned. I don't need a wand to perform magic. Frank's eyes widened. How did you pull that off? Harry shrugged. That is a very long story. One that I will let Neville tell you. If you need to know anything else after that, I will fill in the holes. Now, let's go. Ginny put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry placed a hand on each of the Longbottoms' arms, and disapparated them all to the Longbottom home. They appeared in the living room with a pop. There was no one present when they appeared. Harry motioned for the others to remain silent. He slipped into the kitchen to find Mrs. Longbottom pointing her wand at the stove to begin preparing an early dinner. Harry spoke. Mrs. Longbottom. She spun around and leveled her wand at Harry. She stopped when she saw who it was and asked, Are you looking for Neville, dear? Harry nodded. Yes. I was looking for both of you. You'll have to wait just a bit on Neville. I sent him down to the store to pick up some vegetables, said Mrs. Longbottom. Harry smiled. That's okay. The news will be just as good in a little while as it is now. What news? Asked Mrs. Longbottom. Harry looked at her appraising ly. This is going to be quite a shock. You might want to sit down. Mrs. Longbottom appeared to be amused, but she did as Harry asked without question. Harry stepped back out of the kitchen and said, You can come in now. Dumbledore, Ginny, and the Longbottoms walked into the kitchen. Mrs. Longbottom jumped to her feet. Frank, Alice. Frank smiled. Good evening, Mother. Alice merely smiled. Is it really you? Asked Mrs. Longbottom. Frank nodded. Yes, Mother, it is really us. We're just fine. How? She managed to ask. Alice motioned to Harry. Harry Potter healed us. Actually, he healed everyone in the permanent spell damage ward. I'm sure it will be in the Prophet tomorrow. Mrs. Longbottom rushed over to hug her son and daughter-in-law. Then, she grabbed Harry in a hug that Mrs. Weasley would have envied. I don't know how I can ever thank you. Harry smiled at all of them. I don't need to be thanked. Any of you would have done the same for me. Your grandson has been a great help to me over the years. He stood by me in the Department of Mysteries a little over a year ago, when most people would have run in terror. I could think of no better way to repay him. Mrs. Longbottom released Harry from the hug only to be replaced by Alice. Alice asked, How long until we get to see Neville? Mrs. Longbottom answered, He should be home any time now. Harry grinned. I think that I will go meet him. Maybe I can soften the surprise a bit. I would hate for him to faint. Harry walked out of the house and down the street. He had only gone a couple of blocks when he spotted Neville returning with a bushel of vegetables. "Hey, Neville." Neville turned to look at Harry. "Hey, Harry. What are you doing here?" Harry grinned broadly as he fell into step beside Neville. "I got to thinking the other day. I don't think that I have ever given you a birthday or a Christmas present. So, I decided that I needed to do something for you." Neville shook his head. "You didn't have to get me anything, Harry." Harry nodded. "I know, but I have a feeling that you are going to like your present. Give me those vegetables. I'd hate for you to drop them when you see it." "Is it that surprising?" asked Neville. "Nothing could be better," said Harry. Neville smiled. "Not to insult your gift or anything, Harry, but the only thing that I truly want is for my parents to be out of Mungo's for good." "Granted," said Harry. Neville stopped dead in his tracks. "What?" "I said, granted. You get your wish. Your parents are out of St. Mungo's and waiting for you in your house," answered Harry. Harry laughed in delight as Neville bolted for the front door of his house. Harry had to apparate to get there ahead of him. Neville burst in the door to see his mother and father standing there waiting for him. He cried out, "Mum, Dad." Then, he ran and grabbed his mother in a hug. He turned to Harry. Thank you." Harry waved him off. "Don't say anything. I just gave you what you deserved. Enjoy your summer, Neville. I have to get back home." Frank stuck out his hand. "We can never repay you for what you've done." Harry shook his hand. "Seeing people that Voldemort has hurt happy again is all the payment I need. I'll see you all at some later date." He turned to Ginny. "Shall we go, my love?" Ginny nodded and smiled. "Yes, Mr. Potter, we shall." Ginny took his hand and Harry apparated to Grimmauld Place. They found Ron and Hermione holed up in the parlor reading. Ron looked up when they entered. "What took you so long? It's almost dinner time, and Hermione has been making me read all day." Harry laughed. "I'm sorry, but it took longer than I thought to accomplish what I wanted to do." "Which was?" asked Hermione without looking up from her book. Harry shook his head. "Oh no, you're not going to get it out of me that easily. You'll just have to wait. Ron, you'll be happy to know that you don't have to read anymore today. Let's go eat, and then we will do some practical work before bed." Ron gave a cheer of relief while Hermione frowned at him. Ginny laughed and the four of them walked downstairs to the kitchen to eat. They spent some time after dinner working on the focusing techniques without making much progress. Hermione especially seemed to be frustrated with the lack of progress. Harry smiled at her. "Don't worry. It just takes time. I didn't really expect either of you to be able to alter your shape this soon. It will take days of constant effort before you are even able to make the smallest change without your wand." This did little to console Hermione, but she did stop grumbling. The next morning the four Gryffindors were sitting down to the breakfast table when the post owl arrived. Hermione opened the Daily Prophet and began to read. A moment later she spit her pumpkin juice out in shock. It splattered all over Harry, who was sitting across from her at the table. "Thank you, Hermione. I needed some pumpkin juice in my face to wake me up this morning." Hermione pointed at the newspaper. "Did you really do this?" Harry leaned over to look at the newspaper. "Do what?" He saw the article about St. Mungo's. "Oh, that. Yeah, that was what took so long yesterday." Ron tried to look over Hermione's shoulder, but she brushed him away. Ron asked, "What did he do?" Hermione began to read the article out loud. "In a surprise occurrence yesterday at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, the entire permanent spell damage ward was discharged and released from the hospital. According to eyewitnesses, Harry James Potter, aka the boy who lived, came to the hospital early yesterday for a meeting with head healer Alguin Filch. Healer Filch informed the papers that Harry Potter healed every member of the ward of the ailments with which they had been afflicted. The most famous patients in the ward included Frank and Alice Longbottom, and Gilderoy Lockhart. Mr. Potter was unavailable for comment, since no one seems to know where he spends his summers, but as soon as we can arrange an interview we will publish it for our readers. The patients of St. Mungo's have only this to say to our young hero. Thank you. Ron looked over at Harry in shock. You healed an entire ward. It was a statement, not a question. Harry nodded. Yeah, it was actually a bit tiring, too. I'm going to have to take it easy for a few days on what magic I use. Hermione smiled. You never cease to amaze me, Harry. You healed Neville's parents. Harry nodded. He was quite happy to see them. Hermione nodded. I'm sure that he was. Ginny leaned her head on Harry's shoulder. I love you, Harry. Harry smiled down at Ginny. I love you too, Miss Weasley. Ron looked disgusted. Don't make me sick. Harry grinned mischievously. If that made you sick, then this should really turn your stomach. He spun Ginny in the seat, and planted both his lips on hers in a passionate and fiery kiss. Ron ran out of the room, while Hermione smiled at the two of them and averted her gaze until they were through. Ginny said breathlessly, at least now we know how to get rid of Ron when he's being a pain. The three teenagers burst out laughing, and didn't stop until they could no longer breathe. Harry's birthday. The first few weeks of summer flew by. The teenagers performed various cleaning chores around the house. Hermione and Ron spent a great deal of time studying to become animagi. They had begun to make some progress. Ron appeared to have a little more talent for the transformation than Hermione did. He could make slight changes to his facial structure, while Hermione was still working on her hands. The day before Harry's birthday, Harry and Ron were sitting at the breakfast table discussing Quidditch. The two of them, along with Fred, George, Ginny, and whoever else happened to be around, had went to play at Potter Manor a couple of times over the intervening weeks. Harry said, I think that we need to have a full game of Quidditch tomorrow. Ron nodded. That would be great if we could get enough players. We've got me and you, Ginny, Fred, George, Bill, and Charlie. That's one full team. We just need to come up with another 7 players. Harry grinned. If push comes to shove, we can make Hermione play. She won't like it very much, but she will because it's my birthday. Ron snorted. I will have to see that to believe it, but who else are we going to get? Harry starting making a list. Well, I can apparate to their houses and see who can come. I'd say that we need to check with Neville, Seamus, Dean, Luna, and the Creevies. That's 6. That gives us 2 full teams if Hermione plays. Ron waved a hand. Go to it. See who you can get. Harry nodded. All right, I'll go in just a minute. Ginny walked into the room. Go where? Harry looked up. How would you feel about getting a full Quidditch game going tomorrow? Ginny smiled. I say it's a great idea. Good. That's where I'm going. I'm going to pop around to some people's houses and see if they can come play tomorrow, said Harry. Who? Asked Ginny. You'll see. I have to go ahead and get out of here. The first people that I ask might not be able to come. I'll have to find some more to ask if they can't, said Harry. He disapparated away. Ginny shook her head. It is impossible to keep track of that boy. Ron laughed. I can imagine. He takes off at the drop of a hat, and nobody can track him. I wouldn't be surprised if he could apparate in Hogwarts. Hermione walked into the kitchen as Ron said this. Ron, how many times do I have to tell you that you can't apparate in Hogwarts? Ginny smirked. Hermione, do you believe everything that you read? Hermione nodded, as long as it's from a reliable source. Don't. Nobody knows everything. Then, Ginny walked out of the kitchen. Hermione looked at Ron in bewilderment. What was that supposed to mean? Ron shrugged. I have no idea. I gave up trying to understand Ginny a long time ago. She has only gotten more mysterious since she started dating Harry. Hermione smiled. At least she makes him happy. Ron nodded. There is that. Harry popped into existence at the Longbottom house. Frank was sitting on the couch with Alice and Neville. The three of them were talking. Frank looked at Harry in concern. Is anything wrong, Harry? Harry grinned and shook his head. No, I just came by to see if Neville wanted to play some Quidditch at my house tomorrow. It's my birthday and we're trying to get 2 full teams together. Neville nodded. I'd love to come play. I don't have a broom, though. Harry shook his head. It doesn't matter. My parents' brooms are at the house. We have a couple of spares on top of that. It should be fine. I'll be there, then, said Neville. Frank smiled. What position do you play, Harry? Harry grinned. I am James Potter's son. I would think that it would be obvious. Alice giggled. I would love to see you play, Harry said. All of you should come. We're going to have a lot of fun. Frank nodded. We'll be there. Any specific time? Harry nodded. About lunchtime. We're going to eat and then play. I've got to go. There are other people to invite. Harry popped out of existence, and reappeared at Seamus' house. Seamus' mother screamed when Harry appeared in her living room. "Hello, Mrs. Finnegan." Seamus beamed. "That was brilliant, mate. Why are you here, Harry?" asked Mrs. Finnegan. Harry grinned. "I just came to see if Seamus can come to my house tomorrow to play Quidditch." Seamus' eyes lit up. "Can I go, Mum?" Mrs. Finnegan smiled. "I suppose. What is the Flow address?" "Just say Potter Manor. We'll be waiting there around noon. Anyway, gotta go. There are more people to invite. See you tomorrow, Seamus." "Bye, Mrs. Finnegan." Harry disapparated, and reappeared at Dean's house. This caused a great deal of confusion, considering that Dean's parents were Muggles. Dean's mother fainted dead away. Harry caught her and laid her on the couch, just as Dean ran into the room. "Harry, what did you do?" asked Dean. Harry grinned sheepishly. "I think that I scared your mother half to death." Dean nodded. "Apparating directly into my living room would tend to do that." "Sorry." Harry waved his hand at her, enervate. Dean's mother opened her eyes and asked, "What happened?" Dean chuckled. "One of my friends from school popped in. Mum, I would like you to meet Harry Potter." Harry stepped into view and offered his hand in greeting. "My apologies for frightening you, Mrs. Thomas. I wasn't thinking about the fact that Dean was Muggle-born." Mrs. Thomas narrowed her eyes. "Do you have a problem with Muggle-born wizards?" Harry laughed. "Of course not. My mum was Muggle-born. I was referring to the fact that most Muggles aren't accustomed to people appearing out of thin air in their homes. Most wizards are." Mrs. Thomas's expression softened. "Oh." She took Harry's hand and shook it. "I'm pleased to meet you, then." Dean looked over at Harry. "What are you doing here, Harry?" Harry grinned. "We're putting together a killer Quidditch game at my house tomorrow for my birthday. I thought that you would like to come play." Dean grinned. "Can I go, Mum?" Mrs. Thomas smiled. "I suppose. I hope that it isn't too far to drive, though. I hate long trips." "Don't worry about that. I can come get him tomorrow. We'll be there in an instant," said Harry. Mrs. Thomas asked, "Would it be possible for me to come as well? I wouldn't want to intrude, but I have heard Dean talk about Quidditch, and I would like to see a game." Harry nodded enthusiastically. "Of course. The more the merrier. Neville's parents are coming too." "That's settled. I'll be here to get you at noon." Dean grinned. "I'll be ready, mate." Harry waved a hand. "See ya." Then, he disappeared. Mrs. Thomas looked at Dean. "I thought that you couldn't use magic outside of school." Dean nodded. "You're right. We can't until we're 17. Harry has always been able to get away with a lot more than anyone else, though. He's special." "You mean he gets special treatment because of who he is?" "Yeah, but he deserves it," said Dean. Mrs. Thomas shook her head. "No one deserves special treatment. Harry does. He breaks all the rules, but it is always for a good cause. That boy has saved more people's lives than anyone else could imagine attempting," said Dean. "What are you talking about? Whose lives have been in danger?" asked Mrs. Thomas. "Pretty well everybody's. Mum, there are a lot of things that I have never told you about the wizarding world. I think that it is time that you heard the tale of Harry Potter." "There's a tale about him?" inquired Mrs. Thomas with skepticism apparent in her voice. Dean chuckled. "There's a whole lot more than one. Harry is the most famous wizard in the world. The most powerful, too. You probably need to sit down, Mum. After I tell you this story, you will probably regret ever having let me go to Hogwarts." Harry went straight from Dean's house to the Creevies. Although, he had learned his lesson this time. He apparated into an alleyway close to the house. Then, he walked up to the front door and rang the bell. Dennis answered the door. He stopped and did a double take. Then, he yelled, "Colin, Harry Potter is here." Colin came racing down the stairs and said, "Wow, I never expected you to be at my house, Harry." Harry grinned. "Are you going to invite me in, or do I have to wait out on the porch?" Dennis quickly motioned Harry into the house. A woman that was obviously the Creevy's mother bustled into the hallway. She stopped upon sighting Harry. "Well, what do we have here? Are you one of Colin and Dennis' friends from school?" Harry smiled at the woman. "Something like that. My name is Harry Potter." He held out his hand. She smiled back at him and took his hand. I'm Dennis and Colin's mother. Wait, did you just say Harry Potter? Yes, ma'am, answered Harry. The woman pulled him into a hug. Colin told me all about what you did 4 years ago. He said that you saved him and killed a giant magical snake. Harry chuckled. Unfortunately, your son has a bad habit of exaggerating when it comes to me. Madame Pomfrey and Professor Sprout are the ones that saved him. Although, he's right about the giant snake. That thing was 60 feet long. Colin piped up as his mother released Harry. So, Harry, what did you come over for? Tomorrow is my birthday, and we're organizing a full Quidditch game. We need 14 players to form 2 full teams. We thought that the 2 of you would like to come play, answered Harry. Dennis jumped for joy. Of course we would. Mum, can we go? Their mother smiled. I suppose. You will have to give me directions to your home, Harry. Harry shook his head. I'll come get them. It's no big deal, really. Just don't faint when I appear from nowhere in your living room at noon tomorrow. She looked at him. Can you really do that? Harry chuckled. Be standing in your living room at noon tomorrow and you will see it firsthand. Colin asked. Who else is going to be playing? All the Weasleys, Hermione, Neville, Dean, Seamus, and me so far. That leaves us 1 player short. I'm hopping over to Luna Lovegood's house next. I'm sure that she will come since Neville is going to be there, said Harry. Colin nodded. We'll see you at noon tomorrow then. Bye, Colin. Bye, Dennis. It was nice to have met you, Mrs. Creevey. Harry disapparated and headed for Luna Lovegood's home. He arrived in what could at the best of times be called a mass of confusion. The house was a jumble of old Quibbler magazines. Boards and notes lay strewn all over the place. Some were tacked up on the wall. Others were flying around in circles above some man's head. Harry cleared his throat to gain the man's attention. Excuse me, sir. I'm looking for Luna. The man paid him little attention as he said, Up the stairs, second door on the right. Harry shook his head in silent amusement as he made his way up the stairs. He knocked on the second door, and Luna answered it. Her room was in little better shape than the downstairs had been. Hi, Luna. She had her wand stuffed behind her ear as usual. Hello, Harry. Why are you in my home? I came by to see if you would like to come over to my house tomorrow and play Quidditch with us. Neville is going to be there with his parents. Luna smiled. Yes. Neville wrote me telling me how you healed his parents. She leaned up and pecked him on the cheek. I want to thank you for what you did. It has made him very happy. Harry smiled. I was glad to do it. Now, about tomorrow? Luna nodded. I would love to come. I'm not very good at Quidditch, though. I'll play, however. Harry grinned. Great. Just say Potter Manor in the flow. Everyone's going to be there at noon. Luna said, I'll see you tomorrow, Harry. Bye, Luna. Harry disapparated back to Grimmauld Place to find Ginny Weasley waiting for him. Hi, Ginny. You've been gone long enough, she said. Harry shrugged. It took a while to round up players. I had to talk to everyone's parents. Luna's dad is weird. I made Dean's mum faint. I don't think that she has ever had anyone apparate right beside her before. Ginny clapped a hand to her mouth. Dean's parents are muggles, Harry. Harry let out a long breath. I know. I didn't think about that fact until it was just a little bit too late. Ginny giggled. Oh well. What's done is done. Do you feel up to a little exercise? Harry nodded. Sure. What did you have in mind? I want you to work with me on my swordplay. All right. The upstairs parlor should give us enough room to work out if we move all the furniture, said Harry. Ginny shook her head. That's no good. Ron and Hermione are in there. What are they doing? Asked Harry. Ginny snorted. They claim to be working on their animagus transformation, but you don't have to put a locking charm, silencing charm, and an imperturbable charm on the door to study. Couldn't you have just broken through the charms and spied on them? Ginny gave Harry a dirty look. Since Ron is the only one in that room old enough to cast the spells without the Ministry sending an owl, of course I could have. I want to know why I would, though. Seeing Hermione and Ron snogging is not high on my list of priorities. I've caught them twice before, and that was 2 times too many. Harry laughed. I guess that we will just have to find somewhere else to practice. Harry slapped his forehead after a moment's thought. We can go to the manor. There is an excellent training room there. Ginny smiled. That will be perfect. We better tell Mum that we're going, though. Harry nodded. I'll tell her. Harry walked into the kitchen. Molly, Ginny and I are going to pop over to the manor for a little while. What for? Asked Molly. Ginny wants me to help her with her sword technique, and Ron and Hermione are using the only room big enough for us to practice in here. So, we're going to be using the training room at the manor, answered Harry. Molly nodded. I suppose. Be back in time for dinner. Harry smiled. I would never dream of missing your wonderful cooking. Molly snorted. Are you trying to say that you like my food? Harry chuckled. If I didn't like your food, Molly, I would have died a long time ago. You have been making me eat third and fourth helpings of everything that you make for years now. Molly blushed. You were always so skinny. I was trying to fatten you up. Harry looked down at his own body. It worked somewhat. I'm not the little scarecrow that I used to be. Molly smiled. There is that. I'll expect you both back shortly. Harry called back over his shoulder. Don't worry, we won't be terribly long. Shortly after Harry and Ginny had left, Dumbledore popped into the kitchen of Grimmauld Place. Molly, is Harry around? Molly shook her head. No, he and Ginny are over at the manor practicing sword techniques. Apparently Ginny asked for some extra tutoring. Dumbledore chuckled. I am sure that our young Mr. Potter was only too happy to comply. Molly joined Albus in his laughter. Yes, he was. It is amazing how those two finally found their way to each other. Ginny had such a crush on him for years. He never paid a bit of attention. She finally gave up, and then it snowballed. Harry seemed to be drawn to her. Dumbledore sighed. It was as it should be. While she still had the childhood crush on him, Ginny couldn't relax enough to let Harry get to know the real her. Once she did, he didn't have a chance. I could see that a long time ago. Molly looked at Albus questioningly. You seem to know a great deal about the course of their relationship. Dumbledore smiled faintly. I have watched Harry from afar his entire life. It was impossible to watch him and not notice the behavior of Miss Ia Weasley. Now, I must be jogging. I have to have a long talk with Harry about what is going to happen the day after tomorrow. Molly asked, do you really think that he is ready for all that, Albus? You know how Harry hates to be the center of attention. Dumbledore shrugged. Whether he hates it or not is irrelevant. Harry will always be center stage. He knows that and accepts it. I just have to warn him of what is coming. I don't want it all to be a shock. I intentionally intercepted the letter from the Ministry so that I would be the one to tell him. Dumbledore then apparated to Potter Manor. When he arrived, he discovered Harry and Ginny in the training room. Both of them had their swords drawn. They were circling each other warily, and then Ginny attacked. Harry parried easily, and used his superior strength to drive her backwards and off balance. Then, he slapped the flat of the blade lightly against her thigh. Harry smiled knowingly. You would be hobbling at this point, dear. Ginny frowned furiously. I know. Why can't I do this? You can. It will just take time. I don't want it to take time. Can't you make me better at it? You know the way you did with my animagus form? Asked Ginny. Harry nodded. I can, but it won't be evident for several days, and you will still have to work to enhance the knowledge. Let's do that then, said Ginny. Harry chuckled. I am afraid that it will have to wait. Albus has been standing in the doorway watching us for several minutes now. I think that he wants to talk to us. Dumbledore stepped into the room. How did you know that I was hiding there, Harry? Harry looked exasperated. You really don't think that I would allow anyone to sneak up on me in my own house, do you? I have wards around the manor that warn me when anyone apparates into the house. I knew you were here the moment you landed in the sitting room. Dumbledore smiled. I'm impressed. Thank you. What did you want to talk to us about? Asked Harry. I see that you wish to get right to the point. Harry, do you remember when Alguin said that you were in for a nasty shock? Harry nodded. How could I forget? Well, today I am here to explain what that nasty shock is, said Dumbledore. Harry sighed. I take it that you are going to want me to sit down first. Dumbledore chuckled. It would probably be better if both of you did. Ginny's face brightened. You mean that I get to find out what is going on? Yes, Miss Weasley. It isn't really a secret, or at least it won't be the day after tomorrow. Follow me. He led the two teenagers into the kitchen, where all three of them sat down. Tea. asked Dumbledore while waving his wand and a full tea service appeared. Harry and Ginny both nodded. Dumbledore poured 3 cups of tea and passed them around. Then, he cleared his throat. Harry, it is time that I told you about your lineage. Harry protested, I already know that I am the heir of Gryffindor. What else could there be? Dumbledore smiled. There is a great deal that goes along with being the heir of Gryffindor, my young friend. To tell this story properly, we will have to go back to the days of Merlin. In those days, your parents gave you your familiar name, and children chose their own surname when they came of age. Merlin had 2 sons. The younger one chose the surname Dumbledore. That surname was passed from father to son after that. So, the Dumbledores became the first house to keep the same surname through multiple generations. Ginny's mouth fell open. So, you are a descendant of Merlin? Dumbledore nodded. Indeed I am. Merlin's eldest son chose a different surname. Then his son after him. Merlin's great-grandchild was given the familiar name, Godric. I'm sure that you can guess what surname that he chose. Harry grinned knowingly. Godric Gryffindor was Merlin's great-grandson. That means that I am the heir of Gryffindor as well as Merlin. Very true, Harry. However, the story becomes even more intriguing. Godric had 1 son. He chose a different surname. Godric's son, however, had 2 sons. The elder chose the surname Potter. His lineage passed on the surname from that point forward. All the way down to you. They also passed on a title. That of Lord Gryffindor. Harry frowned. So, are you saying that I am a lord? Dumbledore nodded. I am afraid so. There is much that goes with this title. For you see, the younger of those 2 sons kept his lineage pure, and held the surname after that point. His family is now the current royal family of Britain. Harry spit out his tea. Ginny dropped her glass to the floor. Are you saying that I am related to the Queen? Harry exclaimed. That, Harry, is precisely what I am saying. As Lord Gryffindor, you are 9th in succession to the throne. The Queen and yourself are cousins. The title carries with it a great deal of prestige in the wizarding world. In the Muggle world it brings with it estates and a great deal of money, explained Dumbledore. Wait a minute. So, you're saying that I'm even richer than I already thought? Several times over, Harry, said Dumbledore. How rich? Asked Harry. Dumbledore smiled. Well, your wizard estates and gold in your Gringotts vault would be valued in the Muggle world at just over 10 million pounds. Harry sucked in a breath. I knew that my wizard fortune was worth quite a bit, but I didn't realize that it was that much. Your Muggle estates and bank accounts at last check were worth well in excess of 120 million pounds, stated Dumbledore firmly. It was Harry's turn to drop his glass. Ginny squeaked in shock, and turned to stare at Harry in amazement. She smiled. Who would have known? I just thought I was falling in love with a wonderful young wizard. I never expected a member of the royal family, and rich to boot. Harry smirked at her. Well, this is going to be interesting. I don't know what I could humanly do with all that money. Dumbledore chuckled. You will probably do what most of your ancestors have done. Spend some of it, and let the rest lie around in banks earning interest. Sounds like a plan to me. The entire Gryffindor Quidditch team is getting new brooms this year, though, said Harry matter-of-factly. I am afraid that there is more, Harry, said Dumbledore. What else? Asked Harry. The day after your birthday, you will have to go to the ministry for your official ceremony granting you the title of Lord Gryffindor. The day after that, you are required to be at the palace to meet the Queen, and allow her aides to plan your presentation ceremony to the Muggle world. Explained Dumbledore. 2 ceremonies. This is going to be horrible. Can Ginny come with me? Asked Harry. Dumbledore smiled. To the presentation at the ministry, of course. To the private meeting with the Queen, yes. Whether or not she will be able to attend your presentation party is up to the Queen, but I doubt that she will have any problem with it. So, did my dad enjoy having to do all this? Asked Harry. Dumbledore shook his head. Sadly, your father never took the title of Lord Gryffindor. Your grandfather held the title until his death, and by that time your parents were already in hiding in Godric's Hollow. He did, however, always protest that he hated royal functions that he attended with his father. He didn't much care for Muggle formalities, or their suits for that matter. Speaking of, we will have to get you something suitable to wear to meet the Queen, Harry. The two of us will go shopping in Muggle London after the ceremony at the Ministry. Harry responded immediately, Ginny will have to go shopping with us. We'll need a woman's taste. Not to mention she will need one of those elegant dresses that Muggle women wear to parties. Dumbledore nodded, that will be fine. I have to leave now, but I will see you the day after tomorrow. Dumbledore stood up and apparated away. Harry turned to Ginny after Dumbledore left and said, you do realize that this means you will one day be Lady Gryffindor. Ginny smiled and curtsied, yes, Lord Gryffindor, I realize that, perfectly. Now about this dress. Harry cut her off, we'll discuss that the day after tomorrow. You can go over dress ideas with Hermione until then. I'm sure she will have some ideas. I don't want to hear about them until I can actually see the dresses, though. I have to have something to look at when it comes to fashion. Ginny made a funny face, oh, all right. I'll talk to Hermione. Let's go get some dinner. I'm starting to get a little hungry. Harry reached out and took her hand, so am I. He pulled Ginny into a kiss. Harry stepped back from her and winked. Then, they appeared in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, still staring into each other's eyes. As soon as they appeared, Molly asked, so, what did Dumbledore want with you? Although Molly already knew, she was curious to see if Harry would talk about it. Harry laughed, he just informed me that I'm a whole lot richer than I thought. Not to mention that your daughter is the future Lady Gryffindor. Ron walked into the kitchen, followed closely by Hermione, who's Lady Gryffindor. Ginny snorted, nobody right now, Ron, but I will be someday. Ron appeared confused, but Hermione understood immediately, Harry, I didn't expect you to have a title. Harry sighed, there's a whole lot more to it than that. I am a member of the royal family, and my Muggle fortune is quite a bit larger than my wizarding fortune. Ron gaped and then asked, how much bigger? Molly snapped out, Ronald Weasley, you do not ask people how much money they have. Ron blushed, sorry, Mum. It was a reflex action. Harry shook his head, don't worry about it. I was a little surprised myself. To answer your question, about a dozen times over. Even Hermione and Molly stared at Harry incredulously at this revelation. Harry turned to Molly Weasley. The first order of business once I get my hands on the money will be to commission someone to rebuild the burrow. Molly shook her head, no, Harry, we couldn't accept something like that from you. It wouldn't be proper. You most certainly can, considering the fact that the burrow was destroyed because they thought that I might be there. So, Molly, you have two choices. 1, you can smile and say thank you. 2, you can say no, and I'm going to do it anyway. Your choice, stated Harry. Molly grabbed Harry in a hug, thank you so much, Lord Gryffindor. Once Molly released him, Harry pointed a finger at her, no offense, Molly, but if you ever call me Lord Gryffindor in a non-formal atmosphere again, I will have to hex you. Only Ginny gets to tease me about being a lord. The rest of you have to find something else. Ron protested, why does Ginny get to tease you and we don't? Harry chuckled, because I can fight back against Ginny. I can tease her about being a lady. Ginny smirked, you had better watch what you say, Potter. I might decide that I don't want to be a lady. Ron snorted, Ginny, even I know that's an empty threat. Harry couldn't get rid of you if he transported you to the moon. Hermione and Ginny both slapped Ron on the arms at the same time. Harry and Molly laughed at him. Harry asked, why would I ever want to get rid of the beautiful Lady Gryffindor? Ginny laughed, okay, I think that's enough for today. Harry nodded, I suppose you're right. I think that you and Hermione need to discuss dresses anyway. I'm sure she will have some ideas. I doubt that Albus and I will be a lot of help when it comes to picking out evening dresses for meeting the Queen. Hermione gasped, you get to meet the Queen? Considering she's my cousin, I would assume so. I'm supposed to be at the palace to meet her, and allow her advisors to plan my presentation party or something in 3 days, said Harry. That doesn't leave us much time. Come on, Ginny. I have some books that depict some dresses for formal wear. That should give us an idea of what to look for, said Hermione as she grabbed Ginny's arm and dragged her up the stairs. Ron watched them go with his mouth hanging open. He finally recovered and said, don't they know that we're about to eat? Fred and George apparated into the kitchen at that moment. Fred asked, who is Ickle Ronnikins talking about? Harry grinned, the girls. They just took off upstairs to look at evening dresses. George frowned. Why would they be looking for evening dresses? Ginny and I are going shopping with Dumbledore, day after tomorrow, to get an evening dress for Ginny and some kind of suit for me. We have to be suitably dressed for our audience with the Queen, explained Harry. Fred and George nodded, and then did a double take. What do you mean, the Queen? My cousin. Ginny and I are going to meet her 2 days after my birthday, said Harry. Fred asked weakly, your cousin? George asked just as weakly, your royalty? Harry nodded, apparently. Fred and George recovered from their shock, and then grinned mischievously. Harry groaned as he recognized the expressions on their face. Fred asked, so, if you're royalty, and our sister is going to marry you. Fred trailed off and George completed it. Does that mean that our little Jin is going to be royalty too? Harry nodded, yes, it does. Fred and George grinned from ear to ear, yay. We've got a royal sister. We must treat her like royalty. Molly Weasley broke in, oh, no you don't, you leave your sister alone. Fred and George gave their best expressions of innocence. Harry laughed inwardly. In his experience, the more innocent Fred and George tried to appear, the more devious the scheme that they were up to. Molly eyed them, but did not inquire any further into what they were planning. Ginny and Hermione returned downstairs just as Molly was preparing to serve dinner. Both of them looked rather giggly. Harry leaned in towards Ginny as she sat down beside him. He whispered, I would watch myself around Fred and George if I were you. They're up to something. Ginny glanced at the twins and saw them whispering quietly to one another. That was a bad sign as far as she was concerned. Nothing good ever came from those two when they felt they had to conceal what they were talking about from their mother. This was going to be bad, very bad. Harry grasped her hand under the table and gave it a reassuring squeeze. She garnered some amount of courage from this. She glanced sideways at Harry's profile. He caught her and winked. The twins finally stopped whispering to each other, and looked over at Ginny. Ginny took a deep breath. So, what are the two of you up to? Fred grinned mischievously, while George echoed, up to? Ginny nodded, yeah, up to. I know it's something, so you might as well spit it out and get it over with. Well, sis, we just wanted to congratulate you on finally becoming a lady, said Fred. George jumped in, it was a complete surprise to us. Here, we thought all this time that you liked Harry because Dad used to read you bedtime stories about him. Fred continued, now, we find out that you must be one of Trelawney's pupils, because you must have seen into the future and knew that Harry was a member of the royal family. George took it up from here, because we all know how you used to walk around and talk about how much you wanted to be a lady when you were a little girl. Even Molly was finding it difficult not to laugh at the antics of the twins. Hermione was attempting to suppress her giggles, but was failing miserably. Ron was rolling on the floor chortling. Ginny was blushing every shade of imaginable. Harry asked in utter disbelief, they read you bedtime stories about me? Ginny could only nod in embarrassment, but the twins would have no mercy. Fred laughed, you should have seen it, Harry. She used to beg Dad to read her the story of how the boy who lived triumphed over he who must not be named. George said, it was her favorite story. She heard it so many times that I bet that she could recite it word for word by the time she was 5. Harry stared at Ginny in open-mouthed astonishment. Fred finished, I wish you could have been there to see it. Harry grinned mischievously, maybe I should go back and see. Ginny jerked her head up sharply, you wouldn't. Wouldn't I? Challenged Harry. Ron looked up from the floor, what are the two of you talking about? Hermione answered since Harry and Ginny were still staring challengingly at each other, he means that he can travel back in time to see for himself. She turned to Harry, that would be really dangerous, Harry. You could alter time. Harry snorted, while never taking his eyes from Ginny, I wouldn't change anything, Hermione. I'm not stupid. All I would do is go back and take a peek. I would be invisible the whole time. No one would even know that I was ever there. Ginny started to cry, I can't believe that you're teasing me about this, too. Harry pulled Ginny to him, and planted a kiss on her lips that stopped her tearing immediately. I wasn't teasing you. If you have liked me from the first time that you heard about me, then, I would say that I am the luckiest man in the world, because we were obviously destined to be together. The rest of the room had stopped in shock when Harry kissed Ginny. Hermione beamed when Harry finished speaking. Molly was wiping tears from her eyes as she viewed her daughter and Harry. Fred and George laughed, while Ron scowled. Hermione caught the look on Ron's face. "What's the matter with you?" Ron shook his head. "It's not fair." Hermione appeared bewildered, as did the rest of the room. "What's not fair?" Ron pointed at Harry. "How come he can say stuff like that and I can't?" Harry said, "You can say stuff like that anytime you want." Ron shook his head. "No, I can't. It never comes out right when I try to say stuff like that to Hermione." Harry chuckled. "That's because you keep letting your head get in the way." Ron scratched his head in thought. "What does that mean?" "If you want to be able to talk to Hermione the way I do to Ginny, you have to learn to listen to your heart. The language of the heart will never send you down the wrong path," explained Harry. Ron shrugged. "I still don't get it." Harry grinned. "You will. Now, let's eat." Fred ran over to the other side of the table where Harry and Ginny were. "Milady, allow me to pull out your seat for you." Harry gave a fake cough to catch Fred's attention. "I think that is enough teasing." George protested. "No, we were just beginning to have fun." Harry looked George square in the eye. "Might I remind the two of you that Voldemort is scared of me, and that I'm saying that is enough?" Fred and George exchanged quick glances and then chorused, "You're absolutely right, Harry. That is enough." Both of them quickly took their seats and began to eat their dinner. Molly looked at Harry. "How do you get those two to behave? I have to scream for days to accomplish anything." Harry grinned. "That's basically the problem. They're adults now, and they know that you can't really do anything to them but yell." "I could throw them out of the house," said Molly. Harry shook his head. "That's not much of a threat considering we're in my house. Not to mention as much money as those two jokers make from that shop, they could get their own apartment. They just stay here because it's convenient for the order." "Well, what could you do to them?" asked Molly. Harry grinned. "They know that I have no reservations about beating them within an inch of their lives, because I can heal them as soon as I do it." Molly sucked in a large breath. "Oh." Harry patted her on the wrist. "Don't worry. They would have to go really overboard before I would hurt them. They're not that stupid, so the threat is enough to keep them in line." Dinner continued as other members of the family came in. Once dinner was over, Harry and the others made their way upstairs to chat and work on some of their summer homework before going to bed. The next morning, all the Weasleys flowed over to Potter Manor for Harry's birthday party. Molly baked a huge cake, and had a lot of sandwiches made up for lunch. Harry stretched as he looked out onto the pitch. Ron walked up beside him, and Harry grinned. "I guess that I had better go get our players. Seamus, Luna, and Neville are coming by Flo. I've got to go get Dean and the Creevies." Ron slapped him on the back. "We'll be waiting for you, mate." Harry apparated to Dean's house first. Dean, along with his mother and father, were sitting in the den waiting for him. Dean asked excitedly, "So, are we going by Portkey?" Harry shook his head. "No, just put a hand on my shoulders. I'll apparate us all to the manor, and then I have to go get Colin and Dennis." Each of the three of them placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. They apparated back to the manor. Harry quickly introduced Dean's parents to Arthur and Molly. Then, he disapparated away. A moment later, Harry appeared in the Creevies' sitting room. Their mother gave a start of surprise when Harry appeared. Harry smiled at her. "I told you." She smiled. "Yes, you did. Will Colin and Dennis be able to do that someday?" Harry nodded. "Colin will probably be able to do it next year. It will be a few years for Dennis, though." Dennis and Colin bounded into the room, holding their broomsticks. They each grabbed one of Harry's arms. Dennis said impatiently, "Come on, Harry, we want to play." Harry grinned. "That's the spirit. Hang on." The three of them apparated to Potter Manor, and walked outside to the pitch. The group moved outside towards the pitch and surrounded the table that the sandwiches and drinks were piled on. Harry waited until everyone had eaten their fill. "All right, we have to figure out how we're going to divide up the teams." Hermione spoke up. "I think that the best way for you to do it would be to decide who is going to play each position and then divide from there." Harry looked over at the others. "That makes sense to everyone?" They all nodded. "Okay, if you're going to play chaser, stand here." Harry pointed to one end of the pitch. "Dean, Seamus, Fred, and George are going to be the beaters. Ron, and who's going to be the other keeper?" Bill answered, "I will." Harry nodded. I guess that leaves me and Charlie as the seekers. Charlie grinned. I have been waiting for this day. Why? Asked Harry. Charlie chuckled. I finally get to go up against one of the legendary Potter Seekers in a game of Quidditch. Harry grinned. You may regret that at the end of the day. Harry looked over to find Ginny, Luna, Neville, Dennis, and Colin standing at the chaser spot. Hermione, you'll have to play chaser. So, go ahead and get over here. Hermione shook her head. I'm not going to play Quidditch. You have to. We need a 14th player, whined Harry. Hermione continued to shake her head. You should have gotten someone else. Ron berated Hermione. You mean to tell me that you are going to leave one of your best friends hanging on his birthday, after he saved your life from a fully grown mountain troll by sticking his wand up its nose? Everyone laughed about the incident in the trio's first year at school. Hermione eyed Ron. As I recall, you had a hand in saving my life too. Harry shook his head. No. Ron saved my life after I got into trouble saving yours. The troll could have cared less about you after I jumped on it. It was trying to knock my head off when Ron took its club with that flying charm. Ron laughed. Good point, mate. I had never really thought about it that way. Hermione tried one last trump card. I don't have a broom. Harry grinned and said, Accio broomsticks. 3 brooms flew over to Harry. He presented one of them to Hermione, one to Neville, and one to Luna. Hermione asked, Where did you get these, Harry? Harry smiled. You, Hermione, are holding my mother's broomstick. Neville, you have my father's, and Luna is holding Sirius. Hermione gasped. You would let me ride your mother's broomstick? Harry smiled. I can't think of 3 better people to ride them than 3 people that followed me into the Department of Mysteries that night. It's time to choose teams. I'm ready to play. Charlie, since the 2 of us are the Seekers, I think that we should choose the teams. You go first. Pick someone from one position, and I'll match it. Charlie nodded. I'll take Ron as my keeper. That leaves me with Bill. Your turn. I'll take Fred as a beater, said Charlie. Harry paused for a moment. Well, Fred and George are used to playing together, as are Dean and Seamus. It would be a shame to break up the dream teams. So, you take the twins, and I'll take Dean and Seamus. Fair enough. For my first chaser, I will take the blonde. Colin, isn't it? Colin nodded. As Harry smiled, I think that it's obvious who my first choice is going to be among the chasers. Charlie laughed. I figured that you would hex me if I bothered to try and pick her. Since we seem to be matching couples here, I'll take Hermione. Ron would kill me if I didn't pick her. Harry laughed. Well, then, if we're keeping the couples together, then I have to take Neville and Luna. That gives you the other Creevy brother as your final chaser. Charlie shook Harry's hand. That makes the teams. Harry walked back over to his team. Strategy session. Frank, would you be so kind as to release the balls once we're in the air? Frank nodded. It would be my pleasure, Harry. The adults began talking as they waited for the game to begin. Harry looked at his team as they gathered around him. If I know Charlie, then he's telling Fred and George to keep the pressure on you in goal, Bill. Hermione has never really played, so you don't have to worry about too much from her, but those Creevies are monsters with the quaffle. Sometimes I wonder if the 2 of them share the same brain, like the twins. Neville, Luna, I want the 2 of you to follow Ginny's lead. Back her up as best as you can. Dean, Seamus, do everything that you can to keep the bludgers off of Bill when the Creevy get near the scoring area. Fred and George can be a bit. They have a slight advantage on skill and experience, considering they have 6 championship team Gryffindors on their side. I'm going to beat Charlie to that snitch, though. Just try to hang with them. We can do it. Remember something else, we're here to have fun. We're not playing Slytherin. Harry took to the air and his team followed him. Charlie's team flew up from the other side and they all surrounded the center ring. Frank released the snitch and the bludgers. A moment later, he threw the quaffle up into the air and the match began. Ginny took the quaffle and drove straight for Ron so fast on her Nimbus 2100 that none of the other chasers could begin to match the maneuver. She went into the scoring zone 1-on-1 with Ron and put the quaffle past him. Harry's team was up by 10. Play continued for about an hour after that. Charlie's team was leading 120-40. Ginny had put in 3 of the goals. Surprisingly, Neville had gotten the other one past Ron. On the other side, the Creevies were flying as if possessed. Hermione had managed one goal. Harry finally saw the snitch. Charlie saw it at approximately the same time. Unfortunately for Harry, Charlie was much closer to it. Harry flattened himself to the firebolt and raced after the snitch. Frank whistled appreciatively. That boy can fly better even than his father. Arthur smiled. Tell me about it. That's not the half of what he can do. I am going to be very proud to have him as a son-in-law. Alice giggled from next to Molly. You talk like you already know that he's going to marry Ia. Molly nodded. We do know. They talk about it all the time. They have already planned out the fact that he is going to propose to her as the end of this year after he takes his NEWTs. They're going to get married as soon as she finishes hers. Alice sighed. Young love. It was nice. Frank smiled. It still is. While this conversation was continuing, Harry had pulled up beside Charlie, looped him, and dove sideways off his broom to catch the snitch. He fell through the air, and did a flip as his broom came rocketing down under him to catch him. He straightened up holding the snitch as all the adults clapped. The teens landed. Charlie clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder. I have never seen anything like that, Harry. That was the best catch that I have ever seen. Ginny came running over and smacked Harry in the arm. Ouch, he said as he rubbed his arm. What did you hit me for? Ginny raged. You scared me half to death when you jumped off your broom like that. You could have killed yourself. Harry smiled. Don't be silly, Ginny. I have fell from a lot higher than that before, and was fine. Besides, I knew what I was doing. I was in control of the broomstick the whole time, and even if I hadn't been I could have cast a cushioning charm on the ground long before I ever hit it. Ginny sighed. I guess. Just don't worry me like that anymore. Harry grinned ruefully. I'll try my best. Once the rest of the players were sure that Ginny had calmed down, they began to congratulate Harry on his catch. Fred and George chorused. That was brilliant, mate. Ron looked at Harry in awe. That was amazing, Harry. I just wish that Wood had been here to see it. He would have went mad. Bill was grinning from ear to ear. I'm proud to know that you're going to join our family. Harry laughed. I joined your family a long time ago, Bill. Bill nodded. I know. I was just telling you that I approved of you marrying my sister is all. Harry smiled and shook Bill's hand. Thanks. I appreciate that. The next morning, Harry and Ginny sat down at breakfast. Harry appeared to be nervous, so Ginny smiled across at him. I'm sure it will be okay. Harry snorted. I somehow doubt it. Knowing Fudge, he will make some huge deal out of this. He likes to be pompous, and this is a perfect occasion. Hermione and Ron walked in. Ron grinned. You'll live, mate. Harry looked at the other two, as Fred and George joined them. What are the two of you going to do today, while I am being tortured? Hermione grinned. Didn't anyone tell you? We're coming to watch. Ron laughed. You should have known that we wouldn't miss something like this. Harry turned to Fred and George. I suppose this means that the two of you are coming, as well. Fred and George nodded exuberantly. We wouldn't miss it for the world. We even closed the shop for the morning. Harry shook his head in resignation. I just hope there isn't a big crowd for this. Fred and George exchanged glances. You're not going to get your wish, mate. Fudge had some of his aides place flyers all over Diagon Alley yesterday. Harry paled. You have got to be kidding me. Arthur said. I'm afraid not, Harry. I tried to talk him out of it, but he wouldn't listen. Harry looked up to see Arthur standing in the doorway of the kitchen with Lupin. Harry sighed. I guess that I will just have to deal with it. Are you coming too, Remus? Remus smiled. I wouldn't miss this for the world. All of them finished eating breakfast hurriedly. The girls departed first to go and get ready. Harry looked over at Ron. I guess that we might as well put on our dress robes. Ron replied, yeah, I guess so. The two of them walked up the stairs. Harry stopped and knocked on the door to Ginny's room. She called out, Who is it? It's Harry. I'm dressing. I know. I just wanted to tell you to lay out some Muggle clothing on your bed. That way I can change our clothing after the ceremony, so that we can go straight into London to shop with Dumbledore. Okay, I will. I love you. I know. Ron shook his head and chuckled at the bemused expression on Harry's face. Harry turned to look at him. How do you like that? I can't even get her to tell me that she loves me." Ron slapped him on the back. "You know that she does." Harry nodded. "I do. Let's just get ready." Harry and Ron showered and pulled on their clothing. Then, they put their dress robes on, and walked downstairs. When they walked back into the sitting room, they discovered that Dumbledore was already there waiting for them. Harry smiled. "Hello, Albus." Dumbledore smiled back at him. "Are you ready to become Lord Gryffindor, Harry?" Harry shrugged. "I'm as ready as I'll ever be, I guess. I hate crowds." "I know, Harry, but with your station in life comes certain obligations. You'll just have to make the best of it," said Dumbledore. "At least when I get into the Muggle world, they won't be ogling me because I'm the boy who lived." "True. They will just be ogling you because you're rich," replied Dumbledore. Harry shrugged. "It could be worse. I don't think that it's that bad." Harry heard Ginny's voice come from behind him. He turned around, and sucked in a breath. Ginny was dressed in the robes that Harry had gotten her for the ball the previous year. She was also wearing the bracelet and necklace that he had given her for Christmas. All in all, she was a breathtaking sight to behold. "You are exquisite," said Harry. Ginny smiled, and curtsied. "You are very gracious, Lord Gryffindor. I must say that you don't look so bad yourself." Dumbledore laughed softly at the playful teasing that Ginny was subjecting Harry to. "Young love. It is a wonderful thing to behold." Ginny flushed slightly, but Harry answered the statement with one of his own. "It may be nice to behold, but I would much rather experience it. There is nothing that can remotely compare to it." "I would have to agree with you, Harry," said Dumbledore wistfully. Harry eyed Dumbledore in surprise at his tone of voice. He refrained from comment, but decided to try and find out about it later. "Albus, I was thinking. Dobby would probably love to be there today when I am formally presented the title of Lord Gryffindor. If you don't mind him leaving for the day. I would like for him to be there. I'm sure it would mean a lot if I asked him to come." Dumbledore nodded. "I am sure that Dobby would enjoy it very much. I can send a message to Hogwarts if you would like." Harry shook his head. "No need, I'll go get him." Harry quickly transformed into a phoenix, and then disappeared. He reappeared in the kitchen of Hogwarts. He transformed back into his human form and quickly spotted Dobby racing towards him. "Harry Potter, sir." "Harry Potter." Dobby grabbed Harry in a hug. Harry smiled and patted Dobby on the back. "Dobby, I came to ask you if you wanted to come to my presentation ceremony at the Ministry today?" Dobby beamed up at Harry. "Is Harry Potter serious, sir?" Dobby would love to come and see Harry Potter become Lord Gryffindor. Dobby is honored for Harry Potter as a great and noble wizard. Harry waved a hand to stem the flow of words from Dobby's mouth. A simple yes would do fine. "Now, we have to do something about those clothes. You need to wear something a little more formal." Harry waved a hand at Dobby, and his tea cozy, sweater, and shorts were transfigured into an open vest of fine silk and elf-size black trousers. Dobby looked down at his clothes in amazement. "Harry Potter is too kind. Harry Potter is the greatest wizard of all." "Enough, Dobby. Let's go. Just follow my magical signature, and you will turn up in my house." Harry transformed back into a phoenix, and popped to Grimmauld Place. Dobby apparated following him. They both appeared in the sitting room with the others. Harry reverted to his human form. Dumbledore eyed him thoughtfully. "Harry, how did you bring Dobby here?" "What do you mean?" asked Harry. "He shouldn't have been able to come into the house because of the Fidelius charm," said Dumbledore. "Oh, that was easy. Since you are the secret keeper for the Order, I pulled the information directly from your brain to his. It was the same thing as if you told him yourself. A simple charm, really. Unfortunately, nobody even knows that it exists." "Then, where did you learn it?" asked Hermione, who by this point had joined everyone else in the sitting room. Harry smiled mysteriously. "I don't believe that is information that I can readily give out. I have to have a few secrets." Hermione started to protest, but Ron placed a hand on her mouth. "Let's not go through that again, Hermione. If Harry doesn't want to tell us, I'm sure he has a reason. Let it go at that." Everyone in the room stared at Ron in surprise. Molly was the first one to speak. "Ronald Weasley, I am impressed. You're finally growing up." The twins couldn't resist the opportunity for a quick jab at Ron, Ah, our little Ronnikins is finally growing up. Both of them pretended to wipe a stray tear from the corner of their eye. They both then gave very loud and very fake sniffs and said together, I'm going to miss Ickle Ronnikins sticking his foot in his mouth. Hermione responded scathingly, Ron may be immature some of the time, but the two of you are immature all of the time. Fred grinned, hey, the two of us resemble that remark. Everyone in the room laughed. Harry said, Molly, at least we know that no matter what happens, the twins will always be good at cheering everyone up. Molly nodded, at least they're good at something. Dumbledore finished chuckling, well, we should be getting along. The minister will not want the guest of honor to be late. Harry snorted, I'm all for disappointing the minister. Who's with me? Ginny grabbed him by the arm and said while smiling, no, Lord Gryffindor. You are going to go, and be on time. I want pictures of this. Harry spun on her in horror, you're going to take pictures? Of course, silly. What did you think we were going to do? Sit around and try to remember everything that happened. We have to commemorate this, said Ginny giggling. Harry shook his head emphatically, no, we don't even have to remember this day. We can just pretend that it didn't happen after it's over. All the Weasleys shook their head, no, we are all going to remember this day for a long time, said Molly. Harry sighed, as long as I don't have to be here when you pull out the album and look at all the pictures. Ginny nodded, agreed. Now, let's go. All right, lead the way. Dumbledore pulled out a flat piece of metal. I have a portkey to take us to the ministry. That way we don't have to bother with the flow. Harry, while we are at the ministry today, it wouldn't hurt for you to make an appointment to take your apparition test. Harry nodded his head, yeah, I hadn't thought about that. I'll do it after the ceremony is over. Everyone in the group gathered around the portkey and placed a finger on it. Dumbledore tapped it with his wand, and the group was whisked away to the ministry. As soon as they appeared, Davis Weatherby hurried over to them. Harry, you're not going to like this. Fudge has the entire press corps waiting outside. They're going to have pictures of this flying all over the world before the day is out. Harry shrugged. I knew that this was going to be a nightmare as soon as I found out that Fudge was in charge of the ceremony. Let's go ahead and get out there. The sooner that we get started, the sooner that it is over with. Davis smiled sympathetically, I understand. If you will follow me, I will lead you onto the stage. The rest of you can go through that door over there and take seats in the front that are reserved for friends and family. Albus nodded, thank you, Davis. Good luck, Harry. The rest of the group echoed Dumbledore as they filed out the door. Davis looked at Harry expectantly, are you ready? Harry took a deep breath, as I'll ever be. The two of them walked out onto the stage. The crowd of people that were in the auditorium was staggering in size. Harry hadn't seen this many witches and wizards grouped together since the World Cup. Harry took his seat next to Amelia Bones. She smiled at him reassuringly and then immediately took on her customary stern expression. Harry grinned weakly in reply and then looked straight ahead. Fudge stood up and walked over to the podium. May I have your attention, please? The crowd immediately quieted. Fudge smiled. We are here today to present the title of Lord Gryffindor to one of the most famous wizards of all time. This title has not been held since the demise of William James Potter 16 years ago. I am proud to present this title to the last remaining Potter, and the final surviving member of the line of Godric Gryffindor. I give you, Harry Potter. The crowd cheered. Harry heard calls of, you go, Potter. To, I love you, Harry. To, will you marry me? Harry looked down to the front rows to see Ginny's eyes flashing in anger at the catcalls he was receiving from the girls. Harry smiled to himself as he took his place in front of the podium. Fudge shook his hand to thunderous applause. Several cameras flashed to commemorate the moment. Harry began his speech. I would like to thank all of you that have come here today. I want everyone to know that I am honored to finally take my grandfather's title. It is a great honor to know that I am descended from Godric Gryffindor as well. I fear that I am not great at speech-making, so I will end by thanking all my friends and family for standing beside me through all the trials of my life. One of the reporters yelled out, would you answer a few questions, Lord Gryffindor? Harry chuckled to himself, I would prefer to be addressed as Harry or Mr. Potter. I don't think that a great deal of formality is really necessary. Yes, I will answer a few questions, and since you were so bold you may have the first." The reporter grinned. "I am Pierce Biederman from the Daily Prophet. I would like to know how you feel about the war with you-know-who and its progress thus far." Harry frowned. "I will only answer questions concerning Voldemort if the reporter to ask the question is capable of saying his name." The crowd flinched and fell deathly quiet as Harry spoke the name. Pierce cleared his throat. "Mr. Potter, I fear that is difficult to say the name of the Dark Lord." "Why?" challenged Harry. The reporters all appeared to be bewildered by this statement. A young-looking witch said, "I'm Laura Madley from Witch Weekly. I think that I can answer your question. We feel that if we speak his name, then we will incur his wrath." Harry laughed. "I suppose that is a logical assumption. I don't think that it is very valid. If you want to incur his wrath, then you have to call him Tom to his face. He hates that." Davis, Albus, and Ginny laughed heartily at Harry's joke. The rest of the crowd merely stared at Harry in horror. Laura Madley raised her hand. "Mr. Potter, why would calling he who must not be named Tom infuriate him?" Harry replied, "I have already told you that you must call him by his proper name if you would like me to answer questions concerning Voldemort." The crowd shuddered as Harry said his name again. The first reporter tried again. "How do you feel about the progress of the war with Voldemort?" The reporter panted as though he had been running. Harry smiled. "I think that the war has been progressing rather well. I hope for it to be over within another year." "Isn't that a little optimistic?" asked Pierce. Harry shrugged. "Perhaps. We will just have to wait and see." Rita Skeeter popped out. "So, Harry, who is your current love interest?" Harry eyed her. "Rita, I don't believe that is any of your business. However, I am going to answer you anyway. Everyone should know that I am dating the youngest and only daughter of Arthur Weasley. However, if any of you dare to bother her with questions about our relationship, I promise that you will suffer my displeasure, and considering the fact that even your vaunted Lord Voldemort ran cowering in fear the last time that he faced me in combat, I would not recommend that." Harry's eyes flashed, and he drew power to him. The room literally appeared to crackle with energy. Several of the members of the crowd gazed around in fear. Harry relaxed and the atmosphere of the room returned to normal. "If any of you are wondering, that is merely a taste of my power. I trust that none of you want to see what I am capable of. Good day." Harry stepped back from the stage while many of the people that were present continued to look at each other in trepidation, and if truth be told a little fear. Cornelius returned to the podium. "Thank you, Lord Gryffindor. We appreciate any future comments that you would like to make. I believe that concludes the presentation ceremony. I would like to thank all of you for being here today." The crowd began to file out of the room. Lupin, Dumbledore, and the Weasleys went through the side door to meet Harry as he came off the stage. Ron, Ginny, and the twins grinned at Harry broadly. Hermione sniffed disapprovingly. Dumbledore, however, looked stern. "Harry, was that absolutely necessary?" Harry nodded. "To put all of those reporters in their place, I believe that it was. I will not have my life constantly disrupted because of some two-bit reporter that is hell-bent on making a name for themselves at my expense. I just made sure that they understand what I am capable of if they bother me too much." Dumbledore sighed. "I can assure you that none of them will be asking you anything for quite a while after that display." Harry grinned. "Then, I accomplished what I intended. I guess I need to go make an appointment to take my apparition test. I'll be back in just a little bit." He turned to Ginny. "Do you want to come with me?" She smiled broadly. "Of course. I would be honored to be seen on the arm of the magnificent Lord Gryffindor." The rest of the group snorted, while Harry chuckled. "I don't know if I would say that I was magnificent. Wait, yes, I would. Let's go with that. I think that is what all of you should have to call me from now on, the magnificent Lord Gryffindor." Ron gaped and then said, "Harry, mate, if you think that I am going to call you that, then you are outside your mind." Harry nodded. "You're probably right. I am almost positive that I am outside my mind, or at least I have been at certain points of my life. We have to go into London later, so we need to hurry. Let's go, Ginny." Dumbledore called after them. "I must speak with Cornelius for a moment, but I will meet you back here in a few minutes." Harry waved over his shoulder to show that he had heard Dumbledore. Arthur shook his head as he looked at the others. "I don't know what we are going to do with that boy. He is getting to be completely unpredictable. The twins bubbled, yeah, but it makes for a lot of fun. Remus snorted, sometimes. The two of you could have fun in Snape's dungeon, though. The twins shook their heads solemnly. I don't think that we are quite that good. We've tried over the years to have fun in Snape's class, but it hasn't happened very often. Molly shook her head. Let's just go home. A little while later, Harry and Ginny rejoined Dumbledore in the waiting area. Dumbledore looked at the two teenagers. Are the two of you ready to head for Oxford Street? Ginny nodded enthusiastically, while Harry merely shrugged noncommittally. Ginny asked, don't we need to change into Muggle clothes? Harry turned to her. Did you put out the clothes on your bed, like I asked you to this morning? She nodded. Harry snapped his fingers. The three of them were suddenly dressed differently. Ginny was clad in a light pink skirt with a cream blouse. Harry was wearing khaki slacks and a bottle green button-down shirt. Ginny glanced at Harry, who appeared to be having difficulty holding in his laughter. She looked around to see what was so funny, and took a look at Dumbledore's clothing. She stopped and attempted to hold in the laughter that was attempting to bubble up and out of her. Dumbledore was dressed in a pair of very bright psychedelic shorts, and a bright Hawaiian shirt. He was also sporting a pair of mirrored sunglasses, and a very long-brimmed baseball cap. Dumbledore attempted to look at Harry sternly, but he could not contain his mirth either. First, his eyes began to twinkle, and then he began to laugh. Once, Dumbledore began to laugh. Harry and Ginny could contain themselves no longer. They both began laughing and did not stop until they heard someone say, "What the heck are you wearing, Albus?" Harry wiped the tears of mirth from his face to look up and see Davis Weatherby. He grinned. We were about to go into Muggle London. Ginny and I put out clothes this morning, and I changed our clothes. I decided that I would transfigure Albus' robes at the same time. Davis looked at Dumbledore. Something tells me that you had nothing to do with choosing your apparel. Dumbledore nodded. Something tells me that you are right. Dumbledore waved his wand at his clothes, and changed into a pair of slacks and a button-down shirt that were very similar to Harry's. Ginny smiled. You look nice, Professor. Harry hid a smile behind his hand. Stop sucking up to the headmaster, Ginny. Let's go shopping. The three of them bade Davis goodbye, and then left the ministry and went out into Diagon Alley. They made their way through the crowds of people that were thronging about. Several people shot glances at Harry, but no one attempted to stop his progress until Dobby came running up to him. Dobby grabbed Harry by the arm. Harry Potter, sir. Dobby wanted to thank Harry Potter for letting him come to watch today. Several of the people in the surrounding crowd glanced at the excited house elf in amusement. Harry laughed. It's okay, Dobby. I'm glad that you were here. So, Potter, I see that you have taken up with my cast-offs, came a familiar drawl. Harry looked around to see Draco Malfoy standing a few feet away. Malfoy. Dobby isn't your cast-off. I freed him from your family because you weren't good enough for him. Draco took a step forward, and Harry smiled as Dobby raised his hands. You know, Malfoy, I don't think that making threatening gestures towards me would be advisable. Dobby sent your father flying down a set of stairs when he tried to attack me. Malfoy sneered. I'm not afraid of a pathetic house elf. Harry smiled condescendingly. Perhaps not, but you wouldn't want to attack me and reveal your little secret now, would you? Malfoy? Your father is already a fugitive on the run from the law. I don't think that Voldemort would be pleased if he lost his spy from within Hogwarts. You have to be careful. Malfoy's eyes flashed with hatred. I am going to kill you one day, Potter. Harry yawned very deliberately and very intentionally. I have heard that line from a lot of people, Malfoy. Most of them were far more powerful than you. So, you'll excuse me if I'm not worried. The fact remains that despite your master's best efforts, I am still here. Now, if you will excuse us, we have shopping to do. Draco snarled. One day we will meet without witnesses, Potter. Harry smirked. I'm sure that we will, Malfoy. However, from now on when we meet, you will address me by my proper title, Lord Gryffindor. Harry spun around, and grabbed Ginny by the hand. The two of them walked steadily away from Malfoy. Draco started to pull out his wand to curse Harry, but caught Dumbledore's eyes. Draco looked away, and then stalked off into the crowd. Dumbledore sighed, and then turned to follow Harry and Ginny into the leaky cauldron. The three of them made their way out through the leaky cauldron, and out the front door onto the Muggle Street before Harry stopped, and turned towards Dumbledore. "Albus, I forgot to change over some galleons for Muggle money." Dumbledore grinned. "Don't worry. I did it for you." Dumbledore pulled out a stack of Muggle cash and handed it over to Harry. Ginny stared at the money in amazement. "I don't think that I have ever seen that much Muggle money at one time." Harry leaned over and kissed Ginny on the cheek. "Get used to it, Lady Gryffindor. You are going to be able to spend sums of money like this anytime that you want." Ginny smiled. "I think that I could get used to this whole rich thing." Harry nodded. "So can I." Harry offered Ginny his arm, and she took it. Dumbledore raised a hand to hail a cab. The three of them entered, and Harry leaned forward. "Oxford Street, please." The cabbie nodded, and began driving away. Once they arrived, the cabbie turned around. "That will be £7. Harry handed the cabbie a £10 note. "Keep the change." Dumbledore led the way into a men's store. Harry asked, "Why are we getting my clothes first?" Dumbledore gave Harry a glance. "How many times have you been shopping for clothes with women?" Harry shrugged. "Only once." Dumbledore smiled. "It will take a great deal longer to get her a dress than it will you a suit. I expect that we would be too tired to get your clothes if we let her go first." Ginny pursed her lips. "I'm not going to take that long." Harry pointed at Dumbledore. "He does have a point. You will take longer than I will. As soon as we find something that fits, I'm good." Ginny shook her head. "Oh no, you are not. We are going to find something that looks good on you. It isn't every day that you get to meet the Queen." Harry shrugged. "Let's just get this over with." A half an hour later, the three of them left the shop with Harry holding his new suit. The three of them walked across the street to a fashionable boutique for women. Once they were inside, the sales clerk walked up to them. "May I help you?" Dumbledore nodded. "Yes, we need to purchase an evening dress for the young lady. We need something with a high level of elegance." The clerk smiled as she eyed Ginny. "I think that I have the perfect dress for her." Ginny followed the clerk back towards the dressing rooms. She emerged some time later in an elegant green strapless gown. Harry took one look at it and shook his head. Ginny mouthed, "Thank you." The clerk seemed surprised. "You don't like it?" Harry said. "Don't get me wrong, it is a lovely dress, it just isn't Ginny." The clerk nodded. "I understand. Let's try something else." The two women walked back into the dressing room again. The next time that they came out, Harry paused and sucked in a huge breath in surprise. Even Dumbledore seemed to sit up and take notice. Ginny was in a red and gold mixture that left her shoulders bare, while wrapping around her neck. The back was bare to just above her waist, and then the dress hugged her hips and then flared out around her legs. She was wearing red high heels which gave her the appearance of being slightly taller. She smiled. "So, what do you think?" Harry smiled. "I think that even though I have said it before that I need to repeat it. If there is a man on this earth that would not risk everything he had just to get a glimpse of you, then he should be put to death for his stupidity. You are exquisite." Ginny beamed. "I love you, Harry, and I you, Miss Weasley." The clerk looked over at Dumbledore. "I take it that you want this dress." Dumbledore nodded. "I think that would be an accurate assumption. You might as well ring it up." Once Ginny had removed the dress, and walked up to the counter with Harry for him to pay for it, she almost gasped in surprise. The dress cost £500. While Ginny was not for sure what the exact exchange rate between the Muggle pound and a galleon was, she knew that this was more money than most of her wardrobe cost. Ginny took the dress box from the clerk, and then followed Harry and Dumbledore back out onto the street in a daze. Harry looked over at her and asked, "Are you all right, Gin?" She smiled. "I have never been better, Harry Potter." She continued to smile dazedly. Harry and Dumbledore exchanged glances. Harry shrugged in confusion, while Dumbledore smiled in understanding. They took a cab, back to the Leaky Cauldron, where Ginny and Harry took the flow back to Grimmauld Place, and Dumbledore apparated away. Molly and Hermione came running over as soon as Ginny and Harry appeared out of the fire in the kitchen. Molly smiled. "The two of you must be tired after such a long day, but we would like to see your outfits for tomorrow if you don't mind too much." Harry smiled. "Sure, we can go change. See you in a bit." Ginny followed Harry up the stairs without speaking. They split on the second floor. Harry went into his room, while Ginny went into hers. Harry came back out a few minutes later in his suit, and waited outside the door to Ginny's room. She joined him a few minutes later. Harry smiled. "You are absolutely stunning." Ginny returned his smile. "Why, thank you, Mr. Potter. You had better be careful. A girl could get used to this." "You should get used to it. I am going to spend the rest of my life spoiling you rotten," said Harry. Ginny laughed. "Too late. I'm already rotten." Harry held out his arm. "Well, milady, shall we go put on our fashion show?" Ginny placed her hand on the inside of his elbow. "Lead the way, Lord Gryffindor." The two of them walked downstairs, and into the sitting room where everyone was waiting. Hermione and Molly immediately went into transports of delight. They demanded that Harry and Ginny spin around and show them the backs of their outfit. Arthur, Ron, Bill, Lupin, and Charlie nodded in approval. Bill chuckled. "Ginny, you are going to knock the royal court dead on their feet. Harry, you need a cape to go with your suit." Ginny nodded. "I agree. It will make you look more dashing." Harry shrugged. "Whatever you all think is best. It's not like I have any taste." Ginny slapped Harry on the shoulder. "Just what am I? Pure luck on my part." Ginny paused and scrunched up her face in thought. "I can live with that." "I'm glad. If you couldn't, I might have had to go out and curse myself," said Harry. Everyone else laughed at Harry's attempt at dry humor. A little later Harry and Ginny went back upstairs, and changed into more casual clothing. After they ate dinner, they each made an early night, knowing that the next day would be long. The next morning after breakfast, Harry and Ginny changed into their dress clothes. By the time that they returned downstairs, Dumbledore had arrived. He smiled at them. "I have the portkey that will take us to the chamber in the palace for wizard entrances. We will be escorted to the Queen's chambers. I will only be staying for a few moments. Then, I will leave the two of you to yourselves with the Queen. I'm sure that she will have many things to ask you, Harry. She was very good friends with your grandfather." Harry nodded. "Let's go." All three of them touched the portkey and Dumbledore tapped it with his wand. The three of them winked out of existence in Grimmauld Place, and reappeared in a small room. There was a man there that appeared to be a butler of some kind. He bowed to them. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I greet you. Lord Gryffindor, I welcome you to the palace. If the three of you will follow me, I will take you to Her Majesty's chamber." Harry, Ginny, and Dumbledore followed the man down the corridor to a large set of double doors. There were guards standing outside the door. The butler nodded to them, and then opened the doors. The three followed the butler into the room. He turned to them. "Have a seat, and make yourselves comfortable. Her Majesty will be with you in just a moment." He bowed to the three of them and then swept from the room. The three of them had barely sat down in the chairs that were provided, when the side door of the chamber was opened and the Queen entered. All three of them quickly rose to their feet, and then bowed low. The Queen smiled. "You may rise." They stood up. "Sit. We will be casual at this meeting." Dumbledore bowed from the waist. "You are most gracious, Your Majesty. I have escorted these two youngsters here as you requested. However, I must leave, and attend to business back at Hogwarts. I will leave these two in your care." The Queen nodded. "You have my leave to go, Headmaster. I look forward to the next time we meet." Dumbledore turned to Harry and Ginny. "I will see you back at headquarters later." Harry nodded. "Thank you, Albus." Ginny merely smiled. Once Dumbledore had walked out of the room, the Queen turned her attention to Harry and Ginny. "I must formally welcome you to the palace, Lord Gryffindor. I would also like to inquire as to the identity of the lovely young lady that you have brought with you." Harry smiled. "I would like to begin by thanking you for your invitation. As to the identity of this vision of perfection that is sitting beside me, her name is Ginny Weasley." Ginny stood and curtsied to the Queen. "I am honored to be here, Your Majesty." The Queen leaned forward slightly. "Now we must discuss your presentation party. I would like for the two of you to meet with the events coordinator for the palace." Harry nodded. "Of course, Your Majesty. However, I would like to ask a question." The Queen motioned for him to continue. "I was wondering if I might invite guests of my own?" The Queen nodded. "You may invite as many people as you wish. Just inform the events coordinator when you speak with her." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Harry stood and bowed. Harry and Ginny were escorted back out of the chamber and down the hallway to meet with the events coordinator. Ginny looked over at Harry while they were walking down the hallway. Who are you wanting to invite? Harry grinned. Well, Ron and Hermione, of course. Any of the rest of your family that wants to come. The Dursleys. Why would you want to invite the Dursleys? Asked Ginny. Harry continued to grin. Can you imagine the looks on their faces when they get invited to a royal function for Lord Gryffindor? They will be ecstatic. Then, imagine the looks on their faces when they find out that I am Lord Gryffindor. It will be priceless. Ginny gave him a disapproving look that was reminiscent of Hermione. Don't you think that is a little childish? Harry nodded. I know, but it will be great. By the way, you do know that if you continue to make that face, your brother will begin to think that you are turning into his girlfriend. Ginny smiled, and then laughed. I know, but I figured that I had to at least pretend to be mature. Harry chuckled as the butler led them into the office of the events coordinator. They talked with her for almost an hour, until she had taken down the information for everyone that was to be invited. Then, they completed planning the course of the party. Harry and Ginny left exhausted. Harry apparated him and Ginny out of the palace and back to Grimmauld Place. Molly smiled at them as they appeared. How was your visit with the Queen? Harry grunted. Short. Molly seemed confused. You've been gone for quite a while, though. Ginny smiled. We spent a lot longer planning the party with some woman than we did with the Queen. Molly smiled. I suppose that was interesting. Harry shrugged. If you want to call it that. I have a few other words that I would use to describe it. Boring, aggravating, annoying, stupid. That should cover it for the time being. Ginny and Molly laughed at him. Ginny said, Harry, you're so silly. Harry nodded. I know, but right now I am going to go be silly upstairs. I am going to get out of this monkey suit and take a nap. Molly nodded. You do that, Harry. I'll call you when it is time for dinner. Harry nodded without bothering to answer as he turned to walk up the stairs. A few days later, Petunia Dursley of No. 4 Privet Drive was busy cleaning the kitchen floor when the doorbell rang. She went to the door and opened it to find a mail courier waiting with an official-looking envelope and a clipboard. Are you Mrs. Petunia Dursley? He asked. She nodded. Yes, I am. The man handed over the clipboard and a pen. If you would sign here, ma'am. I have a delivery for you. Petunia soundlessly signed the document on the clipboard and handed it back to the delivery man. He handed her the envelope that he was holding, and tipped his hat to her. Petunia closed the door, and slit the envelope open with a letter opener from the desk in the entrance foyer. The envelope bore the royal seal, and the return address of the palace. Petunia pulled the letter from within the envelope out. She unfolded it and began to read. Mr. and Mrs. Vernon Dursley, you are cordially invited to the royal presentation party of the newly ascended Lord Gryffindor. This party will take place on the 14th of August at 7 o'clock, and will occur at the palace. Your son is invited to come as well. Formal attire is required. If you intend to attend this function, you must return the enclosed acknowledgement no later than August the 11th. I look forward to seeing you at the party. Jan Bridgeport. Petunia gasped in surprise. She immediately telephoned Vernon at work. He answered the phone in his usual gruff voice. Yes? Vernon, dear, we have received an invitation to a royal party, said Petunia quickly. Vernon paused to let the information sink in. What? Petunia repeated more slowly. We have received an invitation to a royal party. Why? I don't know, but it arrived by official messenger, and the envelope bears the royal seal, replied Petunia. I would really like to go, Vernon. Vernon considered for a moment. I suppose I might be able to make some business contacts with people that have that kind of money. When is it? On the 14th, replied Petunia. Very well. Make arrangements for mine and Dudley's suits to be cleaned. I suppose that you will want a new dress for something like this. You can go shopping. Excellent. I will see to it immediately. Petunia was so excited that she hung up the phone without even saying goodbye. The next week or so flew by for the Dursleys, as much as it seemed to crawl for Harry. The evening before the party, Harry was sitting with Ginny in the living room relaxing. Ginny smiled. Just think, in 24 hours, we will be attending a party at the palace. Harry groaned. Don't remind me. I don't even really want to have to think about it. Ginny pouted. I'm going to be there. Harry grinned. As far as I'm concerned, that is the only thing that is going to make the night remotely bearable. If I hadn't been able to bring you with me, I think that I would have skipped it. Ginny shook her head. You would have been made to go, anyway. Harry looked at her and laughed. Who exactly is going to make me go? I don't think that there is a muggle or wizard in existence that could make me do anything. Sure there is. Who? Me. Harry paused and thought that one over for a minute. Okay, I'll give you that one, but would you have really made me go if I couldn't take you with me? Ginny nodded. Most definitely. Harry sighed. I just wish that some of the others would come. Ginny laughed. The only ones that really wanted to were the twins. Mum said that they couldn't go without proper supervision. Since no one else was going with us, that left them without a chaperone. Harry laughed. I don't know if the royal family could handle Fred and George. True. They would never be the same, said Ginny. The next day passed by and it was time to leave for the palace before Harry knew it. Harry sighed. Let's get this over with. Ginny laughed at him. It won't be that bad. We'll see. Harry took Ginny's hand and apparated the two of them to the palace. The Dursleys were arriving at the guest entrance at approximately the same time. They were led in by the attendant to their seats in the hall that the party would take place in. Once everyone had arrived and been seated, a pair of trumpets sounded and the Queen made her entrance down the main stairway. The herald announced her, presenting Her Majesty, the Queen. She walked to the bottom of the stairs and waited for the herald to announce Harry. Ginny was waiting amongst the guests. The trumpets sounded again, and the herald called, presenting Lord Gryffindor. Harry started at the top of the stairs, and slowly walked down. While he was doing this, Vernon leaned over to Petunia. He seems familiar to me, somehow. Ginny, who was sitting within earshot of the Dursleys, smiled to herself. Harry reached the bottom of the stairs, and he and the Queen began walking side by side up the aisle. Vernon and Petunia were watching Harry closely to try and determine who he was. Dudley figured it out first. He gasped out, Mum, that's Harry. Petunia and Vernon went slack-jawed in astonishment. Harry turned to smile at them when he heard Dudley's words. The Queen paused beside him. Is there a problem, Lord Gryffindor? Harry smiled. No, Your Majesty, my aunt, uncle, and cousin were merely expressing their surprise at seeing me. The Queen looked at the Dursleys and said, You must be very proud of your nephew. Then, she turned to Harry. I presume that they are from your mother's side of the family. Harry nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. My Aunt Petunia here was my mother's sister. The Dursleys continued to stare at Harry as if he had 3 heads or something. The Queen and Harry continued to walk down the walkway to the front of the chamber. The herald walked down to the front. The Queen nodded to him. He called out, Let the party commence. Harry bowed to the Queen, and then turned to walk over to where Ginny was getting to her feet. Harry stopped in front of her and bowed again. Milady, may I have the pleasure of the first dance? Ginny held out her hand. You may have the first, the last, and everyone in between. Harry took her hand and swept Ginny out onto the dance floor where the band was just beginning to play. The two of them began to dance, and were soon joined by other people from the party. After a couple of songs, Harry and Ginny walked over to the side of the room where they were confronted by the Dursleys. Vernon pointed a finger at Harry. Why did you invite us here, boy? Harry smiled. To let you see what could have been if you had just found it in your heart to treat me like a human being. However, since you didn't, this will be your only taste of a finer life. After tonight, know that I will never think of any of you again. This is the final farewell. I hope you enjoy the rest of your lives, as I intend to enjoy mine. Harry turned to walk away. Petunia stopped him. How did you arrange all this, Harry? Harry turned back. My title is Lord Gryffindor. That is how you are to address me. I didn't arrange this. The royal family felt that I needed a presentation party since I am now of age, and have formally accepted my title. Dudley asked stupidly, Does this mean that you are part of the royal family? Harry nodded, sort of. The Queen is my cousin. I am 9th in line for the throne. Vernon gasped, That means that you are rich. Harry chuckled, Yes, it does. Now, if you will excuse me, I believe that the dance floor is calling Ginny and me. Harry took Ginny's hand, and walked away from the Dursleys, never to see them again. The morning after the party, Harry and Ginny both slept late. By the time that they had gotten up, the post owl had dropped off their Hogwarts letters. It had also brought Ginny's OWL scores. They had been late getting them out this year due to a mistake at the Ministry. With the disorder that Voldemort was causing, this was no great surprise to anyone. Harry smiled at Ginny. You might as well open them and see how you did. Hermione was reading her letter with an almost frantic fascination. Finally, she jumped up and did a little dance holding a badge. Harry looked at Ginny and the two of them laughed. Ginny said, I assume this means that you were head girl, Hermione. Hermione nodded vigorously, which sent her bushy hair flying all over the place. Yes, I did it. I have wanted to be head girl since I first came to Hogwarts. Ron snorted, we know. Harry looked back to Ginny impatiently. Well, come on, let's see what you got. Hermione joined Harry in his wheedling. Yeah, Ginny, come on, open it up. Ginny finally just tore the envelope apart and looked at her scores. She gasped softly in surprise and then laid the sheet down on the table for Harry and Hermione to look at. OWL scores for E. Molly Weasley Astronomy E. Defense against the Dark Arts O. Ancient Runes E. Care of Magical Creatures O. Potions A. Herbology E. Charms O. Plus Transfiguration E. History of Magic A. Divination A. Harry looked over the scores in awe. Wow, Ginny, you did great. Ginny shrugged. I would have liked to do better in Potions and History of Magic, but I guess that I did my best. Hermione was the first to inquire. So, Ginny, what subjects are you going to take into NEWT level? Ginny replied, I want to be a rune translator, so I have to take History of Magic, Charms, Transfiguration, Defense against the Dark Arts, and Ancient Runes. Harry smiled. Cool. As a rune translator, you would work with charm breakers like Bill, wouldn't you? Ginny nodded. If you get involved with fieldwork, then yes. Some of them just sit behind desks and wait for the charm breakers to bring the runes to them. That would be boring to me, though. I want to get out there and see how things are. Hermione nodded. That sounds like it would be an interesting career. Harry turned to Hermione. You know, I don't believe that I have ever asked you what you wanted to do, Hermione. We all know that you could do just about whatever you wanted, but you haven't told us what that is. Hermione smiled. Well, I have never really been sure what I wanted to do, so I took a mix of subjects to NEWT level that would leave me a lot of options. I don't really think that I would want to be an Auror, but to work as an Unspeakable might be interesting. I've also thought about going into experimental charms. I believe I have told you before that I had thought about taking SPEW to the next level. Ron interrupted. Oh God, not that spew stuff again. I thought that you had forgotten about it since you hadn't mentioned it in a while. Hermione responded hotly, it is not spew, Ron. The house elves deserve fair wages just like anyone else. Harry stopped her. Do they? Hermione turned to look at Harry in her amazement. What do you mean? Of course they deserve to be paid. How could you even say something like that? Harry nodded. So, you believe that house elves have done something so horrible that they deserve to be insulted and degraded? Hermione gasped. No, of course not. They deserve to be treated with respect and dignity. Which is how most house elves are treated. Dobby likes to be paid and have his freedom because he was mistreated. If he had been my house elf from the beginning, do you think that he would want to be free? Continued Harry. Hermione spluttered, considering that she could think of no appropriate response. Harry took this time to slit open his Hogwarts letter and begin reading it. Ron merely sat and gaped in amazement. He had never seen anyone leave Hermione with nothing to say before. Harry continued reading amidst the silence that surrounded him. He smiled and said, Well, isn't that a surprise? Ginny asked him, What's a surprise? Harry fished around in his envelope and pulled out the head boy badge. He held it out for the others to see. I'm the new head boy. Hermione was the first to respond. You're not a prefect, though. Harry shook his head. You don't have to be. My dad wasn't a prefect, but he was head boy. Ron clapped Harry on the shoulder. Well, mate, it looks like you are following in the footsteps of the Potters. Harry smiled. Since I am the last one, I suppose that I didn't have much of a choice. Ginny leaned over and kissed him on the lips. Ron gagged. I could have done without that mental picture this early in the morning, Gin. Ginny looked up at him. Then, turn your head. Then, she kissed Harry again. Ron just walked out of the room. Hermione quickly followed him. Molly walked into the kitchen a moment later. She smiled at Harry and Ginny, who abruptly broke apart as they realized that Molly was in the room. Harry grinned sheepishly as Ginny flushed. So, I see that the two of you found your Hogwarts letters. Ginny smiled. Yes, we did. Harry got some good news out of his. Molly turned to look inquiringly at Harry. Harry snorted. I don't know if I would call it good news or not, but I'm the new head boy. Molly squealed in delight and grabbed Harry in a hug. Harry, I'm so happy. That makes 3 head boys in the family. Harry grinned at Ginny over Molly's shoulder. Ginny smiled back at the implication behind Molly's words. It was obvious to both of them that Molly thought of Harry as her own son. Molly finally ended the hug and stepped back. Well, since all of you have your Hogwarts letters, then we should go to Diagon Alley tomorrow. Harry nodded. I think that is a good idea. I have to go anyway. My apparition test is tomorrow. I want to go out into Muggle London to do some shopping for Muggle clothing, too. Molly agreed. I guess that will be all right. Now, Ia, I want to see your OWL scores. She extended her hand. Ginny picked up the sheet off the table and handed it to her mother. Molly smiled as she looked at the scores. You did very well, Ginny. I'm so proud of you. Molly enveloped Ginny into one of the famous Weasley hugs. Harry smirked at her over Molly's shoulder as if to say it's your turn. Ginny broke out of the hug and said, Mum, I think that I am going to go upstairs. She walked out of the kitchen while giving Harry a meaningful look. Harry smiled at Molly and then quickly followed Ginny out of the room. Molly sighed as they left. Young love. The next day all 4 of the teenagers ate breakfast early and then got ready to go into Diagon Alley. Before they stepped into the flow, Ron said, I just hope that we can have some fun today. I don't want a repeat of last year. Everyone laughed and then grabbed a pinch of flow powder before stepping into the fireplace. They came out the other end into the leaky cauldron. The first stop was obviously Gringotts. Ginny rode down to Harry's vault with him. She gasped when she saw the mound of money that was stacked in the vault. Harry, I didn't realize that you had so much Muggle money. Harry snorted. This isn't even the tip of the iceberg, so to speak. I just had a very small amount of my Muggle fortune transferred into this vault for convenience. I don't want to have to deal with Muggle bankers every time that I need some pounds. I have actually been considering having my entire Muggle fortune converted into wizard gold, but then I figured that would be stupid. Ginny continued to stare around her in awe. It's just hard to imagine what anyone would do with this much money. Harry laughed. Well, you need to start imagining. Remember, all of this will be yours as well in a couple of years. Ginny shook her head. This will never truly be mine. I don't think that I will ever get used to having this kind of wealth. Harry replied, Yes, you will. I'm already beginning to get used to it myself. Ginny looked at him from the corner of her eye. We'll see. Harry just grinned as he proceeded to rake some galleons and sickles into his bag. Then, he picked a stack of 100-pound notes. He looked over at Ginny. I think that this should be plenty for what we want to do today. What do you want to do today? I'm going shopping for some Muggle clothes. I'm tired of not having anything to wear other than Dudley's hand-me-downs. I want clothes that actually fit me for a change, replied Harry. Ginny looked at the stack of money. Well, I don't know how much clothes cost in the Muggle world, but I think that should be plenty for you to get some clothes. Harry paused in thought. You're right. It might take more than this. I plan on getting you some clothes too. Oh no, you're not, responded Ginny hotly. Who is going to stop me? Asked Harry mildly. I will. I won't wear any clothes that you buy for me, stated Ginny firmly. Harry laughed. That's fine with me. I'm not going to be buying the clothes. You are. So I don't suppose that we have any problems then. What do you mean I'm buying them? Asked Ginny suspiciously. Harry placed a second stack of Muggle money in Ginny's hands. This is what I mean. This money is yours. You can do with it as you please. Harry turned and walked out of the vault. He looked back over his shoulder and held out his hand. Are you coming? Ginny looked back and forth between the stack of money and Harry. Finally, she stuffed the money into a pocket of her robes and strode over to Harry. She pulled back one of her hands and slapped him resoundingly across the cheek. Then, she grabbed him and planted a kiss on his lips. Harry looked at her as if she had lost her mind. What was that for? Ginny smiled. I slapped you for being a pain. Then, I kissed you for being the kindest, sweetest man on earth. Harry shook his head in bemusement. I don't think that I will ever completely understand women. Harry continued to shake his head through the entire journey back up to the surface. The group spent about half the day in Diagon Alley getting their things. During the course of the day they stopped at the ministry for Harry to take his apparition test. He passed with flying colors and received his license to apparate. They left their books and supplies in Fred and George's shop. Fred and George asked, "So, what are you lot up to now?" Harry chuckled, "We're going into Muggle London to shop for clothes. Do you want to come?" Fred and George both nodded enthusiastically. "Sure. We can close up shop for the rest of the day." Harry fell into step with them as they left the store. "So, how are you coming on the things that I asked for at the last meeting?" Fred and George both grinned at each other. Fred said, "I think that you are going to be pleased." George nodded, "I think so, too. We will have several prototypes of items at the next meeting." Harry grinned and nodded, "Good. Once I have approved the prototypes, I will probably need the items mass-produced quickly. In most situations, there are going to be a great deal more of the bad guys than us. We're going to need those things to even the odds." Fred snorted, "Harry, you even the odds all by yourself." Harry shook his head, "Not if Voldemort is present. If he's around, I will have to devote my attention to keeping him from killing everyone. I won't be able to fight all the others. That will be the Order's job." Fred and George nodded, "We understand, Harry." Harry chuckled, "That's enough serious talk. We are going to enjoy the rest of the day." The group stepped out the front entrance of the Leaky Cauldron onto the Muggle Street. Harry led the group towards Oxford Street. They went into several clothing places. Harry tried on various shirts and slacks. He waited for Ginny's approval before buying anything. After Harry was done, it was time for Ginny to begin modeling clothes. She picked out some nice dresses, and some pullover and skirt combinations. Once they were finished, Harry and Ginny were both wearing new clothes out of the shops. Ginny grabbed Harry in a kiss right on the street. Several passers-by gawked at them for the overt display of affection. The rest of the group laughed at them as they broke apart. Harry asked, "What was that for?" "For a perfect day," answered Ginny. Harry grinned, "The day isn't over yet." Ron asked, "What is that supposed to mean?" "I think that since we have been shopping all day that we deserve a nice dinner in a restaurant as a treat," said Harry. Hermione asked, "So, are we going to go back and eat at the Leaky Cauldron or something?" Harry shook his head, "No, I was thinking that we should try some upscale Muggle dining. So, I have reservations at a restaurant near here." Harry glanced at his watch. "We need to hurry. The reservation is in 40 minutes. Molly protested, "We're not dressed for this." Harry grinned, "Step into the alley." They all complied, and Harry waved his hand at them. Everyone's clothing was transfigured into fancy Muggle clothes. That takes care of the clothes problem. Molly continued to protest, "We can't go without Arthur, Bill, and Charlie. I think that we should just go back to headquarters." Harry chuckled, "Not a problem. Arthur, Bill, and Charlie already know about it. They're going to meet us at the restaurant." Ginny looked at Harry in amazement, "You set this all up?" Harry nodded, "But of course. I knew that I wanted to take my family out to dinner before we went back to school. This was going to be my best opportunity." Molly sighed, "I guess we might as well go. We're going to be late if we don't hurry." Harry smiled in triumph, "I knew that you would see it my way. Let's go." Harry led the way towards the restaurant. When they got there they found the 3 older Weasleys waiting for them in the entrance room. Harry greeted them, "I'm glad that you found the place." Arthur grinned, "We had just a little bit of trouble finding it, but we got here." Charlie clapped Bill on the back. "Bill is the one that figured out how to get here. Dad and I would have been wandering around forever." Everyone else laughed. The hostess came up to them, "May I help you?" Harry looked over at her, "Yes, I have a reservation for Lord Gryffindor." The woman's eyes widened in surprise as she recognized Harry from the press coverage of his presentation party. "Right this way, my lord. We have the back room ready for you." Harry, Hermione, and the Weasleys followed the hostess to their table. Harry pulled out the chair for Ginny, while Arthur pulled out a chair for Molly. Hermione looked pointedly at Ron, who quickly took the hint and copied Arthur and Harry. He pulled out a chair for Hermione. Hermione smiled and then took her seat. Once the 3 ladies were seated, the men took their seats and very quickly the waitress came up to take their orders. There was a lot of friendly banter over the meal. The evening passed quickly, and when they were finished with the meal, all of them returned to Grimmauld Place. A few days after the trip into Diagon Alley, Harry called a meeting of the Order of the Phoenix. Everyone arrived and sat around the table. Kingsley was the first one to speak. "Harry, why are we here?" Harry grinned. "We are here to discuss the implementation of the weapons that I had instructed the Weasley twins to make. They have informed me that they have some prototype items to demonstrate. Fred, George, I will let you have the floor." The twins stood up. Fred began. "Harry told us that he wanted something that functioned like a Muggle grenade." George continued. "For those of you that don't know what a grenade is, they are a type of Muggle explosive that you pull a pin out of, and then throw. About 10 seconds after you pull the pin and let the handle fly off, they blow up, and send small pieces of metal flying in all directions." Fred nodded. "We have developed something similar to that." He held up a small ball. "We call these Weasley bombs for obvious reasons. They can be activated by tapping your wand against them. Once you do, they will blow up in about 10 seconds. McGonagall asked, "What do they do when they blow up?" George answered, "Harry said that he didn't want anything too dangerous, so when they blow up they send about 20 minor hexes flying." Dumbledore chuckled. "Which ones?" Fred replied, "We didn't think that Harry would want stunning spells or full-body binds because they could incapacitate the user, so we filled it with leg-tangling charms, tickling charms, and leg-locker curses. We figured that those would be enough to disorient the enemy." Harry smiled. "Excellent work. Now all we need to do is test them. Volunteers?" Ron jumped up. "Count me in. I want to see this firsthand." Ginny nodded. "I'll do it, too." Bill and Charlie smiled and then chorused twin fashion, "You can count on us, Harry." Tonks jumped in. "This is going to be fun. I'm in." Harry nodded. "That should be enough. I'll stay in as well. Everyone else, out of the kitchen." Molly asked, "Do you want us to close the door?" Harry shook his head. "No, I will put a barrier on the doorway to keep stray hexes from exiting the kitchen." Once everyone that wasn't participating was outside the room, Harry waved his hand at the doorway. "Fred, since you seem to be the one holding the bomb, I believe you have the honors." Fred tapped his wand to the device and dropped it onto the floor. The array of people in the kitchen counted to 10 and waited for the hexes to fly. Fred and George were both hit with leg-tangling charms and began to dance madly about. Harry was hit by a couple of curses, but as expected they did nothing to him. Ginny managed to twist out of the way of the curses that headed her way. Ron and Hermione were both caught with leg locker curses. Ron also got hit with a tickling charm on top of the leg locker. Harry chuckled at everyone's discomfiture. He waved his hand and countered all the curses that were in effect. Another wave of his hand and the barrier that covered the doorway disappeared. That was excellent. However, I think that we probably need multiple grades. One with more curses packed into it would be more useful if there were more enemies. This would only be effective if there was less than 10. Otherwise, the curses would fail to distract enough of the enemy. Not to mention they can be avoided too easily, as Ginny just demonstrated. Ron interjected, "You're just saying that because you're in love with her, she just got lucky." Harry laughed. "I wouldn't make statements like that if I were you, Ron. You might find that people will expect you to back them up." Ron looked bewildered. "What are you talking about?" Harry nodded towards Ginny. Ron turned to look at his little sister to find her red in the face. She finally said, "Ron, if you think that you are so good, I challenge you to a duel. Swords and wands. To keep from actually hurting each other, we'll use the practice swords and we'll let Tonks judge wounds. The first dueling club meeting should be the perfect arena." Ron gaped. "You can't be serious. I can't duel my baby sister in front of people. They would say that I was picking on you or something." Harry snorted. "They won't think that you are picking on her when she beats you, Ron." Ron turned to look at Harry. "How is she going to beat me, Harry? I've got a whole year of schooling on her." Harry shook his head. "I don't think so. Remember that she got a lot of extra tutoring from me. I think that she would have little trouble beating you with a sword and wand. You could probably beat her in physical combat, but she's got you in this respect." Ron drew his mouth into a thin line that was reminiscent of McGonagall. "Well, I guess that we will just have to see. I accept the challenge. We will face each other at the first dueling club meeting." Ginny turned to look at Harry. "That is okay with you, isn't it?" Harry nodded. "I like starting things with a bang. That should do nicely. The rest of the order had filed back into the room by the time that this conversation was ended. Harry turned back to the twins as everyone took their seats. Now, what else have the two of you cooked up? You told me that you had a few items for me to see. Fred laughed. You always get to the point, don't you, boss? We have 2 more items to show you. I'll explain the first. It's an invisibility booster for a single person. You attach it to your arm like this. Fred held up something that appeared to be a bracelet, and then put it around his wrist. Then, you tap it with your wand, and say, "Hide," to activate it. Fred tapped his wand to the bracelet. Hide. He disappeared from view. He reappeared a moment later. To become visible again, you just have to tap your wand against it. McGonagall gasped. I didn't think that the two of you ever paid attention in class. Harry laughed. They paid attention all right. They paid attention to anything that could help them invent joke merchandise. The rest of their education went in one ear and right back out the other. Excellent work. However, we will need to modify them slightly. Molly asked, why? They seem to work quite well. Harry nodded. They do. I just don't like the simple deactivation. If you are sneaking up on a group of Death Eaters, and bump your wand into the bracelet and make yourself visible, you would be in serious trouble. Mad Eye grinned. I like the way you think, Potter. You've got the makings of an excellent Auror. Harry smiled. Perhaps. I doubt that I will ever be one, though. I have a different career path in mind. Dumbledore asked, what is that, Harry? Harry shrugged. Tonks has said that she isn't cut out for teaching, so I figured if you would have me on the staff, that I would take the defense against the dark arts position. Snape sighed. A Potter on the staff at Hogwarts. What is this world coming to? Everyone laughed, Harry the loudest of all. Dumbledore smiled. Harry, I would be honored to have you join us on the staff. I'm sure that Tonks is ready to get back to the Ministry. She'll have to wait another year at least. I don't need to worry about teaching with Voldemort still on the loose. He is going to require my attention for a while yet. Ron said, at least we don't have to worry about Harry leaving after 1 year. Hermione turned to him. Why not? Ron continued. Well, think about it. The first teacher that we had was possessed by you-know-who. There's no real chance of that happening to Harry. The second was hit by a memory charm. I don't think that those would even work on Harry. The third one left because he was a werewolf. I don't think that Harry is a werewolf, so there is no problem there. Our fourth professor was an imposter. No chance of that. The fifth one was Umbridge. Do I even have to explain that one? Ginny laughed as she snuggled closer to Harry. Ron actually made a good point. Ron appeared as if he was going to retort, but Harry cut him off. Well, George, I believe that you were going to show us the final item. George stood up and held out something that looked like a small Muggle coin. This is a locating device. You can toss it onto someone and then use the tracking unit to find them. He held up another device. This was a small rectangular box-like object. This is the tracking unit. All you have to do is tap your wand to it and say locate. It will show you where the locating device is. Like so. George tapped his wand to the tracking unit and said, locate. Ethereal letters appeared in the air above the box. They said, Kitchen, number 12 Grimmauld Place. Harry grinned. That is amazing. I'm impressed, you two. Get to work on mass producing them right away. Make sure to make the modifications that I specified, and that should give the two of you plenty to do. The twins nodded. You better believe it. We will have a good stockpile ready in a couple of weeks. Harry nodded back at them. Excellent. Is there anything else that anyone wishes to discuss? The members of the order shook their heads. Harry continued. I presume that will do for the time being, then. I expect that our next meeting will take place at Hogwarts, considering that I am returning there in a few days. I will see all of you then. Harry turned to Ginny and held out his hand. She took it, and the two of them walked into the sitting room and sat down on the couch. They cuddled together and began to talk softly to each other. Remus grinned as he watched them. I wish that Sirius was here to see this. He would have made a huge spectacle out of Harry being in love. Molly chuckled from where she was standing beside him. I'm sure that he knows. James, Lily, and Sirius are all very proud of him. McGonagall interrupted their musings, as are we all. Harry is one of the bravest and wisest young men that I have ever met. He deserves some happiness in his life. Miss Weasley has given that to him. I am proud to have both of them as students." Remus looked at McGonagall in mild surprise. "Who knew? All those years of throwing Sirius and James in detention, and you are really an old softy underneath it all, Minerva." McGonagall smiled. "Yes, well, it wouldn't do for my students to know that, would it?" Remus laughed softly. "I suppose not. They would think that they could get away with anything if they did. I guess the Stern Act serves a purpose." The last few days of the summer holidays passed by in a blur. The morning that they were returned to Hogwarts arrived amidst a great deal of confusion as everyone ran one way and then the other trying to make sure that they had packed everything at the last minute. Harry stood calmly amidst the chaos with an almost bored expression on his face. Ginny asked him, "Why aren't you trying to make sure that you have everything?" Harry replied, "I know that I have everything. Besides, if I did forget something, I could just pop back and grab it. I would be back at Hogwarts so quickly that not even Dumbledore would know that I had been gone." Ginny stuck out her tongue at him. "Spoilsport." Harry snickered, "I suppose. Now, hurry up. I'm ready to head for the train." Ginny huffed as she darted back up the stairs to make one last check of her room. Everyone was finally assembled in the foyer and ready to go. Lupin was standing outside with the car waiting to take them all to King's Cross Station. Everyone piled into the magically expanded vehicle. The drive to the station was quiet and uneventful. Harry and the others made their way through the station and onto platform 9 3/4. Once they were on the platform, other students began calling out greetings to Harry, Hermione, Ginny, and Ron. Neville ran up to them. "Hey guys, what's up?" Harry grinned, "Not much. I'm just ready to get back to Hogwarts." Neville nodded, "Me too. It is kind of sad, though." Ron asked, "What is?" Neville shrugged. "Well, this is our last year. After this it's over." Harry laughed, "Not for me. I'm going to be on staff after this." Neville smiled, "I figured as much. The way you've handled the dueling club, I expected you to take the defense against the dark arts." Harry said, "I'm glad that you like the idea. Now, let's say our goodbyes. I'm ready to settle down and cuddle for the trip to Hogwarts." Ginny smiled at him. "I think that sounds wonderful, Harry." "I thought you might," said Harry. Ron jumped in. "The two of you are completely disgusting. Do you have to do that in front of us?" Ginny slapped him on the arm. "Nobody says that you have to watch. Turn your head, or an even better idea, try paying attention to your own girlfriend. You never know, it might work out." Hermione nodded. "I think that you might be right." Luna walked up to them. "I know she is." She kissed Neville in greeting. The group of students said their goodbyes to their parents. Then, they boarded the train and found an empty compartment to have to themselves. After putting up their trunks, Harry, Hermione, Ginny, Ron and Luna went to the prefect's carriage. Harry and Hermione walked up to the front of the carriage and gave out the announcements that were placed there for them. Draco sat and stared in shock at the newly appointed head boy and girl. Once they were through with welcoming the new prefects, and giving them the rules that they must abide by as prefects, they went back to the carriage where Neville was waiting for them. The three couples sat down, the girls practically sitting in the boys' laps. They remained that way until the lunch trolley came by. Harry treated them all to lunch. After that they started talking. Hermione asked, "So, Neville, we were discussing what we were thinking about doing after school. What are you planning on?" Neville smiled. "Well, I may be on staff next year. Madam Sprout is thinking about retiring after this year. If she decides to, and I get the NEWT scores that I need, I intend to apply for the job. Madam Sprout said that she would give me a recommendation." Harry nodded. "I wouldn't mind having you on staff with me. I'm sure that we'll need someone to help liven the mood. Snape and McGonagall are serious enough for everyone." Ginny smiled. "That's great, Neville." Luna asked, "Does this mean that you are going to be my herbology teacher next year?" Ginny paused. "I hadn't thought about it that way. That means that you, Mr. Potter, are going to be my defense against the dark arts teacher." Harry smirked. "Yes, I know. You will have to start practicing calling me professor this summer." Ron laughed. "That's going to be interesting. I'll bet the twins will have a field day with that one." Harry shook his head. "Not if they know what is good for their health." Ginny hugged Harry. I knew there was a reason that I fell in love with you." Harry said, "I see how it is. You only love me because I can beat up your brothers." Ginny shook her head. "No, I love you for a lot of reasons." "I know. I was just teasing." Harry chuckled. The banter continued for the rest of the train ride. Once they arrived at the station, Draco stepped in front of Harry. "Malfoy, I suggest that you step out of the way." "I'm delivering a message, Potter," replied Malfoy evenly. Harry raised his eyebrows. "Then, deliver it. I have better things to do with my time than stand here with you." "My master says that you should beware time." Harry nodded curtly. "Consider your message delivered, Malfoy." Draco stalked away. "Have a short life, Potter." Hermione asked, "What did that mean?" Harry shook his head. "I'll explain later. We'll wait until we can talk to Dumbledore. He will want to know about this as soon as possible, I am sure." All of them walked into the Great Hall and sat down at their respective house tables. McGonagall ushered in the first years a few moments later. She put the Sorting Hat on its stool. The mouth split open, and the Sorting Hat began to sing. The events of last year would cause one to shed a tear. It all turned out all right, although I expect another fight to mar the grounds of Hogwarts and get everyone out of sorts. I sense change is near, perhaps for the worse I fear. For now I'll do my job and separate the mob. So, step right up, and I'll see where you need to be. Everyone applauded throughout the Great Hall. McGonagall pulled out a list. "When I call out your names, come forward and sit on the stool. I will place the Sorting Hat on your head, and it will tell you to which house you belong." She began to call out names down the list. Once she was finished and all the first years were seated at their house tables, Dumbledore stood up. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I am pleased to announce that for the first time in 6 years, I do not have to announce the appointment of a new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. I would like everyone to welcome back Professor Nymphadora Tonks." There was a loud round of applause, the loudest from the Gryffindor table. Surprisingly enough, even the Slytherins were clapping. Most of them anyway. Dumbledore continued, "I would like to remind everyone that the Forbidden Forest is off limits to all students." Dumbledore exchanged glances with Harry, who smiled. "Quidditch tryouts may be held by the captains anytime after the first week of school. All students second year and above should check the house bulletin boards for times. I would like to congratulate our new head boy and girl, Mr. Harry Potter and Ms. Hermione Granger. To finish this speech, I have only 2 words: tuck in." Dumbledore clapped his hands, and the feast appeared on the dishes set at the tables. Most of the first years squealed in delight. The chatter in the room reached a dull roar as the students consumed their food. After the feast was finished, Dumbledore stood again. "Prefects, if you would lead the first years back to the dormitories, we will bring this evening to a close." Harry got up and headed for the head table. Ron, Ginny, and Hermione started to walk in the other direction, but Harry stopped them with a word: "Wait. The other prefects can handle the first years. Get Luna and Neville. We're going to Dumbledore's office." Harry proceeded to walk up to the head table. He stopped in front of the headmaster. "I'm afraid that we need to talk, sir. It's important." Dumbledore nodded in response. "Follow me, then." Dumbledore stood and walked out of the Great Hall. Harry turned his gaze to McGonagall and then Snape. He nodded in answer to the questioning glances of the two of them. They stood and followed Dumbledore out of the room. Harry walked back to his friends. "Let's go." They followed him through the corridors, and up to Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore was standing in the corridor waiting on him. "I see that you have brought company, Harry." "Yes, they need to hear this, too. They were there when it began." Dumbledore's eyes widened. "I take it this is serious." Harry nodded glumly. "Most likely this is the most serious thing that we have ever discussed, Albus." Dumbledore turned to the gargoyle. "S'mores." Harry couldn't suppress a grin. "So, now you are using a Muggle suite as a password. You never cease to amaze me." Dumbledore chuckled. "I am 158 years old, Harry. Sometimes, I still amaze myself." Hermione asked as they walked up the stairs, "How can the two of you make jokes when the fate of the world is hanging in the balance?" Harry turned to Hermione and said quietly, "Hermione, if we stop enjoying life just because there is a battle to fight, then Voldemort has already won. Every person on this planet that lives their lives normally despite Voldemort is helping us win the fight against him. If people didn't cherish life, what exactly would I be trying to save? No one responded to the heartfelt words that Harry had spoken. They walked into Dumbledore's office where McGonagall and Snape were waiting. Dumbledore sat behind his desk as the 6 students found seats. Dumbledore began, "So, Harry, why have we gathered here this evening?" "This concerns our resident Death Eater. Malfoy delivered a message to me, earlier. He told me that Voldemort said to beware time," began Harry. Snape asked, "What does that mean?" Harry sighed, "It means that Voldemort plans to cast a time travel spell. He is going to disrupt time in some way. I expect him to attempt to kill my past self, or Dumbledore's past self." McGonagall asked, "Why would he attempt to meddle with time this way? The consequences could be disastrous even for him." Harry shrugged, "I presume that he thinks that the risks are justified. He knows that if he goes back in time, that I will go back to face him. If he manages to kill my past self, then the fallout when I return to the present and create a paradox will be horrid. If he kills a past version of Dumbledore, then the consequences will be just as dire." Ginny asked, "I don't get it. How will killing a past version of Dumbledore cause the same effects as you dying? Won't Dumbledore be within the flow of time when it occurs?" Harry nodded and smiled, "Very astute observation, my dear. However, you aren't thinking of the consequences of Dumbledore dying before my birth. If he isn't around, who will protect my baby self from Voldemort? If Dumbledore is dead, then Voldemort's past self will be able to kill my past self. This will happen while I am still out of the flow of time, and the consequences would be the same as if he had went back and killed me." Dumbledore asked, "Knowing Tom's mind the way that you do, which of the 2 scenarios do you think that he will pursue?" Harry paused for a moment to think. "I think it most likely that he will attempt to kill a past version of you. He will expect that to be easier than killing me." Hermione asked, "Why? If he goes back to try and kill a past version of me, I will still have the same protection from my mother. That could easily backfire on him. He may be able to touch me now, but he still doesn't know if it is possible to kill me," said Harry. Snape sighed, "To think that I ever served that bastard. Harry, I'm sorry for everything that I have ever said to you." Harry smiled, and stood up to walk over beside Snape. He laid a hand on Snape's shoulder. "Your past is just that, your past. What matters is that when it really counted, you were on the right side." Dumbledore smiled at the amazed look on McGonagall's face. "I think that is enough for this evening. We will call a formal order meeting tomorrow night if that is what you would like, Harry." Harry nodded. "I believe that the rest of the order needs to be made aware of this. I want to bring Frank and Alice back into the order. I think that it is time." Dumbledore smiled. "I'm sure that Frank would agree with you. I have spoken with him a few times this summer, and he seems to be ready for action." Harry chuckled. "After this many years, I expect that he is beginning to get a little stir-crazy. I will have plenty for him to do. I look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow night." Harry got up to leave, and the other students followed him. Once the teenagers had left the office, Snape looked at Dumbledore. "Albus, I had my doubts at first, but I don't think that we could have chosen a better leader to follow." Albus shook his head. "I know that we couldn't have." The first morning of school found Harry and Ginny sitting together at the Gryffindor table for breakfast. Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Luna joined them. McGonagall passed out the timetables, while everyone was eating. Harry glanced down at his. "Not bad. We start Monday morning with double defense against the dark arts, and then we've got charms this afternoon." Ron nodded. "I like this. It's a good Monday." Hermione and Neville nodded. Harry asked, "How's your Monday, Ginny?" Ginny smiled. "I've got Transfiguration this morning, and double Ancient Runes this afternoon." Luna nodded. "That's not bad. I've got Transfiguration with you, but I have double Herbology this afternoon." Harry laughed. "She's getting ready for you to be her teacher next year, Neville." Neville blushed slightly. "I suppose. We'll just have to wait and see." After breakfast all of them headed for class. Harry, Neville, Hermione, and Ron walked to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. They took their customary seats at the front of the classroom. A few moments later, Tonks walked into the room. "Good morning. Welcome to the final year of NEWT Defense Against the Dark Arts. I want to begin by discussing what we will be covering this term. I must warn all of you that the NEWT for this course will be very difficult to obtain. The written examination will test your knowledge of defensive techniques to every major curse that we have ever studied. The practical examination will involve defending yourself against a variety of curses. This part of the test will be performed by Aurors. Neville raised his hand. Does this mean that we will have to duel with Aurors? Tonks shook her head. No, you won't exactly be dueling with them. They will be determining if you can dodge curses, and also determining if you can counter them once you are hit. I think that all of you are members of the dueling club. I would recommend that you continue with it. Mr. Potter is doing an excellent job of teaching you how to duel. The skills that you learn in the dueling club will come in handy for the test. Terry Boot raised his hand. Are we going to have the dueling club meeting tonight? Tonks turned to Harry. I think that is a question for Mr. Potter. Harry grinned. No, we will not be having a meeting this evening. We will start on Thursday. From there we will continue with the usual Monday to Thursday routine from last year. I will have announcements posted on the house bulletin boards by tomorrow. Tonks swept her gaze back across the rest of the class. I believe that settles that. Now, let us begin. After class and the morning break was over, Harry met Ginny in the Great Hall for lunch. Ginny asked, "Where are Ron, Hermione, and Neville?" Harry sighed. Hermione decided to start on the defense homework and went to the library. Ron decided to follow her. My best guess is Ron is trying to keep Hermione from studying too much. Neville went to look for Luna. They were discussing going to see Hagrid about getting some magical creatures for class. Ginny smiled. So, I guess that it is just the two of us. Harry smiled. Yes, Miss Weasley, I believe it is. While they were eating, Malfoy and his bunch of Slytherin cronies walked over to the Gryffindor table. Harry looked up as Malfoy's shadow fell across his plate. What do you want, Malfoy? Malfoy flashed a feral smile. I was told to deliver another message. Harry laughed shortly. I see that Tom has finally found a job that you can actually handle. An errand boy. Malfoy drew his wand. You'll pay for that, Potter. Don't make me laugh, Malfoy. You couldn't harm me with the most powerful spell that you could muster. Now, deliver your message, Harry said. Malfoy shook with rage as he pointed the wand at Harry. Finally, he put his wand back into his robes and said, The Dark Lord says that the time is drawing near for your end. Beware. Harry snorted. Unless Tom has a better message than that, I suggest you never interrupt my lunch with his trivial messages again. Malfoy spun and swept away with his fellow Slytherins following in his wake. After lunch Harry kissed Ginny, and then met Ron, Neville, and Hermione on the way to Charms class. He grinned at them. So, what have the three of you been doing all this time? Ron and Hermione blushed. Neville merely shrugged. I was walking around the grounds with Luna. We had a nice time. Harry nodded. I'm sure that you enjoyed sneaking off to Snog very much. Neville grinned. At least I find some place private to do it. From what I've heard and seen, you and Ginny will start snogging in front of anyone. Ron and Hermione laughed, while Harry's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Ron said, He's got you there, mate. Harry turned to walk away. Let's just get to class. Flitwick won't want us to be late. The other three followed him down the corridor. Once all the students were assembled into the Charms classroom, Flitwick came in and climbed up onto the desk. May I have your attention? I would like to begin. Today, we will be discussing the concealment charm. This is one of the major portions of the practical NEWT Charms exam. You will be tested on your ability to conceal yourself. Hermione asked, What else will be on the exam? Flitwick chuckled, Not now, Miss Granger. I don't want to overload everyone with information at once. We will take everything that we have to study and break it down piece by piece. After that I am confident that all of you will do quite well on your NEWTs. Now, onto the concealment charm. The wand movement for the concealment charm must be very precise. It is a complicated series of stabbing motions. Flitwick paused in his lecturing to demonstrate. The incantation associated with the charm is Cancello Illusio Obscuro. You must say the incantation at an even pace, so that you begin speaking with the first stabbing motion and complete the incantation with the final stabbing motion. This is probably one of the most difficult charms that you will ever have to perform. Let me demonstrate the charm. Flitwick began the complicated series of stabbing motions, Cancello illusio obscuro. He finished, and then light seemed to bend around him. If you stared straight at the spot where Flitwick disappeared, you could still see a slight shimmer. A moment later Flitwick reappeared. Padma Patil raised her hand. Professor, we could still see where you were. Flitwick nodded. I know. True invisibility is a feat that only the most powerful wizards can accomplish. Hermione asked, can you do it? Flitwick shook his head. I can cast an invisibility spell on an object, but I cannot cast an invisibility charm on anything living. Padma asked, do you know anyone that can? Flitwick nodded. The headmaster is capable of such a feat. I know of no one else that could. Ron asked, how about you know who? Could he do it? Flitwick shrugged. I would expect him to be capable of it, but I do not know for sure. Harry finally spoke. He can. Terry asked, how do you know? Harry answered, I know. Leave it at that. Padma asked, can you do it? Harry nodded. Yes, I can make myself invisible. Flitwick gaped at Harry. Would you be willing to demonstrate, Mr. Potter? Harry smiled. I suppose that I could indulge you, Professor. Harry got up and walked to the front of the class. He made no motions or anything, but then he disappeared. A moment later, he reappeared behind Padma. He tapped her on the shoulder. Padma jumped and spun around. You scared me. Harry grinned. My apologies. I thought that I would try to be slightly dramatic. Flitwick looked at Harry in amazement. Harry, you didn't use a wand. I know. Voldemort broke my wand when he stepped on it during the battle. I don't need a wand to do anything anymore, said Harry. The class sat in stunned amazement. Harry shook his head in amusement as the bell rang to end class. Harry waved his hand, and summoned his books to him. Then, he turned and walked out the door, while the rest of the class remained sitting in a stupor. Harry went to the ancient runes corridor and met Ginny as she came out of the classroom. She looked at him in puzzlement. What are you doing here? Harry replied, is it a crime to spy on the most beautiful girl in all of Hogwarts? Ginny curled her lip and stared off into space for a moment. That depends on who the girl is. Harry grinned. You, of course. Ginny smiled brightly. Then, it's okay. Ha, ha, very funny. Let's go and do your homework. What about your homework? Ginny asked. Harry answered, I'll do my defense homework after dinner. I didn't get any homework from Charms due to the fact that Flitwick was just a little too shocked to assign any. Ginny eyed Harry suspiciously. Why exactly was Flitwick too shocked to give homework? Harry shrugged. I think it had something to do with the fact that he discovered that I can make myself invisible without a wand. It could have been something else, but I'm pretty sure that was it. Ginny laughed lightly. I'm sure that it was. Harry turned to lead her down the corridor. Ginny quickly realized that they weren't heading for the Gryffindor common room. I take it that this means we're not going back to the common room. Harry shook his head. No, I don't want to deal with people gawking at me right now. I hope you don't mind studying in the room of requirement. Ginny shook her head and grinned smugly. No, I don't mind at all. I just hope you realize that we aren't going to get any homework done in there. We haven't snuck away to make out for a while. Harry grinned. I know. I figured as much. The only homework that I could have helped you with is your transfiguration anyway. It's not like I understand a thing about those runes. Ginny placed a hand in front of her mouth in mock surprise. I'm shocked, Mr. Potter. I can't believe that you are admitting to not knowing something. Harry shrugged. Hey, I only know stuff if I have read it or absorbed it from Tom. He didn't take ancient runes either, so I don't exactly have a source for the knowledge. Ginny laughed. I suppose not. They reached the corridor that contained the room of requirement. Harry walked back and forth 3 times while envisioning the room that he wanted. Once the door appeared, Harry walked in with Ginny directly behind him. Ginny smiled when she saw the couch sitting in front of a cozy fire. Why, Mr. Potter, I didn't know that you had such good taste. Harry snorted. I picked you, didn't I? I would say that I have excellent taste, and that it's obvious to the rest of the world. How did you miss it? Ginny playfully slapped Harry on the arm. I was just teasing. Harry grinned as he grabbed Ginny and pulled her into his embrace. I know. Harry leaned in and kissed her. Both of them dropped their books, and they were soon forgotten as the two of them sat down on the couch and curled up together. Later that night Harry and Ginny walked into the Great Hall for dinner. Ron looked at the two of them suspiciously. So, Where have the two of you been? Harry shrugged. We decided to sneak off and do what you and Hermione were doing during lunchtime. Ron flushed slightly. Hermione hid her face. Neville laughed at them. Ginny poked him. I don't know what you're laughing at. You and Luna did the same thing. Neville continued to laugh, so I don't have to be embarrassed about it. Luna smiled cheekily as Ginny gaped at Neville's boldness. Harry laughed. Neville, you know that 2 years ago you would have been terribly embarrassed by a statement like that. Neville nodded. I know. That time has passed. Harry clapped him on the shoulder. Yes, it has. While they were all enjoying their dinner, Cornelius Fudge came barging into the Great Hall with a contingent of Auror guards. He stormed up to the head table, and Dumbledore rose to meet him. Harry got up from his seat, and followed in Cornelius' wake. By the time that Harry reached the head table, Cornelius had already bellowed, I want to speak to you, Dumbledore. Dumbledore replied, If that is what you wish, Cornelius, let us retire to my office. Cornelius stamped his foot in irritation at Dumbledore's perceived calm. Very well. As the Dumbledore turned to lead the way from the room, Cornelius noticed Harry for the first time. We do not require your presence, Potter. Harry replied, I will keep my own counsel as to where my presence is required, Cornelius. For you to be in this much of a fuss, then it means that Voldemort is up to something. If he is, then it concerns me. Harry turned to Dumbledore. Shall we go? Dumbledore made a supreme effort to hide the smile that attempted to blossom on his face. Cornelius stewed as he followed them, with the Aurors trailing behind him. They reached Dumbledore's office, and Dumbledore motioned Cornelius to a seat. Harry indicated that he would stand. The Aurors fanned around the room. What is it, Cornelius? Asked Dumbledore. Cornelius began, I have just been in conference with the Prime Minister. Apparently, there have been a great deal of attacks on Muggles by Death Eaters. The Muggle press got wind of the situation today. The details of the attacks have been publicized. They don't understand the implications of it, but the situation is volatile. The Prime Minister is suggesting going after you-know-who with the Muggle military. Harry voiced an objection. You have to convince him that is a very bad idea. Voldemort and his minions would make short work of the British Army. Dumbledore finally spoke. I read the Muggle newspapers. I saw the articles concerning it this morning. We were going to discuss the Order's response at the meeting this evening. Harry snorted. You know exactly what the Order's response will be, Headmaster. I will be going to wait at the next most likely target. Hunting Death Eaters is becoming a hobby of mine. One of the Aurors laughed and mumbled something under his breath. Unfortunately for him, Harry had excellent ears. Harry turned and strode up to the Auror in question. So, you think that I have an overinflated opinion of my abilities, do you? The Auror remained stonily silent. Harry continued. I asked you a question. Are you too much of a coward to respond to a simple student? Dumbledore intervened. That is enough, Harry. No, it isn't. There might come a day that the Aurors that are present in this room are working with the Order. If they ever do, they need to understand that following my orders is the best course of action. I know more about what Voldemort is likely to do than anyone. Harry turned back to the Auror. So, what do you have to say for yourself? The Auror replied, I think that you are an egotistical young boy that entirely too many people have given a free rein to for far too long. The idea that you are going to save the world is a farce. Really? If that is what you think, then we should test your little theory. Hex me. Do everything that you can to attempt to subdue me. I would like to see what they teach you down at the Ministry. The Auror drew his wand. Harry stepped back and leaned against the bookshelf. The Auror yelled, Stupefy. The curse hit Harry and disappeared. The other Aurors stood and stared in shocked amazement. The Auror yelled again, Stupefy. Harry yawned. Are you through, yet? If not, let's hurry this along. There are important things to be discussed, and I don't have all night. One of the Aurors asked, How are you blocking the curse? You haven't drawn your wand. Harry replied, I wasn't blocking the curse. I don't have a wand. I don't need one anymore. The Auror asked, What are you talking about? No one can do wandless magic. I can. Expelliarmus. Harry waved his hand. The wand in the Auror's grasp went flying. Another of the Aurors breathed softly. Impossible. Harry sighed. I hear that entirely too often. Cornelius, Consider the problem taken care of. You can reassure the Prime Minister that I will handle the Death Eaters that are attacking Muggles." "You certainly seem sure of yourself, Potter," sneered Fudge. "I am, Cornelius. I am." Fudge stood up and swept out of the room with the Aurors hot on his heels. Dumbledore sighed. "Harry, you do have to stop antagonizing Cornelius. He could make a lot of difficulty for you." Harry replied, "That's exactly why I keep doing it. I'm trying to upstage him in front of as many people as I possibly can. Why? As soon as the war with Voldemort is over, I'm going to actively attempt to oust Fudge from office. The worse he looks in the interim, the easier it will be to accomplish later. I'm not going to turn the wizarding world on its head, while Voldemort is still strong, but as soon as it's safe, there is going to be a new order. The old pureblood families are not going to running the show anymore. I'm tired of it. I'm going to make sure that there are more Muggle-borns controlling the upper-level positions of the Ministry. I don't want to ever see an administration like Fudge's. One that values money and heritage more than the actual worth of people. It's time that the old prejudices that have ruled the wizarding world for so long died." Dumbledore smiled and nodded. "That is a worthy goal. It may be one that you find impossible to accomplish, but the effort can only make the world better." Harry laughed. "If my parents had known what I would accomplish in my life, they would have probably given me the middle name Impossible. I have a knack for getting it done. This will just be one more link in the chain." Dumbledore checked his watch. "The Order members will be here shortly. We should get ready." Harry nodded. "I'll go get the others. I didn't tell them that we were having a meeting. They will want to be here for this. I'll be back in just a few minutes." Harry quickly strode through the castle towards the Gryffindor common room. He found Ginny, Ron, Hermione, and Neville sitting in the common room. "Come on, guys. We have an order meeting." Ron, Hermione, and Ginny got up to follow Harry. Harry looked at Neville. "What are you waiting for?" Neville's eyes widened. "Does that mean you want me to come to the order meeting?" Harry nodded. "Of course. If you can find Luna in the next few minutes, she should be there as well." Neville jumped up. "She will be in the library. She's doing her homework." Harry asked, "Why aren't you working with her?" Neville grinned. "She says that she doesn't get enough work done when I'm around." Harry chuckled as Neville raced through the portrait hole and down the corridor. Harry followed him towards the library with the others trailing behind him. They caught up as Neville came out of the library with Luna in tow. Luna asked, "What is going on?" Harry smiled. "We're having an Order of the Phoenix meeting and I thought that you might like to be included in what is going on." Luna nodded. "Let's go." Harry led the way back to Dumbledore's office and the group walked up the stairs to find the rest of the Order assembled. Harry walked over to Frank and held out his hand. "I'm glad that you could make it." Frank grinned. "I wouldn't have missed this for the world. I'm ready to fight." Harry took his place in front of everyone. "It is time to begin the meeting. I would like to say that I am glad to re-welcome the Longbottoms to the Order of the Phoenix. However, that is the end of the happy news. Albus, since you are the only one that seems to have read the newspaper articles, I will let you tell them what is going on." Dumbledore cleared his throat as Harry took a seat. "It appears that Voldemort has begun to allow his Death Eaters to conduct raids on Muggles. There have been 22 Muggle deaths thus far. The Muggle newspapers have gotten a hold of the details behind the deaths, and have publicized pictures of the dark mark in the sky." Arthur shook his head. "Fudge has been in a towering temper since the Prime Minister contacted him concerning it this morning." Kingsley nodded. "Don't I know it? He came down to the Auror department and yelled at everyone. He said that if we didn't start doing our jobs properly that he would fire us all." Harry snorted. "That's an empty threat if I ever heard one. He wouldn't have anyone to defend the Ministry if he got rid of all the Aurors. Cornelius just wants to yell at someone to make himself feel as if he's actually accomplishing something. It's pathetic, really." Dumbledore broke in. "While insulting Cornelius might give all of you some sort of gratification, we must return to the subject at hand. We must respond to this." Harry grinned sheepishly. "Sorry. I guess I got a little carried away. The most sensible course of action is first to put a team together and wait for them to attack again. Then, we wipe out the Death Eaters that are responsible. I have a feeling that this is just a diversion to keep our eyes off of what Voldemort is really up to." Remus asked, "What is that?" "We'll get to that in a minute. That was the reason that this meeting was called. We need to decide how to deal with the diversion first. Albus, You have access to data that I don't. Where do you think that the Death Eaters will strike next? Dumbledore shrugged. I have not the slightest idea. The attacks appear random in nature to me. Dawlish spoke up. No, they actually aren't. If you correlate the locations of the attacks with the homes of known Death Eaters on a map, you will find that all of the attacks are happening to Muggles that are close to their homes. The only Muggle area that has not been attacked is the small village near the ancestral Malfoy estates. Kingsley nodded. We spent all afternoon working on this. The Malfoy estate is the best guess that we can come up with for the next attack. Harry sighed. If they are going to attack Muggles around the Malfoy estate, that means they will most likely gather there before the attack. That will be our target. Who wants to be on the raiding team? Kingsley replied, You know I'm in. Dulcie chimed in, You can count on me, as well. Frank twirled his wand, I'm itching to hand out some punishment to some Death Eaters. Neville stood up, If my dad is in, I'm going too. Frank beamed with pride at his son, but Alice protested, Neville, you are still too young. Neville answered back fiercely, I'm the same age as Harry. Besides, this won't be the first time that I have gone head-to-head with Death Eaters. I'm ready. Harry is an excellent dueling instructor. Ron jumped up, You know I'm in. The twins chorused, We'll follow you anywhere, Harry. Harry nodded, That should be enough. Fred, George, everyone is going to need some Weasley bombs. Fred grinned, Don't worry, we've got plenty. George asked, Do we need to bring any of the other items? Harry shook his head, No, we shouldn't need anything other than the bombs. Bill asked, Don't you think you need a larger raiding party? Harry shrugged, The more the merrier. If you want to join us, all you have to do is speak up, Bill. Bill grinned, I'm going. Charlie said, So am I. Molly sighed, 5 of my children are running off into danger. Ginny laughed, I'm afraid that all 6 are running off into danger, Mum. Where Harry goes, I go. Molly protested, Ginny, you can't. You're not ready for a raid of this size. Ginny pointed to Ron, Fred, and George, I can beat those 3 in a duel. So, if they are ready, I am. I've already been Death Eater hunting with Harry. Ron protested, You haven't beaten me in a duel yet, Ginny. I will on Thursday. Replied Ginny evenly. McGonagall asked, What are the 2 of you talking about? Harry answered for them, They have challenged each other to a mock duel during the first dueling club meeting. Don't worry, Molly, I won't let them hurt each other. Molly shook her head, I guess I don't have much of a say in this matter, do I? Harry sighed, Not anymore. We're not little kids that need to be protected anymore. Remus interrupted, Okay, now that is settled, I want to know what you think the Dark Lord's true objective is. Harry sighed, Malfoy delivered a message to me as soon as I got off the train. Apparently Voldemort is going to attempt time travel. Everyone gasped in surprise. Bill stammered, Surely, he isn't that crazy. Harry shook his head, Do you really have to ask? Voldemort isn't crazy, but he is desperate. He knows that he can't beat me anymore. He's going to try the last thing he can think of. Defeating Dumbledore or myself in the past. Most likely Dumbledore. Charlie asked, Why Dumbledore? Harry shrugged, I expect that he will still be hesitant to attack even my past self. He will be afraid that it will blow up in his face. If he kills a past version of Dumbledore, then there will be no one to protect me as a child. One of his minions would be able to kill me in the past, and all of Voldemort's problems would be solved. Snape protested, It could have other consequences that would be impossible to predict. Harry nodded, I know. So does he. However, he's willing to risk everything to defeat me. That makes him far more dangerous than he has ever been. The problem lies in the fact that if he goes back, then I will have to go back to stop him. Both of us being back in the same time period could be catastrophic. There are entirely too many things that could be altered by the 2 of us battling in the past. I have to find some way to make him return to the present once he goes back. Arthur asked, How are you going to do that? Harry sighed, and then shrugged, I wish I knew. Everyone left the meeting in disheartened spirits. They all had to carry away the forbidding knowledge that Harry didn't know how to stop Voldemort from traveling back in time. The next morning, Harry walked down into the Great Hall to find Aurors stationed in the Great Hall. He gave Dumbledore an inquiring glance. Dumbledore motioned him to come up to the head table. Harry walked through the room and asked, "Why are they here?" Dumbledore shrugged. "Dawlish and I decided that if Voldemort lures you back in time, then it is possible that his minions could attack the castle. We decided that it would be better to have some extra security around the castle. The students need all the protection we can muster." Harry nodded. "Good. Having Aurors roaming around will keep our resident Death Eater in line for the most part, I hope." Dumbledore smiled. "Don't worry. I have eyes watching young Mr. Malfoy. He won't be getting too far out of line." "That's one less thing that I have to worry about. I will meet the others here right after dinner," said Harry. Dumbledore nodded. "They will be here. I can only say good luck and happy hunting." Harry walked back to the Gryffindor table and sat down to eat his breakfast. Ginny asked, "So, what do you have to do today?" Harry grinned. "I have herbology this morning, and double potions this afternoon." Ron beeped. I'm glad I don't have to deal with Snape anymore." Harry laughed. "I'm sure that potions isn't nearly as bad as you remember it. Professor Snape is much better than he used to be." Ron shook his head. "I'm still glad that I don't have potions anymore." Harry shrugged. "I guess." Hermione ignored the two boys and asked Ginny, "What classes do you have today, Ginny?" Ginny checked her timetable. "I have double charms this morning, and then defense against the dark arts this afternoon." Harry finished eating. "Well, we might as well get to class." He leaned down and pecked Ginny on the lips. "I'll see you at lunch, dear." Harry headed away towards the greenhouses with Neville and Ron hot on his heels. The trio of Gryffindor boys reached Greenhouse 6, which their timetables had told them to report to. Madam Sprout came in and said, "Hello, my students. Welcome to Greenhouse 6. The class, which was composed of the 3 Gryffindor boys and a few Hufflepuff girls including Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones, chorused back, "Good morning, Professor Sprout." Madam Sprout continued, "Obviously this is your final year at Hogwarts, and you will all be taking your NEWT in herbology at the end of this year. The written portion of this test should not be terribly difficult to pass as long as you have done your homework. The practical portion of the test will involve dealing with multiple types of dangerous plants in a safe manner. We will begin with the first of these today. You will find one of each plant at each workstation. I have one for each of you. We are going to be pruning the Alboric Andromeda. These plants are hazardous due to their acidic secretions. You need to wear your dragonhide gloves while handling these plants." The group spent the morning period pruning the Andromeda plants. After they were done, Harry took off for the head boy bathroom to take a shower. Ron and Neville looked at each other and then laughed. Ron said, "I think that Ginny has got him whipped." Neville smirked. "I think Hermione and Luna have us whipped, too. We don't have much room to talk." Ron nodded. "True." "Chess?" Neville nodded. "Sure. I'll let you build your ego up." Ron shook his head. "I just like to play." Neville snorted. "Sure you do." The two of them continued to joke all the way to Gryffindor Tower. Later, at lunch everyone gathered around the table. Hermione said, "I want to go ahead and say this now, just in case I don't have another opportunity. I want all of you to be very careful tonight. You all need to come back safely." Ginny smiled. "Don't worry, Hermione. Harry will keep an eye on everyone, I'm sure." Harry nodded. "Ginny's right, Hermione. You don't have to worry. Everyone will be fine. We've got the Weasley bombs, and the element of surprise. We should be able to take them without much of a fight. I'm not going to bind them with a disapparation jinx, so they will be able to run once they realize that they are beaten. I'm not really worried about catching them all. We just want to give them a bloody nose tonight, so to speak." Hermione sighed. "I would like to go with you, but I don't know how much good I will be." Ron laid a hand on her shoulder. "Don't take this the wrong way, Hermione, but I'm really glad that you are not going. That way I don't have to worry about you." Hermione responded, "But, I have to sit here and worry about you." Luna smiled. "If it will make you feel better, Hermione, we can sit and worry together until they get back." Hermione smiled back at Luna. "I'd like that." Harry clapped his hands together. "Now, that is settled, let's eat lunch. I'm going to need all the strength I can muster to get through double potions." Hermione laughed. "It won't be that bad." Harry shrugged. "I know it won't be that bad, but it will be long." Everyone laughed, and then settled down to their lunch. After they finished, Harry kissed Ginny lightly, and said, I'll meet you after class, love. Ginny kissed him again. I know. Bye. Harry and Hermione headed down to the dungeons for potions class. They sat at the front and waited for Snape's customary entrance. A few moments later Snape swept in with his robes billowing behind him. Welcome to the final year of NEWT Potions. We will be brewing potions that appear quite frequently on the Potions NEWT. I expect a high level of passing from all of my students, and I have yet to be disappointed in 18 years. The first potion that we will be brewing this term is a truth potion. Hermione raised her hand. Will we be brewing Veritaserum? Snape shook his head. No, Miss Granger, we will not. Veritaserum is too expensive a potion to brew in a classroom setting. We will be brewing a much weaker truth potion that can be used to verify information that you receive from another source quite easily. This potion is called a truth-telling potion because anyone who ingests it is incapable of telling a lie for the next several hours. They will feel no compulsion to answer your questions like with Veritaserum, but they will be unable to lie if they do answer the question. Padma Patil asked, how does that help you to verify information? Snape turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, would you like to field this question? Harry nodded. Padma, it is quite obvious that if you ask them a question, and they refuse to answer, then the information you have is most likely correct. If possible, they will tell you a lie, but since this potion makes that impossible, then they will have to merely stay silent, which only confirms what you know. It isn't foolproof because if they are extremely clever then they will refuse to answer the question even if what you want to know is wrong. However, most criminals that are stupid enough to get caught are not that intelligent. Snape said, excellent response, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Gryffindor. Everyone in the room froze in shock except for Harry, who had already begun to unpack his potion ingredients. None of the others had ever seen Snape give points to Gryffindor, let alone Harry Potter. Snape swept his gaze over the rest of the class. Well, what are you waiting for? Get out your things. Snape pointed his wand at the blackboard, and the ingredients and instructions for the potion appeared. You may begin. The students rapidly went to work. Harry was the first to finish his potion. He corked a flask of it for marking, and then took it up to Snape. Snape nodded to him as Harry returned to his desk to clean up. Shortly thereafter, the bell rang to signal the end of class, and Harry and Hermione hurried out. Hermione waited until they were out of earshot of the other students. Harry, I can't believe that Snape gave you points in front of the Slytherins. Harry grinned. Well, Snape isn't going to show much favoritism to his own house for a while. He knows that Malfoy has taken the Dark Mark, and that several of them despise him for being a traitor to Voldemort. He isn't happy with them at the moment. Once the Death Eater students leave, he will probably be back to his old ways, just not as sadistic about it. He's actually an excellent professor. He knows the subject matter, and he certainly knows how to keep a class attentive. Hermione laughed at him. If somebody had told me that you would be complimenting Snape 2 years ago, I would have told them they were crazy. Now, I'm hearing it firsthand and I'm still not quite sure that I believe it. Harry shook his head in silent amusement. Believe it. We need to find the others. Never mind, there they are. Ginny, Ron, Neville, and Luna were walking towards the two of them. Harry said, let's go to the room of requirement, and get our homework done. We need to finish early since several of us have other matters to attend to after dinner. Ron nodded. Good idea, mate. We can have some privacy in the room of requirement. Harry led the way, and the group settled down around an extremely large table to do all their homework. Harry and Ginny finished theirs quickly, and then started helping the others. Ginny pointed out a few flaws in Hermione's calculations for arithmancy from over her shoulder. Hermione looked at her in amazement. How did you know how to do that? You didn't take arithmancy. Ginny pointed at Harry. I learned it from him. Hermione turned to Harry. How did you know how to do it? Harry shrugged. Merlin is a brilliant man. Hermione asked, what? Harry shook his head. I don't have time to explain right now, but I promise I will tell you all what I have been doing after tonight's mission is over with. I have informed Dumbledore of what I have been up to, but no one else knows yet. Ron asked, not even Ginny? Ginny shook her head. No, I knew that he had been learning things from somewhere, because he has been imparting the knowledge to me through our soul bond. But up till now he has been hiding the source of the information from me. Harry chuckled. Don't worry, we will all have a nice long discussion about it tomorrow. Harry looked at his watch. Well, It is almost time for dinner. I guess we should go down to the Great Hall. Ron jumped up. Let's hit it. I'm ready to eat. Hermione commented dryly, you're always ready to eat. Everyone else laughed as Ron mock angrily stormed out the door. Hermione followed him out and asked playfully, did Ickle Ronikins get his feelings hurt? Ron stuck his tongue out at Hermione, and then pulled her into a kiss. Harry turned and raised his eyebrows at Ginny. She smiled, I guess he must be learning. If he keeps at it, he'll start talking like you. Harry made a weird face. I hope not. If he starts talking to Hermione the way that I talk to you, I might gag. Hermione broke the kiss with Ron and hit Harry on the arm. What would be wrong with Ron being sweet and romantic? Harry shrugged, nothing. I just don't want him to do it in front of me. You're kind of like my sister, Hermione, and that is just gross. Ron put his hands out in front of him. Finally, he knows how I feel when I have to watch him snog my sister. Ginny looked pointedly at Ron. You don't have to watch, you know. You could just walk away. Ron looked pointedly right back at her. You don't have to start kissing right in front of me either. Harry tapped Ginny on the shoulder. I hate to admit it, Gin, but the man does have a point. We flaunt our relationship just a little bit. Ginny put her hands on her hips. We should. All of the boys have been teasing me about having a crush on you since I was a little girl. Now that I actually have you, I need to rub it in their face. Harry gave a mock offended look. Oh, I see. I'm just a prize that you had to win so you could get back at your brothers. I feel so used. Ron, Neville, Hermione, and Luna broke down laughing. Ginny looked horrified by what she had said. I didn't mean it like that, Harry, she exclaimed. Harry grinned. I know. I was just trying to see what kind of reaction I could get out of you. Now, let's go eat. I'm even getting hungry now. They went down to dinner and ate hurriedly. Once they were finished, and everyone else started to file slowly out of the Great Hall, they went up to the head table, where Fred, George, and Bill had come in. Dawlish and Kingsley were already at the castle on oar duty. Frank walked in a minute later, followed shortly by Charlie. Harry clapped his hands together. I guess that is all of us. Fred, George, did you bring the items that we discussed? The twins nodded. We have them right here. The two of them held up the bags that they were carrying. Harry smiled. Excellent. Now, I have arranged a portkey for us to go. He held up a large book. Everyone put a finger on, and we will get out of here. Dawlish asked, where is the portkey going to take us? Harry answered, about a mile from the Malfoy estate. We will have to walk the rest of the way. I didn't want us to be too close. Neville kissed Luna goodbye, while Ron did the same to Hermione. Hermione told all of them, be careful. Harry replied, I'll say it again, Hermione. Don't worry. The strike team all put a finger on the portkey and suddenly they were gone. When they popped back into existence, Harry dropped the book and it disappeared. Ron asked, where did it go? Harry grinned, don't worry. I can summon it to me at will. I'm going to become invisible and check the situation out. That way we can come up with the most effective strategy for taking them. I'll be back in just a minute. All of you stay hidden. Harry disappeared from view. Frank shook his head in amazement. There isn't a wizard alive that wouldn't pay good money to be half as talented as that young man. Kingsley nodded. I know what you mean, Frank. He has changed so much in such a short time. I remember not too long ago, when he needed us to protect him. Now, he's the leader of the Order. It just goes to show you that time can change everything. Frank looked at Kingsley curiously. Considering that we were discussing the altering of time at the last Order meeting, that statement can mean a whole lot more than you intended it to. Dawlish sighed. Don't we all know it? All we can do is hope that Harry figures out some way to stop him. Harry reappeared in front of them. Okay, there are about 15 of them in the house. There are 2 standing out front as guards. Dawlish asked, could you tell which ones they were? Harry shook his head. No, they already have their masks on. They are getting ready to go out and attack. Here's what we are going to do. I'm going to go invisible again, and take out the 2 guards. I want Fred, George, Bill, Charlie, and Frank to be standing by with Weasley bombs. Hurl them through the front window. That should create plenty of confusion. Everyone else, be ready to throw stunning spells in after the bombs go off. We should nail a few of them that way. After that, all of you take cover and continue to throw hexes into the house. Neville and Ron, I want the two of you watching our backs. Make sure that none of the Death Eaters go out the back of the house and try to flank us. That means that the two of you need to get up into the trees. Neville asked, what do we do if we see someone? Stun them, replied Harry. Ron asked, what if we can't? Harry chuckled, make a whole lot of noise. Everyone knows their jobs. Let's go. Harry disappeared again and walked back towards the house. Things were just as he left them. The Death Eaters were still standing around in the sitting room. Either they were waiting for someone or a certain time. Harry quickly stunned the two guards. As soon as Fred and George saw the guards drop, they ignited their Weasley bombs and hurled them through the window. The glass shattered, and the other 3 bombs followed the first 2 in quickly. Stunning spells followed directly behind the explosion of minor hexes. Harry became visible again and leapt through the window behind the stunning spells. The Death Eaters scattered all over the vast room. Several of them began hurling hexes out the window. Others aimed at Harry. One of the Death Eaters screeched upon recognizing Harry, "It's Potter." Another Death Eater laughed mockingly, "Has the wee baby Potter come back to play?" Harry spun at the sound of Bellatrix's voice. He smiled evilly, "Bellatrix, I will enjoy killing you." Harry raised his arm and pointed a finger at Bellatrix. Avada Kedavra. The green jet of light sped towards her. Bellatrix apparated away as soon as she heard him speak the words of the spell. The spell harmlessly splashed into the wall. By this point, several curses had hit Harry with no effect. 3 Death Eaters decided to try killing him and hurled killing curses at him. Harry heard 3 distinct voices yell, "Avada Kedavra." He spun to locate the spells and saw all 3 jets of green light hurtling at him. Harry waved his arm around in a circle and said calmly, "Dissipado." The jets of light vanished in midair several feet away from Harry. Harry followed this with an explosion hex aimed back at the 3 Death Eaters. They were blasted away as several pieces of furniture were hurled around the room. Harry extended his other hand, and said, "Stupefy." A jet of red light emerged from each of his 4 fingers. 2 of them caught Death Eaters and dropped them where they stood. Another Death Eater screamed, "Retreat." With a series of pops the remaining Death Eaters apparated away. Harry surveyed the destruction of the room that he was in, and sighed, "You can all come in now. It's safe." The rest of the strike team entered the sitting room. Bill and Charlie were dragging the 2 stunned guards with them. Dawlish glanced around and asked, "How many did we get?" Kingsley appeared to be counting. "It looks like 6 stunned Death Eaters, and 3 mangled ones." Frank was kneeling over the 3 that had been hit with the explosion hex. Kingsley asked, "Are any of those 3 alive?" Frank nodded, "Yes. One of them has a broken neck. He's dead. The other 2 are alive for the moment. They won't stay that way if we don't get some Medi Witches in here, fast." Harry sighed, "Don't bother with Medi Witches. I'll take care of it." Harry flicked his wrist, and the 2 Death Eaters were healed. Then, he said, "Stupefy." 2 stunning spells flashed across the room, and hit the 2 Death Eaters. Dawlish smiled as he continued to look around. "We got 9 of them. This is encouraging. They will think twice about attacking any more innocent bystanders." Harry growled, "Bellatrix got away, though." Frank stood up and walked over to Harry. He clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry, Harry. We'll get her one of these days." Harry nodded, "Yes, we will." The next morning Harry sat down to breakfast with his friends. They all looked at him expectantly. Harry sighed, "After class, we will go to the room of requirement, and I will explain exactly what is going on." The rest of them began eating once Harry said this. Ginny asked, "So, what do the professors have in store for you today?" Harry chuckled, "We get to go back to Flitwick for double charms this morning, and we have transfiguration this afternoon." Ron sighed, "Sounds like a fun day. I don't have a class this afternoon." Neville laughed, "Lucky. I've got ancient runes this afternoon." Ginny said, "Hey, I like ancient runes." Neville said back to her, "So do I. It would still be nice to have a free period every now and then." Harry nodded, "I agree with that. The 2 of us may be teaching here next year. We really won't have free periods then." Neville sighed, "I know. I think that I will enjoy teaching." Hermione nodded, "You will. The troop of students went their separate ways to go to class. Everyone besides Harry was having a great amount of difficulty paying attention in class due to the anticipation of what they would be hearing this afternoon from Harry. Finally, the last class of the day was over and the 6 students made their way to the 7th floor corridor containing the room of requirement. 3 sweeps back and forth in front of the stretch of wall that hid the entrance and they were inside the room. They all sat down on chairs and couches. Hermione said, "We're waiting." Harry took a deep breath. "This summer I went up to the portrait room in Potter Manor and began talking to the portraits." Ginny smiled. "So you talked to your mum and dad?" Harry nodded, "Among others. I can remember the conversation like it was yesterday." Harry walked into the portrait room and cleared his throat to wake the portraits. James was the first to open his eyes. "Harry, I've been waiting for you to come see us." By now Lily was awake as well. "You have turned out to be such a handsome young man." Harry grinned slightly in embarrassment. "I guess, Mum." James cackled. "I can't say that he acts much like I did at that age. What do you think, Lily?" Lily shook her head. "Definitely not. If someone had given you a compliment like that you would have mussed your hair and tried to check your profile." James shrugged. "Hey, I was young." Lily replied, "So is he." Harry asked, "Do I need to be here for this conversation, or would the two of you like to be alone?" James laughed. "Of course not, Harry. We want you to sit and talk with us. We have been waiting to hear all about your life for a very long time." Harry said, "Okay, here goes." Harry continued the story. "That was our first conversation. I told them everything that had happened to me through my life. They were impressed to say the least. My dad kept saying, 'That's my boy.'" Ginny smiled. "I'm so glad that you talked to them. I hope I have a chance to." Harry chuckled. "I'm sure you will. We will be living in the house with their portraits." Ginny nodded. "Good point." Hermione interrupted. "I'm really glad that you got to talk to your parents, Harry, but that still doesn't explain why you said that Merlin was a brilliant man." Harry sighed. "To continue the story, the second time that I went to talk with them, they told me about the portrait of Godric Gryffindor that is hidden in a secret chamber in the basement of Potter Manor. From Godric, I learned where Merlin's only existing portrait is. I went there to learn from him." Ron asked, "How could you have had time, Harry? You were with us practically all summer." Harry nodded. "I know, but time is no longer an issue for me. I would just pop back in time a few hours. That left me with plenty of time to study, and still made it so that I never really seemed to have been missing for more than a few minutes. Hermione is going to be jealous, but I read practically the entire Hogwarts library this summer." Hermione pouted. "That's not fair. I've been trying to read that library for years." Harry laughed. "It's going to take several more years for you to do it. I know it did me, and I read fast." Neville said, "I don't get something. If you have spent years reading the library and studying with Merlin, how come you don't look any older?" Harry replied, "The beauty of being out of the normal flow of time is that you don't age. I can spend as much time in the past as I would like, and I don't get any older." Hermione protested, "That doesn't make sense. I studied time travel spells while I had the time turner, and they don't remove you from the normal flow of time. They just deposit you at some other point. Once you arrive, time flows just as it did." Harry nodded. "Very astute observation, Hermione. You would be right if I used time travel spells to move through time. However, I don't. I merely have to will myself through time." Luna asked, "How do you do that?" Harry returned, "Do you know how you breathe?" Luna shook her head. "No, I just do it. Same concept. I don't know how that I am able to move through time so easily. I just know that I can do it." Ron threw his hands up into the air. "That's it. I don't want to hear any more of this weird stuff. If I do, my head is going to explode." Neville pointed at Ron. "I'm with him. You could spend the next 10 years trying to explain all of this to me, and I still wouldn't get it." Hermione appeared as if she were going to protest, but Harry cut her off. "Drop it for now, Hermione. If you want to ask me some more questions concerning the theory behind time travel, then let it wait until some other time." Hermione sighed. "Okay." Then, she picked up a book, and was immersed in the text within moments. Ron chuckled. "I wish that I could get her to pay as much attention to things that are fun as she does to those books." Harry chuckled with him. To Hermione, "Ron, books are fun." The group finished their homework and then went down to the Great Hall for dinner. After dinner they all returned to the room of requirement to sit around the fire and enjoy some leisure time as couples. Once it was time for bed, the prefects made their rounds, and the group trooped off to the dormitories to go to sleep. They paused for a quick kiss goodnight, and then it was off to bed. The next day seemed to disappear as quickly as it began. Classes were over and it was time for the first dueling club meeting of the term. Harry climbed up onto the stage. Welcome to the dueling club. I hope all of you have been practicing your swordplay over the summer. We are going to be beginning tonight's lesson with an exhibition duel between two of our members. Ron, Ginny, get up here. Ginny leapt onto the stage agilely. Ron followed more slowly. Tonks asked, Mr. Potter, what exactly are the terms for this duel? Harry replied, we will be handling it much the same way that we did the mock duels last year. You will be the judge of sword wounds. If a mortal wound is called, then the duel is over. If one of them manages to stun or bind the other, then the duel is over. You may begin. Ginny and Ron both drew their swords and wands. Ginny smiled across at Ron. I hope you are ready to lose to your baby sister. Ron assumed a stance and said, we'll see, Gin, we'll see. While they were preparing themselves, Harry heard several people enter the room. He looked over his shoulder to see the Aurors moving in through the door. He asked, Tonks, why are the Aurors here? Tonks grinned. It seems that you have been making quite a name for this dueling club. They came down to see what all the fuss was about. While this was occurring, the duel on the stage had begun in earnest. Ginny was laying back and forth with her sword, throwing tickling charms between each swing. Ron was totally on the defensive. It was all he could do to avoid being hit. Tonks nodded in approval. Miss Weasley is impressive. By the way the Aurors are gawking, I would say that they would agree. Harry chuckled, what can I say, she is my best pupil. The fight continued for another few moments before Ginny decided to have mercy on Ron, and ended. She quickly struck his sword from his grasp, and kicked his wand from his hand. He dove to pick it up and she neatly caught him with a stunning spell. Harry stepped up onto the stage. He summoned Ron's wand and sword to his hands. Enervate. With a casual waggle of a finger, Harry restored Ron. He held out the weapons. I believe that you have been defeated, Mr. Weasley. Ron huffed, I know. Ginny smiled, I warned you, you should have listened. Harry turned back to the crowd. Let's have a round of applause for our combatants. Applause rose from the surrounding dueling club members. Now, let's see if you have improved with your swordplay over the summer. Anthony Goldstein, Justin Finch Fletchley, Ernie Macmillan, Terry Boot, Colin Creevey, and Neville Longbottom, get up here. Harry turned to Ron and Ginny. The two of you can get off the stage, now. They will need it. Ron and Ginny stepped off the stage into the crowd. The other boys got up onto the stage holding their wands and swords at the ready. They immediately surrounded Harry. Harry chuckled, don't worry, gentlemen. You won't be dueling me. I wouldn't put you through that kind of torture. The group of guys sighed in relief. Harry grinned. You will be dueling each other. It will be teams of 3 on 3. Terry, Colin, and Neville, I want you to team up against Justin, Ernie, and Anthony. Swords only. I think that this should be interesting. You may begin when I leave the stage. Harry gave the two groups of boys a moment to huddle together and plan strategy. Then, he lightly dropped off the stage onto the floor. The 6 boys on the stage immediately went into action. Terry and Colin split to each side from Neville, who charged straight at the other group with his sword whirling in front of him. Ernie and Anthony dropped back from the onslaught to flank Neville, while Justin met the charge head-on and locked swords with Neville. Within moments, Justin's sword was flying through the air towards Ernie, who sidestepped it quickly. Neville swiped at Justin undefended, and then kicked his legs out from under him. Anthony jumped forward to allow Justin to scramble after his sword, but in so doing, he exposed his back to Colin, who quickly took advantage of the mistake, and struck him a blow to the back of the neck. Tonks called out, mortal wound, Mr. Goldstein. Anthony jumped from the stage. Ernie had attempted to attack Neville's exposed flank, but had been stopped by Terry. Terry and Ernie continued to battle back and forth as Colin and Neville advanced on Justin, who had by now retrieved his sword. During all this action, one of the Aurors had walked forward to stand by Harry, You have done an excellent job of training these young men, Mr. Potter. Harry replied without ever taking his eyes off the duel as it progressed. They have learned well. The duel continued as Justin was doing his best to stave off Neville and Colin, until hopefully Ernie could defeat Terry. It appeared that this might actually happen as Ernie managed to knock Terry's sword from his hands. At the moment this happened, Colin did a back flip away from Justin, while Neville dove sideways and slammed bodily into Ernie, driving him to the ground. Terry grabbed his sword and scored a blow to Ernie's chest as he attempted to regain his feet while Neville rolled off of him. Tonks called out again, "Mortal blow, Mr. Macmillan." Colin continued to fight defensively until Terry and Neville came to his aid. Justin paused and threw down his sword. He said, "I give up. There is no way that I can take all three of them." Harry began clapping. "Excellent swordsmanship, gentlemen. I have rarely seen such a fine display, and judging by the silence that seems to be pervading the room, neither has anyone else." Harry leapt onto the stage. "Neville, those were some extremely reckless maneuvers that you were trying." Neville shrugged. "I just did what I had to. I figured that being direct and aggressive was the best course of action. It seemed to do the trick." Harry nodded. "I'm a fan of direct action myself, Neville. The key to true strategy is knowing when direct action will work, and when it's time to be devious. Both types of attack are necessary at some time or another. I want to congratulate all of you on an excellent display once more. Now, on to actual business." The orator that had spoken to Harry earlier interrupted. "My apologies for interrupting, Mr. Potter. My name is Kevin Whitby. I'm one of the senior orators, and all of us have heard of your skill in dueling. I would like to see a taste of it." Harry chuckled. "I would certainly like to oblige you, Mr. Whitby, but I don't really think anyone wants to duel with me. It isn't exactly fair." Kevin opened his eyes wide at the boast. "That seems to be a little bit arrogant, Mr. Potter." Harry shook his head. "It isn't arrogance. I'm immune to most hexes and jinxes. It isn't fair when I can stand and take anything that you can throw at me. All I have to do is catch my opponent with a single stunner." Another of the orators asked, "What do you mean you are immune to hexes?" Harry answered, "Try hitting me with one, and find out firsthand." The orator drew his wand and said, "Locomotor Mortis." Harry stood calmly and waited for the curse to hit him. It did, and nothing happened. The orator tried again, Petrificus Totalis. Again Harry stood still and waited for the curse. Yet, again it did nothing when it hit. Harry shrugged. "Do you see what I mean? Normal curses don't have any effect on me." Whitby asked, "How did you accomplish this?" Harry shrugged again. "I have not the slightest idea. I just merely know that curses do not affect me." Whitby seemed as if he was about to speak again, but he was interrupted by Dawlish, who had just walked into the room. "That's enough, Whitby. I believe that you have asked Mr. Potter enough questions." Whitby nodded in response. Harry chuckled at the eager expressions that were plastered on every face in the room. Everyone seemed like they wanted answers to Harry's mysterious powers. "I believe that is time to end the dueling club meeting for the evening. You are all dismissed." Everyone grumbled good-naturedly as they filed out of the room. Harry dropped from the stage to stand beside Ginny, who was waiting for him. Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Luna weren't far away. "Let's head to dinner. I'm hungry." Ron laughed. "I thought that was supposed to be my line." Neville slapped Ron on the back. "It usually is. That doesn't mean that everyone else can't steal it once in a while." The group of students continued to banter as they walked down to the Great Hall. The rest of the evening and Friday passed by quickly. On Friday afternoon after class, Harry met Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. "Are the two of you ready for animagus practice?" asked Harry. Ron and Hermione nodded enthusiastically. Harry turned to Ginny. "Are you going to help?" Ginny smiled. "Of course. You can use me as a test subject." Harry laughed. "I suppose. It will be helpful to let you transform in front of them, so that I can still talk and explain." The four Gryffindors went to the room of requirement to practice. After they had been practicing for a little while, Ron actually managed to transform his hand into a bear paw. Harry said excitedly, "That's great, Ron. I take it that you plan on becoming a bear." Ron nodded. "I like the idea of the raw power that a bear can wield." Harry turned to Hermione. "Have you decided what animal you are aiming for?" Hermione answered, "Yes. I want to be a lynx. Harry smiled. McGonagall will be pleased. She will like the idea of you being a fellow feline, considering you were her favorite student. Hermione protested. I'm not her favorite student. The other 3 Gryffindors snorted in derision. Hermione relented. Okay, maybe I am her favorite student. The rest of the weekend was spent working on the Animagus training and the students' homework. Monday's dueling meeting went over without a hitch, and finally it was time for Gryffindor's Quidditch tryouts. Ron took a deep breath and looked at Harry. Are you sure that you want to give up the captain's seat? Harry chuckled. I wouldn't have done it if I wasn't sure. Get out there and run a tryout. Ron grinned. All right. Ron stepped out onto the pitch and looked at the sea of students that were there to either try out or watch the tryout. Ron tapped his wand to his throat and said, Sonorous. Welcome, everyone. I would like all of you to divide up depending on which position you are trying out for. He pointed to the opposite end of the pitch. Chaser tryouts down there. Beater tryouts stay at this end. He tapped his wand to his throat again. Quietus. Harry walked up beside him. Not bad, mate. Ron returned graciously. I had a good example to watch last year. Harry chuckled. I suppose. Now, let's see what these new kids can do. Ron nodded. You bet. The practice went on for about an hour, before Ron called a halt. He amplified his voice again, and said, Thank you, everyone. I will be posting the results of the tryout by tomorrow morning. He returned to his normal speaking voice, and landed to talk to the others. Let's discuss the prospects over dinner. I'm starved. The rest of the team followed Ron into the changing rooms and then onward to the Great Hall for dinner. The Gryffindor Quidditch team sat down around the house table, and began serving themselves. Ron was the first to speak. Okay, guys, any suggestions? Harry nodded immediately. I don't know about the Chasers, but I think we need to go with Evan Dobbs as one of the reserve beaters. Harry turned to Natalie. He's your cousin, isn't he? Natalie nodded. Yes, he's been practicing since the tryouts last year. He watched everyone play, and decided that he wanted to be on the team. Ron agreed readily. Yeah, I was watching him as well. He has got some skills. He will be a good starter next year. How about the other reserve beater? Dean spoke up. I don't know how the rest of you feel, but we have to go with Stephen Tierman. He was brilliant. Seamus nodded. I agree. He will really help out the team. I think that he is probably better than Dean and I. Ginny laughed. I don't know about that. The two of you have got more game experience. We will just have to see how he does in practice. I think that it is obvious that Colin is moving up to the starting team. The question is who is going to replace him on the reserve team. Natalie spoke up. I vote for Lacey Spurey. She's only a second year, but she has got some real moves. She's fast. Ron asked. How is everyone on that? The rest of them team nodded an affirmative. Ron slapped the table. That settles it then. We have our new roster. He turned to his girlfriend, Hermione. Will you write up the roster for me? You know my handwriting is terrible. Hermione giggled. Of course. I'll do it as soon as we get back to the common room. Then, you can post it after the rest of them go to bed. Ron smiled. Thanks. Now, let's eat. They all tucked into their dinner. Later that night, once everyone else had gone to bed, Ron posted the team roster, and the rest of the tower awoke the next morning to find the roster on the bulletin board. The Gryffindor Quidditch team starters position player. Seeker Harry Potter, Keeper Ron Weasley, Beater Dean Thomas. Beater Seamus Finnegan, Chaser Ginny Weasley, Chaser Natalie MacDonald. Chaser Colin Creevey, Reserves position player Seeker Ginny Weasley. Keeper Ewan Abercrombie, Beater Evan Dobbs, Beater Stephen Tierman. Chaser Emma Dobbs, Chaser Dennis Creevey, Chaser Lacey Spurey. Harry and Ron stood off from the group of students that were crowded around the bulletin board. Harry smiled. I think that you have made a few people very happy, and a whole lot of people extremely unhappy. Ron shrugged. That's always the problem with having to choose people for something. Someone is always left out. Harry nodded. Sage words. Let's go get breakfast before we get mobbed by the hopefuls. Ron laughed. Good idea. The two boys beat a hasty retreat from the common room before anyone noticed their presence. After classes were over the next day, Harry decided to walk down to visit Hagrid. When he arrived at Hagrid's cabin, he found that Hagrid already had a visitor. Firenze was standing in Hagrid's hut. Harry stood in the open doorway, and coughed to gain their attention. They both looked over at him. Hagrid grinned. "Ah, Ari, we were ju talking about you. We were going to come and get ye from the castle." Harry asked, "Why?" Firenze was the one to answer the question. "Megorian wishes to speak with you, Mr. Potter. It is concerning the signs that the centaurs have read in the sky." Harry raised his eyebrows in surprise. Are the centaurs actually going to impart the knowledge they gain from the heavens unto humans? Firenze nodded. "They feel that it is in their best interests to do so this time. They have agreed with me, and I have been reaccepted into the herd." Harry nodded. "Let's go, then." Firenze turned and cantered from the hut. "I will lead the way." Hagrid picked up his crossbow and motioned for Harry to follow Firenze. Hagrid came just behind him. The party of 3 made their way into the Forbidden Forest, and after about 30 minutes of traveling, they came to a large clearing that was filled with centaurs. Megorian stepped forward out of the throng. "Mr. Potter, we are pleased that you have decided to join us. We have much to discuss." Megorian turned to the gathered centaurs. "Welcome, the Promised One, my people. The time of prophecy and reckoning is at hand." The centaurs cheered. Harry asked, "What have you read in the stars, Megorian? In case you have forgotten, I have other things that I need to do." Firenze cautioned, "Patience, Mr. Potter. All will be revealed in time." Harry heard the ominous note that was present in Firenze's voice when he spoke the word time. He was about to ask what he meant by it, when Megorian began speaking again. "Mr. Potter, as I'm sure that you have been told by Firenze, the stars have shown that the period of peace that was recently ended was merely a pause between 2 great wars. The end of the Second War is nigh, since Mars continues to grow brighter and brighter. The only thing that remains is for the battle through time, and the final battle." Harry asked, "Battle through time?" Megorian nodded. "Yes, Mr. Potter, we have foretold for ages that the final great villain and the Promised One would conduct their battles through the vortex of time." Harry sighed. "So, that means Voldemort is going to attempt to go back and alter time. I suspected it." Megorian continued, "The victor of that battle will control the fate of the world. When the time comes for the final battle, we Centaur have decided that you are worthy. We will fight alongside you, Mr. Potter." Harry bowed. "I am grateful that you have decided to aid me. I'm sure that the side of light will need all the help it can get. Now, if you have no other information for me, I must return to the castle. The Order of the Phoenix has much to plan." Most of the centaurs bowed to Harry as he transformed into a phoenix and took wing towards the castle. Harry flew in one of the windows of the castle, and landed on the floor. He transformed back into his human form and ran as fast as his legs could carry him to Dumbledore's office. He gasped out the password to the gargoyle, and raced up the stairs. Albus looked up as Harry burst into the room. "Harry, what is it?" Harry said, "We have a problem. I have just had a conversation with the centaurs, and they have informed me that Voldemort is going to attempt to alter time." Dumbledore sighed. "He really is getting desperate if he is going to risk time travel." Harry nodded. "I know. I am going to have to be ready to go at a moment's notice. I just hope that I am going to be able to track him through time." Dumbledore said, "I'm sure you will be. I take it that you want to have an order meeting." Harry replied, "I think that would be best. Everyone needs to know what is going on, and what to watch for. If we get wind of where he is attempting the time travel spell at, maybe we can stop him before he completes it." Dumbledore said, "I will summon the order to meet after dinner." "Okay. I'll bring Ginny, Hermione, Ron, Luna, and Neville. I'll see you in a short while," said Harry as he turned to leave the office. He walked down to the Great Hall to wait for his friends. A few minutes later they walked down to join him. Harry smiled at them. "I hope all of you finished your homework this afternoon." Ginny asked, "Why?" "We have an order meeting after dinner. I have obtained some critical information," replied Harry. Ron said, "Well, then we are going to need plenty of energy. It's time to eat." Hermione snorted as the rest of the group laughed. "Trust Ron to use any excuse to eat." Ron protested, "I don't use any excuse. There are several that I have never used." Hermione asked, "Like what?" Ron shrugged. "I have never said that I needed to eat because wild elephants were about to trample me." Harry started to chuckle. "I have to give you that one, Ron." "Hermione, I believe that you have lost this round." Hermione harumphed, and then flounced off into the Great Hall. Ron raised his arms over his head in triumph. I won. Harry shook his head. No, you didn't. You will have to let her win, or you will remain in the doghouse for a while. Ron dropped his arms. I suppose you're right. Let's just go eat. I'll fix this with her later. After dinner, the group of friends walked up to Dumbledore's office to find most of the Order assembled. They were merely waiting for the professors. Harry and the rest found seats and exchanged greetings with the other members. A few minutes later, Dumbledore entered the room, followed quickly by Snape, Tonks, and McGonagall. Once everyone was seated, Harry rose. I guess all of you are wondering why you were summoned. Dawlish nodded. I would say so. This one was a little sudden. Moody broke in gruffly, which means that something has happened. So, what is it? Harry sighed. The Centaurs have informed me that Voldemort will attempt to alter time. The entire room save Dumbledore gasped in surprise. Arthur said quietly, You have got to be kidding. Harry shook his head. I assure you that I am not. We have suspected that he might attempt it for a while. Now, we know. Snape asked, What are our options? Harry motioned to Dawlish. We are going to need the Aurors to be watching Death Eater activity as closely as possible. I would like to be able to prevent him from going. I don't expect us to actually be able to stop him, but perhaps we can delay him. Dawlish said, I will alert all the Aurors to be monitoring activity that would suggest that you know who is preparing to cast a complicated spell of that nature. Harry clasped his hands together. Now, we need to be able to discuss this in front of other people without them knowing what we are discussing. Ron asked, How are we going to do that? Hermione stated the obvious, we are going to have to develop a code. Harry nodded. If I sense that Voldemort has cast the spell, then I will say that I have to go gallivanting. That way, whoever is around me can take a message back to you, Albus. Then, at least everyone will know what is going on. I just hope that I can stop him from altering anything. Ginny stood up and walked over beside Harry. She hugged him and said, Don't worry, Harry. You'll be able to handle Voldemort. I have faith in you. Molly nodded. So do the rest of us, Harry. We all believe in you. Harry smiled. Thanks. I needed that. Well, does anyone else have anything they want to add? The rest of the Order shook their heads to indicate a negative. Dawlish said, If there is nothing else, then I will get back to the Ministry. Harry called after him as he walked from the room, Don't work too hard, Dawlish. Dawlish grinned back over his shoulder. Don't worry, Harry. I intend to work harder until this is over, and then I am going to take a long vacation. Harry nodded. Me too. Ron stood up. If that's all we've got to talk about, I have homework to finish. I need to get back to the common room. He turned to Hermione. Are you coming? Hermione nodded wordlessly, while the rest of the room looked on in shock. Harry caught Ron's eye and raised his eyebrows expectantly. Ron winked. Harry chuckled lightly as the two teenagers left the room. Neville got up. Come on, Luna, we should follow them. Harry turned to Albus. We'll go with them. I will speak to you more at some other time. Dumbledore nodded. The other two teenage couples left the office. While they were walking down the corridor, Harry spotted movement from the corner of his eye. He looked quickly, and saw Malfoy beating a hasty retreat down a corridor. Harry said to the others, I'm going after Malfoy. Wait for me in the common room. Don't tell anyone where I am until I get back. Harry gave Ginny a quick kiss, and then took off. Neville chuckled. I guess that you get tired of him running off to do something all the time. Ginny shrugged. You get used to it after a while. I console myself with the knowledge that one day this will all be over, and then I will have Harry all to myself. Harry trailed Draco through the castle. Once he began to get closer to him, Harry quickly waved a hand across his body, and made himself invisible. He cast a silencing charm on himself just to be safe. Draco made his way through a series of corridors, and then out an exit of the castle that Harry did not even know existed. This was saying something considering how many hours he had spent poring over the Marauders map. Once Draco had exited the castle, it became apparently obvious what his destination was. Standing outside the castle was a cloaked and hooded individual that could only be a Death Eater. A quick wave of Harry's hand and the Death Eater was bound by a disapparation jinx. Draco walked up to the individual and bowed. Father. Lucius nodded back to him. What do you have to report that is so important that it required me to come personally? Draco replied, They have just had an order meeting in Dumbledore's office. Apparently, Potter went into the Forbidden Forest earlier and spoke with the Centaurs. They have informed Potter of the Master's plan. Lucius started. What do you mean? Which plan? Draco sighed in trepidation. Potter knows that the Dark Lord intends to attempt to alter time. He intends to try to stop him. Lucius laughed. He will never be able to stop our master from going back in time. Draco asked, will he be able to stop him once he goes? Lucius snorted. That is ridiculous. There is no way that Potter will even know when he has left or to what time that he went to. Draco shook his head in disagreement. I have been spying on Potter for quite a while now. He can sense magic of any kind. He will know when the master casts the time travel spell, and he will be able to follow him back in time. Are you sure? Draco nodded. Positive, father. Lucius replied, very well. I will take this news to the Dark Lord. Hopefully, he will not be too displeased. This is distressing news. The Potter boy can be quite a bit of trouble. Draco snorted, don't I know it? I have been in school with him for over 6 years. Lucius raised a hand. Farewell, my son. I will speak with you again concerning anything that you have discovered. Draco bowed again. Farewell, father. I live only to serve the Dark Lord. Draco turned and began walking back towards the castle. Lucius turned and headed for the border of the Hogwarts grounds so that he could apparate away. Harry grinned to himself. Lucius was about to receive quite a surprise. Harry followed Lucius to the edge of the grounds, and then made himself visible. Lucius caught the movement out of the corner of his eye and dove while drawing his wand and screaming out, Crucio. Harry stood still and waited for the curse to hit him. Once it had, Harry laughed lightly. Come now, Lucius. Did you really expect so feeble a spell from so feeble a wizard to harm me? Lucius stood up. I will destroy you, Potter. Harry laughed again. My, what fantasy. I didn't know that you were so prone to such flights of the imagination, Lucius. Lucius assumed a dueling stance. I will kill you, Potter. Harry continued to laugh. Let's see it then. I am anxious to pay you back for all the misery that you have brought into my life over the years. Lucius waved his wand. Avada Kedavra. Harry made a circle with his arm in front of him. Dissipato. The jet of green light disappeared halfway to Harry. Lucius began to fire off other curses at Harry, which Harry ignored. Harry began to return fire with light curse of his own. He caught Lucius with a boil hex, and several tickling charms. Lucius reversed these and finally paused in his assault. Lucius stood there panting, while Harry continued to smile haughtily. Lucius said, I can be off the Hogwarts grounds in 2 seconds, Potter. Then, you will never catch me. Harry shook his head. You are entirely too naive, Lucius. I cast a disapparation jinx on you the moment I saw you on the grounds. You will not be leaving to go anywhere. My score with you will be settled tonight. Lucius taunted, so, what are you going to do, Potter? Take me to the orders for imprisonment? The Dark Lord will send people after me within a week. Harry shook her head. I have no intention of taking you alive, Lucius. You have caused my family far too much heartache. Lucius ripped his mask from his face. You aren't serious. I am beaten, and you would still kill me? Harry smiled evilly. Wouldn't that be the same courtesy that you would show me? Why should I treat you any differently? Lucius paled, because you are one of the so-called good guys. Harry laughed. The idea of good and evil is purely subjective. If I am killing someone that is evil, then I am doing good. Goodbye, Lucius. Lucius protested. Wait. Harry cut him off by lifting his hand and saying, Cutera. The cutting curse hit Lucius in the chest and sliced deeply into his chest. He gurgled and then fell lifeless to the ground. Harry raised a hand and a blue light came from his hand healing the wound so that Lucius appeared unharmed. Harry flicked his hand at Lucius's body. Mobile corpus. Lucius' body rose from the ground and floated beside Harry. Harry turned and walked back to the castle with Lucius' body trailing behind him. Within a few minutes, Harry had returned to the corridor outside Dumbledore's office. He left Lucius floating just beside the gargoyle, and climbed up the stairs to Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore looked up as Harry entered the room. I didn't expect to see you back here this quickly, Harry. Harry shrugged. I didn't expect to be back here this quickly. However, Draco went to meet with his father earlier. I don't know how, but he was spying on the order meeting. He went to report what was said during the meeting. Dumbledore asked, "Did you stop him from making his report?" Harry shook his head. "No, I allowed him to tell everything to Lucius. Then, I intercepted Lucius before he could get off the grounds." "What did you do to him?" asked Dumbledore with a sense of foreboding. Harry shrugged again. "He's dead if that is what you are asking." "How did he die?" "Cutting curse. It wasn't pretty." Harry turned and waved his hand. Lucius' body rose up the stairs into the office. Dumbledore walked from behind his desk to examine the body. "He doesn't appear to be damaged in any way." Harry nodded. "I know. The sight was a bit gruesome, so I decided to heal his body before I went traipsing through the castle with his body in tow." Dumbledore sighed. "You do realize that this will make it look as if you used the killing curse?" Harry nodded again. "I'm aware, but after what happened the last time that Fudge dragged me in front of the Wizengamot, he isn't going to be in any hurry to do so again." Dumbledore smiled. "Good point. However, you could have taken him alive." Harry snorted. "We have taken him alive. Twice. Both times he has been rescued. I'm not going to let him loose again." Dumbledore sighed. "I suppose I need to contact Dawlish and have the Aurors come to collect the body." Harry agreed. "I suppose so. They will need to question me as well." Dumbledore grabbed flow powder off the shelf above the fireplace and threw it into the fire while saying, "Dawlish, Ministry of Magic." A moment later, Dawlish's head appeared in the fire. "What can I do for you, Albus?" Dumbledore replied, "Mr. Potter has captured a Death Eater on the grounds." Dawlish asked, "Which one?" "Lucius Malfoy," said Harry. "Alive or dead?" asked Dawlish. "Dead," Harry replied evenly. Dawlish nodded. "Let me get Kingsley and we will be at the castle shortly." Dumbledore nodded. "Thank you, Dawlish. We will be waiting." Dawlish nodded once more, and then disappeared from the fire. Dumbledore and Harry both sat patiently in silence until Kingsley and Dawlish popped through the fire. Both of them saw the body floating in midair at the same time. Kingsley asked, "What happened?" Harry sighed. "Well, I guess that I have to explain this one more time. I caught sight of Draco as I left the Order meeting, earlier. I decided to follow him to see what he was up to, because he seemed to be in a hurry. He went outside to meet with a Death Eater that turned out to be his father. I waited until Draco delivered his message and then dueled with Lucius after Draco had returned to the castle. Needless to say, Lucius lost." Kingsley nodded. "You're right. You didn't have to say it." Dawlish asked, "Did you hear what Draco said to Lucius?" Harry nodded grimly. "Yes, he was reporting on what we had said at the Order meeting earlier." Kingsley gasped. "How did he know what was going on in the meeting?" Harry shrugged. "I have no idea. He has found out how to spy directly into Dumbledore's office, though. We're going to have to determine how he is accomplishing it, and put a stop to it." Dawlish said, "Well, I guess that is all we need to know for now. We need to return to the Ministry." Harry smiled. "I need to get back to Gryffindor Tower before Ginny leads a charge looking for me. I've been gone for quite a while." Dumbledore smiled. "I suggest that you hurry. I don't relish having young Miss Weasley blowing my door off." Harry chuckled. "I would imagine not. I will see all of you later." Harry bolted down the stairs and hurried towards Gryffindor Tower. He arrived just as Ginny was exiting through the portrait hole. Harry smiled at her. "Going somewhere?" Ginny put her hands on her hips. "Yes, I was going to come looking for you. You took off after Malfoy earlier, and I haven't heard from you. Something could have happened." Harry gave Ginny a look that plainly said, "Who are you kidding?" Harry actually said, "Voldemort is not going to come onto the Hogwarts grounds. He isn't suicidal. Since he is the only wizard alive capable of harming me at the moment, I don't think that you have much to worry about." Ginny sighed. "I know. I just worry." Harry laughed. "I think that is what all women do." Harry paused for a moment. "Have I told you how much I love you?" Ginny smiled. "Not in the last hour or so. I should have. Can you forgive me for not doing it?" Ginny nodded. "As long as you tell me what happened after you took off following Malfoy." Harry smiled. "I have every intention of telling you, but I have already told this story twice, and I would rather not have to tell it any more than I have to. So, let's get the others." "They're waiting in the common room." Harry raised his eyebrows. "Even Luna?" Ginny nodded. "Yes." Harry laughed. I can't believe that all of you let a Ravenclaw into the Gryffindor common room. Ginny gave Harry a cocky look. Hey, Luna is okay. I know that. It just seems weird that a Ravenclaw is in the Gryffindor common room, said Harry. Ginny laughed. I suppose so. Let's just go in. Ginny grabbed Harry by the hand and then turned around and headed back through the portrait hole into the common room. Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Luna looked up as Harry and Ginny entered the common room. Ron said, "It's about time. You've taken forever." Harry laughed. I couldn't help it. Malfoys are always a pain. Hermione caught the plural before anyone else. What do you mean Malfoys? Harry shook his head in amusement. Nothing gets by you, does it, Hermione? Hermione shook her head emphatically. No, now let's hear the story. All right. Here goes. Harry settled himself down into a cozy armchair, and Ginny sat down on his lap and leaned back into him. Harry wrapped his arms around her, and then began to speak again. I followed Draco outside the castle where he met with his father. Hermione interrupted. Are you saying that Lucius Malfoy was on the grounds? Harry nodded. Yes, Hermione, that is exactly what I'm saying. Ginny broke in. Hermione, it's going to take a lot longer for him to tell this story if you constantly ask questions. Harry smiled. Thank you, Ginny. Now, where was I? Oh yeah. After Draco met with Lucius, I listened to their conversation, and then waited for Draco to go back into the castle. Once he was gone, I allowed Lucius to see me, and then we dueled. After that, I returned to Dumbledore's office, where I have been for a while. Dawlish and Kingsley came by, and the four of us sat around discussing Lucius being here. Luna asked, what were Lucius and Draco talking about?